All right.
All right.
Hello, guys.
Hey.
We are live, and since CNN and Fox News can't do their job, we're going to do it for them, and we're going to talk about the election and what's going on. So, welcome, guys.
Yeah, good to be with you, Robbie.
So
Glad to be here, totally in the dark because my lighting sucks ass, but okay.
First piece of news is that Mitch McConnell has won. Democrats dumped $88 million in the race to try to beat him, and it was called literally within a minute after the polls closed. How embarrassing is that?
I'll put it this way. The speed of it and the humiliation of it was comparable to the average Bulwark staffer consummating on his wedding night. It was
as you can see, as you guys can see, we are a little less censored than CNN and Fox News, just slightly. So I'm looking at this right now. New York Times upshot. Okay, so these guys at New York Times have been saying that Biden was going to win Florida. I'm now on their website at the New York Times.
They're not doing it.
Trump has over 95% very likely to win Florida by 3 to 5 points.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Why is that happening, Kurt? Can you tell us?
I don't know, but Larry Schweikert's walking around like this today.
It's Miami. It's the Cubans.
It is. And I got my own
disappoint.
Cuban right back here. I just had to pour a shot of whiskey before I came out here because of the rest of the country's not as not on the cutting edge like our Cuban friends down in Miami-Dade.
Exactly. I've told people a million times, if you all won't save America, the Cubans will.
It's all Miami-Dade.
We're not going to let this happen.
Votar a Donald Trump por la economía.
Oh my gosh. Are you going to stop so I can actually get a word in edgewise? I mean, here's the deal.
I'm a lot funnier, Ned, but you go.
You know what? I'm going to talk real numbers. That's what I'm going to talk about, Schlichter. We had already overtaken them, Robbie, by 9:30 this morning. They had 110, 112,000 vote. We made it up in the first 2 hours. We knew they were underperforming in Miami-Dade. She had Hillary won it by 29, 30 points. We knew that Biden was really struggling. It looks like he's only going to win it by 9 points.
Yep.
And we knew by 6:15 tonight that Trump was already up 213,000 in raw ballots, meaning that we know that most of those Republican votes are going to stay home. We also know there's going to be a significant amount of Democrats that were not going to stay home. They were going to go over to Trump. I think the interesting thing about Florida, for the last week, it's not been a question in my mind that he was going to win Florida, despite people saying he was still a toss-up. I was looking at some real numbers going, this is done.
Yeah.
The more that Florida overperforms, this is actually historical precedent. The more that it overperforms, Michigan and Pennsylvania actually go further right. And so my question is, and that starts to kick in. I think it's at 1.2 or 1.44 margin of victory.
Yeah.
How much, if he wins by 3, how much is that going to impact Pennsylvania, Michigan? If he wins by 5, I have a hard time seeing that we'd lose Michigan and Pennsylvania.
Oh, we've moved to the point where instead of election coverage, I'm keeping all these things on my screens here. They've switched to COVID coverage. What does that tell you? They've switched to a COVID map of Florida instead of an election map of Florida.
And instead of FLA, it's FLU.
Well, you know what the thing is, Robbie? I think they kind of did a little voter suppression on themselves.
I think so.
COVID. That on election day, some of the people that forgot to vote by mail or they were afraid the mail-in ballot wasn't going to work, they're not going to show up and vote at the polls. I don't know what that percentage is that people got scared away of their base from going to vote at the polls, but I would say it's got to be a point or two. At least.
Yeah, it's got to be. I mean, it was a massive difference between how Republicans viewed or feared COVID and how, everybody else did. So I'm wondering here, one of our viewers is asking about Texas. They're worried about Texas. Which one of you can put their mind at ease about Texas? Because they said the big mean TV saying that Texas is going to be a Democrat state.
Oh, come on.
It's not going.
Not this time, and not if the GOP there gets off its fourth point of contact and starts going out and building up the voters. For a long time, they coasted. I think that there was a wake-up call with Ted Cruz last time with that drunk driving furry coming dangerously close. I was in touch with my Cuban Texans today, and there's a lot of energy for Trump out there. It's maybe someday, but not today.
Yeah, no, it's not today. I mean, Georgia was the one that kind of has made me a little bit nervous.
Yeah, we're taking it.
Georgia is?
Saying, hey,
well, let me
put
your mind at ease. Let me put your mind at ease. New York Times is now leaning Georgia 85% probability of Trump winning it. Their margin right now is a little wild. It's from Biden +3 to Trump +12. So it's probably going to land somewhere in between.
Trump +3-4.
I listen. I think it's probably going to be the 3 to 5 point range for Trump. But I will say this. I think the one thing that worries me a little bit, Robbie, and this is a conversation for later, it's these major urban areas that are starting to overwhelm red states, right? Yeah. Atlanta and Georgia. Let's face it, Pennsylvania outside of Pittsburgh and Philadelphia is basically Alabama, right? You look at Illinois. Illinois is kind of the same way, but Cook County and Chicago overwhelm it as well. At some point, we as Republicans have got to figure out this urban issue for us.
Hold on. But Ned, I disagree. We figured it out. His name is Donald Trump, a guy who goes in there and builds a coalition from the Amish down to Zuby, okay?
To the rapper.
Pump is with us.
Lil Wayne
is with us. I mean,
or in the words of Donald Trump, Little Pimp.
Lil Pimp, which he thought was a compliment.
Yeah.
He thought that was death. Look, no, but no, the answer is what Donald Trump did, which was make us where it doesn't matter about this super crap, where a retired Army colonel could be standing side by side with that black warehouse worker who made that, I think, the most moving video of the entire season that Trump did, where he says, "Thank you, Donald Trump, because now I can support my family." That's the party I want to be with. The party we saw in our convention was the party we want to be in. We don't need to fear the inner cities. We need to respect them and ask for their votes. That's what Donald Trump did. That's the solution.
Yeah, but Donald Trump, this is the one thing, though. You're right, Kurt. I don't disagree with you. But that's Donald Trump. That's not necessarily GOP or the RNC.
Bingo. Perfect.
Exactly.
4 years.
Exactly.
But it's us.
I agree.
It's the inside. The base will do it. Even if the the Mitt Romneys are too afraid to shake the hands of someone whose skin color might be a little different. We're not. We'll hug them.
Right, but you have to fundamentally change the party structure, the party mechanisms to actually fall in line with Trump, and they're not there right now. I mean, this is something that's got to change in the second term.
No, we know the answer. It's simply working out the problem.
Yeah. I think one of the things we're going to see is in the Tea Party wave, it was very ideological and we're going to see that same thing of a Trump wave of candidates in 2022 for congressional seats that I think we did not see as much in this cycle in competitive races. I hope we'll see them in competitive races.
Yeah,
I think so. I definitely think that's a dynamic again. It all depends on what Trump does to restructure the party machinery when he wins. And he's got to do it quickly, because if the party machinery is not committed to candidates like that, I mean, it doesn't really matter. It does, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes it more problematic. Let's put it that way.
You're right about that. And I would say the other key too, if he wins, it's personnel across the board, because that's my one criticism that I've had consistently is that, we need to wipe out the people who are not believers in this agenda. They don't believe in an America First agenda. They're just kind of waiting Trump out.
Yeah, but let me say this. I mean, I think if we're going to talk personnel really quick, because then I want to talk North Carolina. I saw a question pop up. Johnny McEntee running PPO is a huge step in the right direction for the America First crowd. And he's been there for about, most of this year. He is probably as based as we are when it comes to the issues, when it comes to personnel, putting the right people in. I think Trump has given him a lot of free reign to be able to do some of these things and really they've got lists going. They're just waiting for the election to really do some house cleaning. And he understands, and Trump now understands, PPO is a total mess in the first 3 years. Johnny's come in. Johnny's doing some good things. He's got lists. He's got a plan. He's ready to go. I think you might see some really dramatic action in the first even few weeks, but for sure the first 3 months or so in a second term.
So let's switch gears real quick because people are getting freaked out by the early vote. A lot of what we're seeing right now in places like Pennsylvania is just the early vote banking, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, Kurt, go. Do you want to, Kurt, you got something to say?
No. Look, it's going to be like 46, 47% for the Democrats. Yeah. And that a lot of that's going to come in the early voting. We're just going to see it early. We're seeing that in Ohio, too.
Yeah. We saw that in Florida.
Sitting there, and we'll overcome it.
But in Florida, to give people perspective, Robbie, the Monday that early in-person voting started, Democrats were up by 19 points statewide in Florida because they had banked so many mail-in votes. And so this is where they put all their emphasis, their money, their time, their resources has been on the mail-in vote, the early in-person vote. And I made this point on Twitter this afternoon. I think part of the problem that they're experiencing is seeing these leads evaporate, especially like in Florida. They blew their wad on the mail-in vote and the early in-person. At some point, they ran out of votes today, and Republicans just gobbled them up and went blowing past them. I mean, literally within just a couple hours. And have now gotten a point again where it might be a 3 to 5 point win in Florida. We'll see.
Well, I can tell you guys.
I have another bit of Florida news for you guys if you'd like to hear it.
Yeah, go.
And I'm quoting a tweet. QAnon believer Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican, elected to U.S. House of Representatives. We were told that this, people like this could not come in and win. And she is what now? She's not a Q person, but anybody who doesn't want to ritually execute Q people, I guess, falls within that
that's what they call
media-defined thing. Yeah, it's just bull. But I think it's. I mean, that's a good success there in Florida. Do you think the House might be in play?
I don't think the House is. I mean, maybe I'm crazy, but I just think it's too big of a hill to climb. I think 2022 is when we take the House, because we got to look at the census too. We just finished the census. We're gonna have a bunch of redistricting as a part of moving seats out of some blue states. And I think that's something we got to keep in mind. I think that's how we flip the House back.
But something interesting is, a good friend who's in House leadership told me back in August, Ned, I think we got a shot at the House. I'm like, you're crazy. I don't think we've got a shot. I think we can narrow the gap. I think we can cut the majority in half and get it to with maybe 10 seats. But even today, there was some talk like if things trend right, we've got an outside shot. I just don't see it, but I definitely see us getting to within maybe 9-10 votes of the majority. I mean, Nick Freitas, Virginia 7, he's a total rock star. I mean, he's one of us. He's going to win. He's going to take back Virginia 7. And so I think you're going to see some pickups where we are not only obviously picking up seats that should be ours, but we're replacing them with really good conservatives. So I think even if we don't get the majority, we're going to send in some more rock stars, at least in 2020. Yeah.
And I couple notes real quick coming in. One is that in Texas, people worried about Texas in 2016 in Harris County, which it's kind of a bellwether for how Democrats are doing. Hillary had, Hillary, that race doesn't really matter. In Beto's race against Cruz, Beto had 57% of the vote in Harris County. In 2020, Biden has 56%. That's a huge place where they bank all their votes for Democrats.
It's like Miami-Dade.
At that number, there's no chance. And the second piece of data we have is that coming in from Georgia, and I hate exit polls, but this is an interesting one. Exit polls from routers, it looks like in Georgia, show that Trump pulled out 10% of the black vote.
I mean, the Trump campaign thinks they might get up to 14% of the black vote, which would be 6 points more than he got in 2016. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. But I've thought for a long time he was going to break into double digits at a minimum with the black vote. The question is it going to be low teens, mid teens, high teens? I'm kind of settling on probably 12 to 14 points.
Yeah. In Georgia, it's important to pick it up even 1%. In Georgia, you take it up 1-2%, and that by itself makes a huge difference.
Right.
Well, and there's also the voters who just say, well, I'm not ready to pull the lever for a Republican, so I'm just going to stay home.
Yeah. No, I think that's a dynamic that we're seeing. I mean, ridiculously, they call Virginia. I mean, I think Virginia was already going to go for Biden. I think they called it extremely fast. But I know
we have a breaking alert. We have a breaking alert in the show. Okay.
What is it?
Okay, so New York Times Upshot Needle has now moved. It had like 5% prediction of Trump winning all 3 of North Carolina, Georgia, Florida. That has now moved to 50%. And now North Carolina is tilting 56% towards Trump with 60% reporting. Georgia is also tilted 85% to Trump. And we have 95% likelihood in Florida. Florida's done. I mean, I'm just saying what Florida's done.
Robbie,
I'm feeling a 2016 vibe, guys.
Yeah. I am.
No, I mean, I did a podcast. I know I sent it to Schlichter, but I did a podcast yesterday in which I looked at some of these battleground states based off historical trends, voter registration, et cetera, et cetera. I don't actually think it's going to be close in North Carolina if historical trends hold true. And again, it's 2020, so who knows? But if they were to hold true, I really don't see North Carolina being that close. In fact, I can't remember the exact number I put down, but it was hundreds of thousands of votes that I think Trump's going to win North Carolina by, based off all these historical trends and numbers.
You know what state I was actually a little worried about is Arizona. Arizona worried me a little bit.
Yeah, but you know what they did? But what Republicans did, they did not do a very good job of voter registration in 2018. Yeah. They got a fire lit under their butts this year, and they closed the gap back about 40 or 50,000 to get it almost up to where they were in voter registration advantage in 2016. I think they missed it by about 18,000 voters. That all to say, he won by what, 3.6, don't quote me on this, in Arizona in 2016. I think he's going to win by about 2.5, just based off historical trends, voter registration data. So it's one of those things. My only question in Arizona is not whether Trump wins. Does he win by enough to pull McSally across the finish line first?
I
think
he does.
4 points.
I don't think so. I think McSally's going to lose tonight. Maybe I'm the pessimist tonight, but I think McSally.
I think she might squeak it out.
She's a nice lady, but she's a terrible candidate. She's a bad candidate.
She got better. She was awful at first. She's gotten better. You know, I just wanted to say, man, do the things that made you a colonel, and then you'll be okay.
Exactly.
Right? And exactly. That's one of my beefs with a lot of these guys, including Kelly, who was also an 06.
Exactly. She's, the fact they don't do the things that they should do. The fact it took her so long to just go and get on stage with Trump and all that. I mean, she was doing what, Mitt Romney what I would imagine Mitt Romney would be telling her to do, and that's not the smart thing to do. You need to sort of take it by force like you would if it wasn't an operation she was running. And it doesn't feel like she did that.
But it was even just political reality. Like political realism tells you my only chance of actually pulling this out, what was she down 17 points this summer, some ridiculous figure.
Oh yeah,
is hitching my wagon to Trump, and I'm going to embrace him. There's not going to be 1 inch of daylight between the two of us. And I don't know if she did it in time. Again, if Trump only wins by 2.5 points, I don't know if that's enough to quite get her across the finish line first. But I have to tell you this. I mean, really quick on the Senate. John James in Michigan, I think, is a very legit shot for a pickup. Don't count out Jason Lewis in Minnesota. I mean, there were 2 polls that showed him only down a point. His internals only showed him down a point. People are saying Susan Collins isn't dead. And listen, I am the last person in this world who is a Susan Collins fan. I just want her vote so we can have the majority and have all the right committee people and the right agenda. But we're going to pick up Doug Jones, Tuberville, who's not really a rock star, but he's a good vote for leadership. He'll probably pick up Alabama. And then if we lose Cory Gardner and somehow McSally pulls it out and Collins survives, all of a sudden we might actually be in a place where we didn't even lose a vote in our Senate majority, maybe even added a vote. That would be
I see John James winning. I see John James winning. Even if Trump doesn't win Michigan, I think John James outperforms him by a point or 2.
I think
that's what I've been hearing.
The last poll I saw some internal polls. He was outperforming Trump by 2 to 3 points.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He's run a hell of a campaign.
Very
smart decisions. The total opposite of McSally. He made smart decisions, and he's very Trumpian, but he can communicate. Policy-wise, he's in the right ballpark. But he's a good communicator, and he also was smart enough to say, "Hey, you know what? In certain areas, I'm not just going to slap a red, poster out there that says John James, Republican." He put his face on it. He let people see who he is, and see that he's a vet, and all those things, they add up.
He went at this like a commander goes at an operation.
Yep.
Okay. I've got pretty high standards for vets running these things, and I think he did the right stuff.
Yep.
I'm still hoping that McSally crawls across. I wouldn't count Susan Collins out.
Yeah, I know.
She
like,
knows Maine. Those maple syrup swilling moose lovers, they're a weird place. And, she's one of them. And I think she's got that going for him. I would not bet against her. I don't know if I bet much for her, but I don't think I'd bet against her.
So breaking news, President Trump has won Arkansas.
Shocking.
Well, that's stunning.
I just give the news, okay, as it comes in. All right, I just give the news as it comes in.
I'll take everything I get.
I'm hearing that Florida may be called shortly, officially.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if it is. I think that at some point realism is going to sink in for all the channels and even the Democrats, and Trump's won Florida. Again,
they want to be careful. They don't want to pull another 2,000 with the early call.
I think that they just called it.
Oh,
hold on. Yeah, Decision Desk just called Florida for Trump.
That's great news. And there's one of the key states down. A couple more to go.
Yep.
Hold on a sec. Yep, they officially called it. So Florida is Trump's.
Good.
I was informed there would be a blue wave.
Can I tell you a funny story about that?
Go.
I went in middle of May to the White House and had some conversations with people and said, if you do not change up Florida and change up their Florida staff immediately, you're going to lose Florida. And there is no path for Trump to win if you lose Florida. And the notes were taken, given to Trump. And he started thinking about it, started moving on it. I had to go back again. I had to talk with Jared. I had to talk with Brian Jack, political director. The guys, I'm not sure if you understand the urgency here, but you need to put Susie Wiles and her team back in control of Florida and let her run the state. I'm editing my language here. I don't give two rips what Ron DeSantis wants or doesn't want. And if he doesn't like Susie and thinks, she's the sister of Satan, I don't care, because it's about POTUS winning Florida. So they finally made that move that first week of July, and they put Susie back in. She brought her team, who have won the state 4 or 5 times for gubernatorial and Senate races. They were the team that won Trump the state in 2016. And they basically gave Susie and her team whatever they wanted. But I'm telling you, first part of July, Florida was a complete and total mess. And then they put on steroids, and it flipped around. I mean, by the middle of August, they were like, listen, we've got this thing back on track. We're probably in 3rd or 4th gear and accelerating very fast. And they did a phenomenal job. I have to say this, because people have seen me on Tucker and other shows ripping into the GOP and the RNC for just completely failing on some fronts. Yeah, they did a really good job on voter registration. This to me is like hats off. In Florida, in Pennsylvania, in Arizona, they actually did a really good job, which I think has led to, first of all, Florida, and I think it's giving us a real shot in Pennsylvania, and I think that's going to be the difference in Arizona.
Absolutely. And, I'm interested to see how do they deal with this with polling, because the polling industry's taken a big hit here. Everybody said Biden was in the lead in Florida, and Trump is looking at, as of the current numbers, at a minimum, a 2-point win, probably up to 4.
Well, I think that they've let a lot of bias come in. I think they've weighted their polls incorrectly. I think they're asking the wrong questions. I think the polling industry is completely shattered. I mean, I'm really interested to see how accurate the Trafalgar polls will be, because
it seems right on.
Well, because Robert Cahaley has gone in, and I realize it's kind of dawned on me. Sometimes I'm a little slow on a few fronts. He incorporated basically the Bradley effect for Trump, right?
Yeah.
Bradley effect, the LA mayor that was up by 6, lost by a point when running for governor, because people didn't want to admit they were going to vote against him. So it's this whole idea, and I think it was about a 3 or 4 point Bradley effect for Trump that he incorporated into his polls, which I think are leading to a certain amount of accuracy. And so that's why I'm really interested to see. I mean, he showed him winning Georgia by 4. I can't remember, Kurt, maybe do Pennsylvania by 2 or 3.
Yep.
Michigan by 3.
Yeah.
So he was right on Florida. Let's see how well it holds up in these other key states.
If he does, if his methods are good, look, the lesson on Florida, besides, that in the military, anybody can do tactics. Experts handle logistics. Ned, what you were talking about was huge. The logistics, getting out a base that turns out voters. The other thing was, I got to tell you, the Cubans and the Hispanic community saved Trump's bacon because he went and asked for their vote.
Yep.
He
what you said right there. How long has it been since we had a Republican go to these areas and talk to them?
Yeah.
And to actually micro-target their messaging. This is something I talked to Brad Parskill about, probably about almost 2 years ago now. The importance of micro-targeting these communities. And yeah, exactly. And, he didn't listen to much, but hopefully he listened to that. That micro-targeting to these communities is the difference. If we do this consistently, we will be unstoppable, but we haven't done it in the past.
Not to kick a dead horse to death, if that makes sense. How grateful are we that Brad Parskill is not the campaign manager and hasn't been the campaign manager for months? I mean, I think I literally but really quick, I told my wife end of June, if Trump doesn't change Florida, if he doesn't change campaign manager, and if he doesn't start trusting his own instincts again, I give him a 30% chance of winning. Well, guess what he started doing? He fired Brad. He brought in Susie. And that North Mount Rushmore speech, he started trusting his instincts again.
Yes.
You can clearly see a pivot at that point where he's like, screw it. I'm going back to 2016. I have these instincts. I told him, I'm like, sir, you have the best instincts I've seen in politics in years. Start trusting them again.
Yep.
100%. Yes. And of course, we all wish Brad well, but he's not in control is the right place for him.
Yeah.
And I that's one thing I like about Trump is he's not sentimental.
No.
If you're not cutting, and he's a very military guy, if you're not cutting it, you need to find something else to do. Nothing personal, but you're fired.
Yep.
Right. Because I need the best. And it's being proven out tonight. But there's a template here, guys, for who comes on. Remember, no matter who wins, the campaign for 2024 starts tomorrow. Who's taking notes?
Yeah.
I've got my ideas. And who's thinking, oh, well, I'm going to be George Bush 2 or George W. Bush 2. I guess that makes it George W. Bush 3. But
yeah, no, I think it's going to be really interesting, a dynamic moving forward. The corporatists, the globalists, the establishment, whether it's Nikki Haley, you name it, are going to make a run at trying to take back the party. And this is one of the conversations I want to have with POTUS. If you want to extend your legacy at America First and actually turn the party into an America First one, change the RNC personnel. That all to say, I mean, I think there's going to be some really interesting things. I know that you've mentioned some names, Kurt, about 2024.
Yep.
Don't count out Tucker Carlson. Don't count him out.
Exactly. I've said this. I've said for the last few months, I think that he actually is the most logical person. If he wants it. If he wants it, exactly. I think he's the most logical.
And that's not assured.
No, it's not. No, that's what I want to say. I would say it's a stretch that Tucker would want it because of just a lot of different dynamics. But if he wants it, he's got to be at least in the top 2 or 3 contenders.
I would say it's Tucker. Noam's going to be in the conversation as VP, I think, not as a president, but as a VP, she's interesting. You're going to have, obviously, Don Jr. and Ivanka are going to think about it. Both of them will. And then you're also going to have, I think.
Say his name.
Rick Grinnell.
Yep.
Rick Grinnell.
You know what's funny, though? I just have to tell you this. You didn't mention one name that people think would be an obvious one. The Vice President of the United States.
Oh, yeah, because there's no way.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's the thing. And listen, I love Mike Pence. I think he's been a very strong wingman.
He's fantastic as a vice president.
He's been a great wingman. I think.
Thank you. Here's your watch.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of conversation. Does he have the ability to carry the mantle of Trump forward? And I think there's some strong question marks. But listen, he's going to be in the mix. And trust me, as vice president for potentially 8 years at that point, he's not somebody to be dismissed. I'd put him in the top 3 as a contender. Do I think he wins the nomination?
He's got to be counted, but and nobody.
I just thought it was funny, Robbie, as you're
which is an
mentioning all
advantage.
these names. As you're mentioning, He wasn't. In the top
you're right. He's
yeah,
going
that's
to be a
very
contender, but I think he's pretty much going to pick up a portion of the evangelical vote. But in terms of the Trump base, like the MAGA base that is the most vocal and the most on the ground in terms of like grassroots, get things done, like these boat rallies and the car rallies, all that stuff. Those people I don't see breaking for Pence. I see those people going for whoever we rally around. You know, whether that's Grinnell or that's Tucker or whatever it is, I think that's where we're going to end up. And while Pence, you know, would be in the conversation, I don't think he has the coalition to make it there past a primary.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think it's a very hard path for Pence to win the nomination in 2024.
Yep.
What else? What other breaking news is there? I was thinking about
How's Ohio doing?
Phil Scott just won Vermont governor. So that's. I think that was supposed to be a tight race?
Sure.
Oh, there I am.
I have no idea. Oh
Yeah.
wow!
I had my fingers crossed.
No. Like, take the light away, Schlichter. No, we don't need the light.
Yeah, no light. Turn the light off. No, you look better. Well, right now.
Kidding.
Hey, where's my wine?
You know, I mean,
I want wine, baby. Get a nice can of now. There we go.
Still, right now, we're looking at all three states. You know, Florida's done; it's called for Trump, but Georgia's looking great. We're right now at Trump +4 on the upshot. North Carolina's still 1%, little over 1%.
How's Ohio?
The majority of the vote in North Carolina was early vote.
How is Ohio?
Ohio, we're looking at. Let me see here. Ohio, Biden is still in the lead, but I think it's something like 90% of what they have in the bank right now is early vote in Ohio.
I don't see Ohio being a problem.
I don't either.
I think the Midwest state that was really interesting to me was Iowa. All of a sudden, Biden's up by a couple points. The bottom drops out. Trump surges to being up by 7. And I think his surge is going to help Joni Ernst protect her seat, which is another one that was actually kind of being one of those surprising.
That was important. Now
I think they're going to be fine in Iowa. Their gold standard poll is that is it Seltzer, right?
Yeah.
Seltzer poll, and that was fantastic.
The thing that's interesting about Seltzer poll is it's indicative of a lot of the Midwest states. That if there's a certain point total that he's winning Iowa by, it's indicative of other Midwest states, and that's why you saw this panic from the left when it showed him up by 7. Like they're like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, what? So I think this is one of the things I'm really curious about Minnesota, Wisconsin, and how they turn out. I think Michigan I feel pretty good about, but Minnesota, all I know about Minnesota right now is there is a massive, massive turnout. And if it's in the right places, like Minnesota 7, Minnesota 1, Trump could win the state. Lewis could win the state.
Now let me throw some out here that one of my many fans has texted me about. Says calling Virginia early was a huge scandal. Now you're over there, Ned, and I think it's probably going to go blue. But if you look at the colleges not being in effect, you look at the mobilization we're seeing out in the rural areas. You look at the shy Trump voters, even in the blue areas, are saying, "Wait a minute, I'm making $200,000 a year on my cushy government job. Do I really want to be paying 40%?" Do you think they went a little early calling it at like 2%?
It feels like that. I mean, listen, I've been in Virginia 15 years. I have watched the state go from red to purple to blue, primarily because of the 3 northern counties. I mean, Loudoun, Fairfax, Prince William. I don't disagree with the fact that it probably was going to go to Biden, but I think Hillary only won it by 4 or 5 points. So it wasn't like a 10 or 12 point state. I really thought they could have waited a little bit longer. Would it have changed the results? Is it going to change the results? No, probably not. I just was like, whoa, wait a minute. Why'd you call it? And then why did you wait so long to call Indiana?
Bingo. Yeah, we're seeing
one thing that I think is just like
Florida right
playing
now.
Games.
Yep. They still haven't called Florida on all the networks, and it's clear. It's totally clear, but they still haven't called it.
These are
I'd like to think that in my brilliant town hall column today, and I have another one tomorrow and an early Thursday. It's amazing, but I did say Watch him. Cullen, 1% in. Cullen. 99.8%. Well, we got to wait.
But I will say this, Kurt. I think the thing where this is going to probably be a little bit different dynamic in 2020. I think the Trump base is literally, I don't want to say frothing in the mouth because that gives it maybe, but they're literally, raring to go.
I've seen some frothing.
Yeah. Well, even some frothing, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
But they're not going to be dissuaded by, the polls have said that this state.
That's true.
I think they're staying in the polls and like, damn it, my vote is going to count. I'm going to put my vote in, and I don't care what they're saying. I'm going to be counted tonight.
Yep, 100%.
Excuse me for a sec, guys.
That's what I've seen everywhere. That's what I've seen everywhere from people is that they're not going to just lie down from these polls. I think that's huge.
Us media moguls.
What is this etiquette? What is this etiquette, Kurt? I mean,
so I'm back,
bro.
This is a hangout. This is an election hangout. He's too.
All right, can you hear me again?
Carlson.
Have I been cut off?
He's too used to Tucker Carlson hits, so he's like, you're not allowed to move. No, so I'm here. Every time I pull up these trackers, comes further ahead in Georgia and North Carolina. So
I don't see those.
Hold on.
I don't see those states as problems, Robbie. I really don't. I was a little nervous about Georgia up until a few hours ago, and then seing the trends, I'm like, okay, we got.
Here, hold on. We got Will. We got Tom. We got Dave. Hold on. Here comes Will. Here comes Tom. Just kicked Kurt out.
Oh, there's Dave. Oh my gosh, really?
He's gonna have to come back. There we go.
I got my favorite monster right here.
Oh, wow.
This thing's great.
All right, I'll stick around for a few minutes. I told everybody I'd be back upstairs.
I'm happy he showed up. Hold on a sec, we're getting in.
Oh, what a disgusting crew that is.
There we go.
Oh, shit.
Guys, for reputational purposes, I might have to duck out. I mean, this is very damaging.
You're very important. I go on Tucker Carlson every week. I can't
Robbie fell out.
Yeah.
Robbie ran away.
Terrible.
He's talking about what happens after this. We're looking at a situation where coming out of this, I think the priority has to be number one, making sure that candidates that are straight up America First are. But also reach out and communicate better with suburban women. USA.
I caught half of that.
Yeah, you're a little garbled, Robbie.
They got internet out there in Tennessee, man?
Yeah, are you on dial-up?
Yeah.
Are you on dial-up? What are you on?
He faxed his answer in.
I'm on the internet.
I agree. Just so you guys know, when you were talking about
hold on. All right, how about now? Am I better?
Yeah,
much better.
Yeah, man. Stop playing Fortnite.
Hey, what I saw though when you talked about before I jump
on here, I think maybe there's. I sound like a Star Wars villain. Do I sound better now?
No. But I want to hear Tom speak. You should be quiet now. We want to hear Tom.
So, for 2024, you guys are throwing the names out, and the one that you mentioned was Rick Grinnell. And trust me, I actually spoke to him a couple of weeks ago at the fundraiser at Palmer Lucky's house here in Newport Beach. And I pressed him hard on the California thing. I think he needs to run for governor here in that 2 years. I'd really like to see that. And he did say to my face, that was hilarious. He said, "I'm not a political guy." And I'm like, we're at a fundraiser. You're standing right next to Tiffany.
Take over.
And it's like, yeah, I'm not a political guy. And I just call it like it is. And I said, "That's a nice dodge, man." And he's like, "Thanks. I appreciate that."
I think he'd be a good fit for California.
I think he'd be
governor.
Yeah, I think that'd be really good. I think that'd be a good move for him.
I mean, the guy.
That's what I like to see. And then maybe I'm just biased because I'm here.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, did we just lose Robbie? Well, fine.
Uh-oh.
Hey, so what's been some of the breaking news? We've been doing this for like almost 40 minutes now. I know that some channels have called Florida. Georgia's looking good. North Carolina's looking good. Where else are they calling for us?
Let's see. I haven't been as dialed in on this as I should have been. I was doing my actual job, unfortunately. So I've been.
Yeah, what do you think about the Philadelphia? What's going on up there?
I'm back.
I've been worried about Philly because, I mean, the fraud is going to be crazy.
Yeah.
It's going to be just off the charts. I mean, this is something, the one thing they know how to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, they know corruption well. They know how to corrupt. So, I mean, we could deal with it. Like one of my guys that I went to college with that we're working on a business venture out near Philadelphia. And we're already can tell right now, just simple things. Like we're dealing with like the mayor of Cheeseville out there, in some little rinky-dink town. And already we know that we're going to have to like grease palms. Folks have to get paid off. I mean, it is very, very corrupt. It has been for a very long time, just inherently. And it obviously, it leans left, especially in a lot of Southeast Pennsylvania, Philadelphia area where most of the people are. And it's going to be rough. We'll see.
So we do have our first race alert from Michigan. Trump is in the lead with 10% reporting.
Good.
Right. That's good.
Wow.
Good.
Wow.
What's
reporting?
Well, yeah, what is reporting?
That's what I'm looking for right now is which counties are reporting. That's actually really interesting because even Washtenaw County is reporting, and that's where Ann Arbor is. That's a place that should be really good for Biden, and it's not that great right now. I mean, it's pretty close. Trump's at 42% there. It should be wider than that.
One of the things, though, at the end of the day, about all of this, they talk about the polls and everything, and it's just kind of like, it comes down to, like, how do you feel? But I got to say, think about this, though, guys. I mean, who do you know that voted for Trump? They might have held their nose at it. They didn't like it, but, hey, didn't like Hillary, and they're like, it's not Hillary.
Yeah.
Of those people even.
Those are the broken glass voters.
Right, exactly. But, like, of those, how many of you do you think are say, wow, I totally regret my choice about Trump? I mean, almost none. Zero. Basically zero.
No.
And Hillary actually had some excitement behind her, first female president, and there's none of that for Biden.
The last thing I was going to say, and then I got to duck, guys. My wife and I were just talking about this yesterday. We have multiple friends, family, etc., who either struggled and didn't vote for Trump in 2016, voted third party, or simply didn't vote. Well, guess to a person, every one of them has literally said, we will crawl over broken glass to vote for Trump this time around.
Yep.
These are people that, I'm not kidding, we're making very public statements. Some of them have a certain platform where they can make their statements and people listen to them. And they had real problems and made it very clear in 2016. And now they've made it very clear. Literally nothing was going to hold them back to go vote for Trump this year. Nobody's flipped. Nobody said, I voted for Trump in 2016. I deeply regret that. No.
What's the argument?
Two House seats just flipped in Miami-Dade.
Which ones?
I'm trying to see.
Not Wasserman Schmutz, unfortunately. I'm
looking right now. Newsmax called it, but they didn't say which ones yet. So I'm looking at the data real quick. Let me see. I'll get back to you guys.
Hold on. I have one very important question. Is Tom wearing a freaking tank top?
He's wearing a very patriotic.
You are so unprofessional, Tom. So unprofessional. This is why they don't let you on Fox.
If anybody was going to be in the tank top, it'd be Reaboi.
I'm wearing a tank top.
Do you even lift weights?
You are wearing one? I have little guns, but I have big pistols.
All right, I got to duck, guys.
I have to go. We're going to a fancy sushi restaurant tonight for a business dinner. So we're like, I don't know if I should go like this. We'll see. I probably got to put on a shirt. Hey, babe, start getting ready. So anyways, we're going to Nobu, Newport Beach. Good, not as good as the place.
I'm so jealous. I can't wait for us to have a Nobu again here in Nashville. There's supposed to be one in about a year and a half. They haven't announced it publicly, but I heard about this through the grapevine, and it's probably my favorite. This is like the least, America's American thing of me to say, but like Nobu's my favorite place to eat. It's not very regular, everyday American of me, but I love it.
I can't wait to see what they do with minnows, right? You know what I mean? They're going to do a lot with the local bait fish, I imagine will be their specialties Friday night. Shiner minnows,
This is interesting. Jeff Van Drew is in the lead in his House race with a lot of the vote in already. He's up 50-48.
Really?
Yeah.
Do we like him?
I mean, it's a seat for us.
There you go. Okay. As long as he's an R.
It's a seat.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I am any R. Anybody with an R by their name.
We're going to be bitching about him by next year anyway.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see which races these are in Miami-Dade. That Newsmax called them, but they didn't put the name.
How big is the Florida win?
I think right now we're at 3.2%, but I think it could get close. It's going to be closer to 4. Based on what I see here, it's going to be closer to that, but we're at 3.2% right now. It's already done deal. If anybody who's on here hasn't heard yet, Florida was called by Decision Desk quite a while ago, actually. There's just not enough of a vote to be pulled out here. There's not enough there for Biden. So it looks like 3 to 4%, which, Ned was talking about earlier. Historically, when there's a movement like that in Florida, that translates up into places like Michigan and Pennsylvania. So, for that not to happen, it would have to be different this year than it has been historically in the past, which I have a hard time believing is going to happen, especially in a place like Michigan where they have such a great Senate candidate.
Right.
But
Rob,
he's got to win.
But the polls, Robbie.
The polls.
I mean, how much did he overperform? How much did he overperform in Florida? That's like a 5-point overperform over the polls, right?
Yep, exactly. It's about 4 to 5, because I saw some, they're always going to go back to what their closest poll was. And I think that one of their most favorable to Trump polls had Biden at 2%, so even that, 1%, 2%, and Trump's going to win by 3, maybe 4, you're looking 5, maybe 6 points off.
We'll take that nationwide, right?
Yeah, which is, by the way, that's what they said that he was losing in Pennsylvania by, was 5-6 points.
Huh.
Weird.
So it was my contention that the Cuban Venezuelan aspect of this, like the we don't want communism, was real, but it was oversold. I think the big reason why Hispanics went for Trump in the numbers that they did was just the law enforcement angle. So many of them are in law enforcement or have family in law enforcement. And once the riots started and BLM started to happen, these guys just got wise really quick. Yeah. And if that's the case, if I'm right about that, then that's going to carry over into different states.
Hey,
entrepreneurs too.
I have 3 things real quick. One is, it's the 26th and 27th districts in Florida, they're currently held by Donna Shalala and
Shalala's gone?
Oh,
yep. Maria Salazar beat Donna Shalala in the 27th district, and Carlos Jimenez beat Debbie Powell in the 26th district. And then on top of that, this is interesting. We're looking at Virginia, over 80% reporting, 86%? Let me see.
Dude, when did Robby become a fucking reporter? When did this happen? He's better than Bill Hemmer,
they won't
man.
do their job,
awesome.
So we have to.
We'll get you a map, dude. Next time we do this, you're going to have your own map, man. You
I
can
know,
press
I need
buttons
a
and
board.
everything.
I need a board. Well, Virginia, I'm kind of confused here. With how much of the vote is counted in Virginia, Trump is wildly in the lead. There's no chance he's flipping Virginia, is there?
No, they called it. They just don't have the reports in.
There must be something wrong. There must be something wrong in the data here, because he's way too far ahead with way too much of the vote counted. Because I saw Virginia said that it shouldn't have been called so early. It looks like they're backtracking on Virginia.
2,046 precincts of 2,585 reporting. So let's whatever, another 500 precincts that are yet to report. I mean,
which is probably the ones all by my house. Now, I'm not saying I went in and emptied a bunch of ballot boxes and stuff like the guy in Philadelphia. I'm just saying Trump might do better here than he was expecting to.
Yeah, I think he's going to do better there, but I was just confused by the number right now, because it doesn't make sense. There has to be something wrong in what they're reporting on this.
Yeah,
are you watching Fox?
all the
No.
people.
I was looking at the actual numbers that were sent in. They have a tracker here. I was going through it all. There has to be a number off here somewhere because right now Trump's at almost 60% and Biden's around 40%.
They probably haven't counted Arlington and Alexandria yet.
Seriously, that's where all the votes are.
That's where all the people are, and it's like, and it makes sense because, I mean, a lot of those people who live there are federal employees or support federal employees, and they're literally voting themselves out of a job for a lot of them. So
there has to be something wrong with their reporting right now because they're with 15% of the vote in there in Fairfax, Trump's at 47%. That doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Yeah, I'll get that out of there.
Wait a minute. This is weird too because if you look at
Richmond makes sense, but
Richmond, Virginia Beach, all that. No, Norfolk. I understand all that, but it's Alexandria and Arlington and that whole area is where it's where all the people are.
Yeah, that area is not making any sense to me in terms of what they're reporting right now because it has Trump almost even with Biden in Alexandria. So I would just tell people, there were some people asking about it in the stream. I would wait. I think that there's just something wrong with it because I don't see Trump having any chance there at all.
Would it help if I rode around on my wife's scooter with a Trump flag for a while? You think that would make an impact?
Maybe if you go down to the line and you threaten them with taking your shirt off if they don't vote for him, maybe that would work.
Hell yeah.
Guys, I think
do a Lady
A
Gaga.
couple alerts. Trump won. Not that these are surprising, but he has won Louisiana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, and Nebraska.
Thanks,
Did he
guys.
get the bonus vote in
I
Nebraska?
think we've got a victory here, unless I'm misreading here on the Virginia website. Qasim Rashid lost against Robert Whitman for the House. I guess District 1. It says 199 precincts of 244 reporting. That's quite a lot, and Rashid lost 69% to 31%.
Isn't he the Brotherhood guy?
Loss. Yeah. So I mean, that's a
Wow.
victory.
Who called it?
I'm just looking at the Virginia site now.
Yeah, I'm thinking there's something wrong there.
There's got to be something wrong with it.
Again, I'm not saying I was hacking their computers. I'm just saying if things get a little sketchy, I'm taking the credit.
Yeah, that's a weird one. I'm looking like back and forth at their data because either something's wrong or something's in the water in Virginia.
Sorry, I just realized I was muted. I was wondering why everybody was interrupting me constantly, and I was sitting here I couldn't get a word in edgewise, and I'm like, what the fuck? And it's like, oh, I'm just on mute the whole time. But I've been wanting to make this point for 5 minutes. Virginia seemed like it was going for Trump hard in 2016, and then it just came in hard for Biden at the end. I don't know if you guys or Hillary at the end. I don't know if you remember that, but Virginia. So I expect that's what's going on. That they're still holding on to their call because they assume there are just a ton of votes in DC that are waiting to be counted. Yeah.
Well, it was weird.
I'm sorry I was muted, everybody who's watching and waiting for me to talk. That was my bad.
I was so confused why you weren't talking because I actually called you out at one point and I asked you a question and I was like, okay, I guess Will doesn't want to talk.
No, I've been sitting here trying to. You have no idea how frustrating it is to talk, hear other people talk over me and be like, did I just disappear into the ether? And it's turns out that's actually sort of what happened.
Can we do that?
Your fans will just call you the Quiet Beetle.
Yeah.
So here's another piece of good news for you guys. North Carolina, this is from New York Times Upshot. They have it at 80% likelihood of Trump winning. They have 82% likelihood of him winning Georgia. And Florida's already been called for Trump. So those are three key states.
Nice.
Yeah.
If you have those three, Trump really only needs, his math is he just needs one of those states. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Minnesota. He needs Arizona too. But if you have these, if you have Florida, you have Georgia, you have North Carolina, the likelihood, and Texas, the likelihood you don't have Arizona is pretty low. The only thing I'm worried about with Arizona is that McSally is not a good campaigner, and I don't think she's going to help him at all. I think if anything, she hurts him. How do you guys see that race?
I was talking to a lobbyist that I know, who works in Phoenix, and she was kind of working a little bit of the campaign. She's involved in some of that, and she was even telling me like, I mean, she's not even hopeful. She thinks that she's toast, and that's from one of her own people.
Yeah,
so,
I feel the same way. I think the big surprise in the Senate tonight is going to be John James.
That would be great. That'd be freaking awesome.
That's my prediction.
His army. It's cool. It's whatever.
What
Fine.
do you think, Jim?
Dude, I loved him last time around. I mean, he's a wonderful human being to start with. And to have solid citizen black Republicans out front, especially in the Senate, come on. That's just money.
And
hey, I got one question.
communicator.
Do we have an AO or an eyeball on Cenk Uygur? Because when he melts down, we need that live.
He was
I wish there was
I just
a way
saw
to
him on
bring
the
it
Sargon feed. He was visibly nervous. But I wish, is there a chat? Yeah, okay, there's a chat. I'm gonna dump this in here because dig this.
All right.
This is the best thing.
Let's take a look here.
So this is Henry Olsen, who predicted a Trump loss, and I'm quoting him. There's enough votes in Georgia, Ohio, and North Carolina that I think Trump has a very good shot of winning them all. Not calling it, but the early vote is not strong enough for Biden in Ohio from North Carolina to be sure of him holding off an election day surge. So he thinks it's going to come down to Pennsylvania again.
Which means we're going to be screwed tonight.
Wow.
That's going to make me mad.
Well, this is the tough part about Pennsylvania is they did bank a ton of early vote in Pennsylvania. And we did see today that Pennsylvania had more fraud claims than any other state. I mean, I saw it all day long. I don't know about you guys.
Well, I was there. I was on the ground. I got that video of the poll watcher.
Wait, that was you that filmed that, Will?
Yeah, that was me. I filmed that. That was me.
No shit.
Yeah. I mean, we, basically we had heard that poll watchers were getting tossed out of various places, got an alert that this guy was, that somebody had been tossed out of this particular location. I was with a guy who was a certified poll watcher. He went in to try and go in, and I was ready with a phone to record him when he came out of there. Real simple. And I mean, there was so much interesting people trying to call it disinformation. We had some BuzzFeed reporter being that this is because he actually had the wrong registration. It's no, we had the law right. We had the facts right completely. They were just, I don't think they were really trying to be nefarious so much as they were just a little bit arrogant about what they could do in their own districts. Much of what this was, and it felt was this sort of arrogance, this is our turf. You don't belong here. Even if you're saying this is what the law says, guys, you got to do X, Y, and Z. They just are no, we run things here. That was the vibe I got. More than we're trying to cheat, but you don't get to tell us what to do. You're Republicans. This is South Philly.
See, we know what our team should have done. Guy should have walked in and handcuffed himself to a table and made him call the cops. Right? That's what they would have done. Right? Yep. And it's a great move. Because then you got somebody filming you. You're handcuffed to the table. You got your little thing that says, I'm allowed to be here. The cops show up. They're like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And they look like idiots.
What's Laura Loomer doing?
She lost.
I'll check for you. But I will say this. Somebody's worried about Sean Parnell. And I was just going to say, don't worry about that race. There's 7% of the vote in or something ridiculous. And it's all early vote. So you are not going to get a real read on that race until they start banking the actual election day votes.
Got it.
He's got to win.
Yeah, I think he's just a great candidate. I don't see how he doesn't win, honestly. I really don't. I just made us all bigger on the screen, by the way. I thought that would help. So
wow.
Looking at who did you want? You want to
So
make check on
considerate.
Loomer, right? Let's see here. See how she's doing.
She got blown out.
Did they already call her race? They call it? Let's see. Yep. She got blown out. 38% of the vote is what she got.
That's not bad.
I mean, all things considered, hey.
God.
Hey, dude.
There you go. She ran. I'm not going to say anything bad about it. She ran. She stepped into the arena when others wouldn't.
Hell yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. For sure.
Speaking of which, Robbie, where are you running again? When are we gonna have Senator Starbuck?
You know, I don't know about Senate, but I do know this. I'm being totally serious. What I have thought about here is, okay, so here in Tennessee, we have 2 Democrat districts. Okay, basically one covers Memphis, one covers Nashville. The one that covers Nashville here is about a +5 Dem seat, maybe +6. And the guy's been here forever, Cooper. But we're going to have the ability to redo all of the districts this year. And what I've heard is that it's very likely that district could end up becoming a Republican friendly or competitive district, and that's something that could happen, you know. And if it did, I think that would be an interesting place to run somebody who was maybe Latino, since there's a Latino community and a Black community in Nashville. The
Guy with a ponytail, maybe
somebody who just doesn't fit the normal mold of what you would run in other parts of Tennessee, you know, because maybe somebody
don't ever
could
wear
reach
a
out.
suit. Don't wear a suit. Just don't.
Exactly.
Somewhat bad
or
news.
the black t-shirt suit.
Somewhat bad news. Corey Gardner just lost in Colorado. I guess
I
not that
expected him to
surprising,
lose.
but he got. You know, they've already called it. I think.
Was that their +1 Senate pickup?
That's
that
their
the
first.
only
That's the first Senate pickup we've seen.
Okay.
Yeah, I expected him to lose. I mean, you know, let's counterbalance that and say we got Alabama back.
Right.
You know, they haven't called it yet, but there's no way Doug Jones is winning.
No chance. No chance.
Yeah.
So we're essentially back at 0 with the Senate. You know, we're back even.
Dude, we'll take 0.
Starts in 22. Is that right? They start redistricting in 2022. Is that right? After the census?
Yeah. So there was some talk, actually. That's when it's supposed to happen, is 2022. But there was some talk about possibly being able to do it before then, and I guess the legislature has been going back and forth on if they have the ability to.
Uh-oh.
You got Darth
Robbie.
Vader again. They cut off the internet to Tennessee.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, see, I was about to make the pitch for Nashville as the new capital of the red states of America, but not if they don't have freaking broadband internet. Come on.
Yeah, that's not going to fly.
No.
They got like a generator in the back with a couple of possums.
Right.
All right, Kurt wants in.
Oh, Kurt's back.
Oh, no, it's about to get ugly.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Robbie's
Robbie's
out
gone.
again.
I like this, though.
Robbie's got,
This is.
Robbie's
I mean, I gotta say things look good. Like,
Hey guys,
Schlichter!
guys, the Fox Decisions desk is reporting that Tom's tank top is terrible. What do you think?
Awesome. Are you kidding me? Look at this.
Oh my God!
It's Trump from Commando. This is fucking sick.
All right. I
it's
can live
actually
with
kind of
that.
great. I'm going to have to get one.
Are you
See
wearing
how
Crocs,
tonight goes
dude? Are you wearing
Some of us-
Crocs?
No.
Do you own Crocs? Do you own a pair of
No,
Crocs?
I'm not. I am not a
right.
easily.
You're good. You're good.
So people are
Yeah.
enjoying you showing off your muscles, Tom.
Sorry.
Hey,
Reeboy's going to be naked. Reeboy's going to be naked in like 5 seconds. Don't
I-
He'll be
I
wearing a
don't think
banana
that there's
hammock.
anything
No.
wrong with
I'm
appreciating
yeah.
other men's bodies.
So Kanye, what effect? How many people do you guys think will have voted for Kanye?
Goddamn Green Beret.
No, I heard it's not funny. Did you see when what's her name? Jennifer Aniston tweets at Kanye. She says it's not funny for people to vote for Kanye, and Kanye tweets back, "Neither was Friends."
Right.
Oh, good news. Good news.
All right.
John Cornyn won, which was kind of a given, but you know, with how much the media hyped it up, I just kind of like to see the tears. You know.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's good, but the guy bores me. I mean,
he's totally
what has John Cornyn given us?
Nothing. But I mean,
Did
he's
he
a
vote for our judges? Did he vote for the judges? Yes.
Yeah, but
That's
you
all.
know,
That's your job in the Senate. Then shut up. That's it.
that's a low
Yeah.
bar for Texas.
It
Okay.
is. I will say Texas can do better. I will say that Texas could do better.
Not with all the Californians they're importing.
I still think they could do better. I mean, they just voted for Trump. You could do better than Cornyn. You could. And I don't hate the guy or anything. He is boring, though.
They got Ted Cruz, though. I got to tell you, when Ted Cruz was kicking Jack Dorsey in the nutsack during that hearing, that was the most entertaining thing. I stood up, both Sam and I, my wife and I, were standing up clapping, watching him kill Jack Dorsey and making him shut up. It was beautiful. I mean, that alone right there, one kudos for me for Teddy Cruz.
Yeah. I definitely have grown to admire Ted Cruz more than I ever thought I would.
It's the beard.
In 2016, you know, like if you asked me in 2015, 2016, how I would think of Ted Cruz today, I would not have imagined that I would like him as much as I do.
He looks like the Steve Carell character from Minions or whatever that is. You know what I mean? He used to, but then he grew the beard, and it works for him.
It's a bold move, not dyeing the beard.
He's like Wolverine.
It's a really bold move. Yeah.
Is that your salt and pepper beard there,
look,
Reaboi?
Ted Cruz, look, I may be biased.
It's all white.
And I gave a lot of money to Ted Cruz. I've given more money to Ted Cruz than any other candidate.
Ooh.
Ted Cruz is a fucking appellate lawyer. All right? I'm a trial lawyer. He has a different vibe, and I don't know if he can. We need somebody who is a leader. The politics are just need to be just assumed. Again, no diss on Ted Cruz, but I'm kind of ruthless about this stuff. You've got
Tell
to
us
pick
non-lawyers
the best
what the difference is. What's
An
the
appellate
difference
lawyer
between
is
trial?
an appellate lawyer is very cerebral. An appellate lawyer looks at detail and has careful explanations of why the law, you should interpret the law in such a way. They also don't get laid as much as the guy who gets in front of a jury and freaking gets them to hand him money. Dude, my first plaintiff side jury trial where I won $3,049,912 also ended up with me dating two of the jurors. Okay?
That's true. There's no ethical problems there, are there? That's not. You don't know any ethical obligation to the jurors, especially after the trial.
Was over. The verdict was in.
Right.
But no, it's just
That's not the only thing that was in.
Oh yeah, hey-oh. Much like
Dude,
the bull boy at the Bulwark guy's wife. And anyway.
What are they up to? Anybody check to see what they're saying?
They're probably drinking their shitty Cabernet that they got at Trader Joe's and crying because we haven't lost.
Can you guys hear
me? We're going to win, but we haven't lost.
Yeah.
There's some good news here. In Michigan,
honey, I want you to take a look at Tom Sauer's shirt and judge him.
I am judging him.
Oh God!
All right, I'm feeling exhausted, guys. I'm gonna call it. I'll talk to y'all later. Peace.
Peace out.
I thought I was being patriotic here. I just think America's the best country and other countries aren't as good. And I like this. So
I know you like.
You know, they make shirts with sleeves that say the same thing. I'm just saying
it's
that.
Cardillo!
Hey, Cardillo!
Whoa! Is he on a horse?
Hey.
Did he just ride a horse down the hallway?
No, I didn't. Brian.
No wonder Will left. He's like, oh, you guys. Oh, well, I never. Hey, Cardillo, you were right about
Can
Florida.
you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I am right about.
You're very
guess
well
where I
lit.
am right now.
Oh,
Where?
I'm very well lit. You know why? I'm sitting in Roger Stone's house, and he's going to make a little cameo.
I thought that was Roger's house.
Excellent.
Nice.
Excellent. Good. How is he? How is the big man?
I don't know. I think he's in his bedroom right now. I don't know where he is.
All right. Nice. Good stuff.
Where's everyone else? Well, Robbie's
It comes
wearing my
and goes.
glasses.
I'm back. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
We got you, brother.
So a little bit of good news, okay? So in Michigan,
Hold on, let me get my Wi-Fi out.
your wife.
Tell us your technical failings, man. Hit us, Robbie.
So in Michigan,
Be back.
I am pressing a button.
it appears that in some key counties, like where Flint is, we've got Trump outperforming 2016 by quite a bit, by enough to be really significant. It looks like right now 28% of the vote is in, and across that county, it's touching every part of the county where they're reporting from, and he's outperforming by about 7 points right now.
Where's that?
The county name is Genesee County.
Where the hell is that?
It's where Flint is.
Oh, Michigan. Okay.
Yeah, in Michigan. So this is important. This is a critical.
Yeah.
This is an important one.
What are you looking at, Rob? What are you getting this from?
I'm looking at the data that New York Times has. They've got a good map here that pushes everything in.
Okay.
Yeah, we're at 28% of the vote, and actually, he's outperforming it by even more than that. It just jumped up. More of the vote just came in, and Trump's at 60%. Biden's at 40%, and that's a county that Biden should win, and that vote's going to get closer. But enough of it is in to show that Trump's going to outperform himself from 2016 there.
Hey, Robbie, let me tell you something. You guys can hear me all right. I spoke to Rod earlier, a guy who did West very well. He take Minnesota and Michigan.
Oh, it's dropping out.
What's happened to John? John, we can't hear you. You don't have Wi-Fi.
Hold on, I'm gonna get.
He's got some technical difficulties. Oh, he's gone. Okay, so
I have important news.
Somebody said North Carolina was called for Biden. There's no way. North Carolina is not called for Biden. North Carolina's. If somebody called it, it was an error because North Carolina still has a ton of the vote out, and right now, Trump is plus 1.6, and New York Times just moved him to quite likely to win the state, which is the very next step after that is pretty much he won. So they moved him to 90% likelihood of winning North Carolina. So whoever called that is wrong. It looks like North Carolina is 100% going to go to Trump. And like you said earlier, Marjorie,
hold on. Wait. Go back. You buried the lead. You think North Carolina is going for Trump?
Yeah. It's 90% likelihood right now. The only chance right now, they do a range of estimates. So we're at 79% reported. And right now, the range of estimate of possibilities is Biden plus 0.4 to Trump plus 4. That range shows that it's over 90% likely Trump is going to carry this out. You look at the counties that are still out in North Carolina, and it's the vast majority are places that are friendly to Trump.
Well, we had a giant fox step on their tubing because they were reporting 89% likely for Biden before I got off to do one of my many, many hits.
It's like
North
Fox
Carolina?
is trying to piss everybody off today. I mean, they seem to be looking for the negative in everything.
They are. Fox's exit polls were ridiculous. They said something like, only 13% of the country wanted anything to happen to Roe v. Wade. That just doesn't reflect.
CNN just walked back Virginia.
Yep.
Holy
dude, if
shit!
Virginia flips.
What did I tell everybody on? I told everybody on here that Virginia was called erroneously. So you got the news here first, way before CNN or Fox. Same thing with the states that I called. I called Florida before CNN or Fox. All of these states.
Babe, you watching this?
I'm back in with wireless, guys.
All right.
Oh, Cardillo fucked it up.
Fucked everything up. But listen, what I was saying is I spoke to Blagojevich earlier, who knows the Midwest very well, and he's. I knew you guys.
Dude, you know all the best criminals. I swear to God, you're the best.
I'm about to give you guys the cameo of cameos right now. Hold on, I'm going to turn it over.
The man himself.
Oh shit!
Hey, babe, Roger.
Roger Stone did nothing wrong.
Roger Stone's a damn American hero. There he is.
First of all, let me single out the single best piece I've seen written about the 2020 election by my friend Kurt about the PSYOP that's been run against Americans. The single most incisive piece written about this election. I sent it to many, many, many people.
Roger, I've never wanted to kiss a man more than I do right now.
Today, let's be clear.
Well,
yeah, obviously.
I appreciate your efforts, brother. You are.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's high praise.
It's great to be here with John Cardillo. We've had cocktails, as you might imagine, trying to prepare ourselves for what lay ahead. I'm feeling pretty good about things, although I've just received a report about problems in Ohio. Now, we should be carrying Ohio. We carried it easily last time. John McCain and Mitt Romney, two con men, one of them a traitor, the other one just an asshole. They both lost it. But the president carried ease last time. Really could take it off the swing list towards the end because our margin there never dipped below 5. If in fact we have problems in Ohio, that would be a problem, but these are unconfirmed reports.
Yeah. So, Roger, what do you think is going to be the deciding state tonight?
Very difficult, but I think it is either Michigan or Pennsylvania. But there's an assumption there that everything else goes as we expect it to. John and I believe that the president will win in Florida, despite the fact that his campaign ran no Spanish language radio whatsoever, no urban radio whatsoever, had no absentee ballot chase program. All of those things notwithstanding, the president is very popular in Florida.
Yeah.
And he's the greatest campaigner in American political history. I mean, I loved Ronald Reagan. I loved Dick Nixon, but neither one of those guys could touch Donald Trump in terms of whipping up enthusiasm and engendering a grassroots
energy. Yeah.
I can tell you that Florida's officially called for Trump.
Wait. So hold on. Is it called for Trump?
Yep. We called it an hour ago. Decision Desk called it about 30 minutes ago.
Well, I haven't seen that, but I believe that will be the final result either way. It is really extraordinary because Florida really is a purple state. They poured a lot of money into voter registration over the last 4 years. We poured no. In Florida, we were outspent on broadcast media 4-1, outspent on cable media 6-1, outspent on digital advertising 3-1. I guess Brad Parscale has the money. I don't know, but we reached $1 billion to be competitive. On the other hand, you saw things in this state I've never seen before. For example, the Trump.
Wait, can I interrupt, Roger? It's sour. Tom, is that a tank top?
What do you think? This is Trump as commando.
Okay, I'm back ahead, Roger.
All right.
Pretty good.
Not be making my best dressed list next January.
Last time you saw me, I was in a 3-piece.
Well, that counts, but always dress for the activity in which you're about to engage. In any event, it's good to see you either way.
Thanks, sir.
It is extraordinary, given the fact that Florida has been underfunded, in my opinion, that we didn't spend the money in additional mediums. But I've never seen anything like the indigenous grassroots activities in the state. The Trump boat parades, the flotillas, 3,500 boats, the car caravans in Miami-Dade.
Miles of boats on the intercoastal. You don't see it here. It's unbelievable.
This is the true grassroots response to Donald Trump as a candidate. He's the greatest catalyst in America. He doesn't need a great campaign. All we need is Donald Trump. In fact, he's the best thing about his campaign.
Yeah,
100%. And the Cubans, you got to give credit to my Cubans. My Cubans, they didn't disappoint in Florida.
Robbie, I was at the rally the other night, the midnight rally, and I had gotten some pretty good parts of the campaign, but I thought it was I put it on Twitter, about a half a mile walk for most people. Turned out it was about 2.3 miles to the main lot each way. People walked that in the rain and humidity, and about half of those were Miami Hispanics, vast majority Cuban. So yeah, the enthusiasm was there, man. It was really there.
Dude, it was so humid that night. Was it? Was it not? Oh, brutal.
Oh, Dave, terrible. I was in a blazer. I sweat through it. I didn't realize it. Yeah.
It's very important to understand two things about the Cuban vote in Florida. However, it is a minority of the Hispanic vote. The largest single Hispanic subgroup of voters is Puerto Rican, followed by, I believe, at this point, Colombians. Cubans, which used to be monolithically Republican, in the 70s and 80s, have begun to become more competitive. We win them, but we don't win them with the 80-90% margin we used to, because the younger Cuban Americans have no frame of reference. Fidel Castro, who is that?
Yeah, they don't listen to their abuelas.
Yeah, they don't understand the dangers of communism. For example, in 1996, Cuba went for Bill Clinton over Bob Dole. That was kind of the first beginnings. But I do think we've worked very hard in the Cuban American community, and they have come through for the president based on everything I have seen. My wife is Cuban American, and I can tell you, her entire family are people who fled Castro and communism. They've worked very hard to pull the younger Cubans in. I think that's really worked extraordinarily well tonight.
That's what my whole family's Cuban, and that's what we've all been working on for the last 3 years is the younger Cubans. We lost Roger and
I just love the fact that Roger Stone's married to a Cuban woman too. Now if I can only dress like he does.
I'm telling you, we're the best. So if you remember earlier, I forget who all was here. I was going through the Virginia data and I was like, something's off here. And I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys. Trump just keeps growing his lead and he's outperforming in almost every single county from 2016. So
I'm getting texts from people in Virginia.
Sorry, guys, we dropped you. We're back.
Where they're saying, what the hell is going on here? Trump seems to be moving up. Jim, you're there. What?
I was telling earlier, I was down near a couple of the voting places, flipping ballot boxes and, hacking computers. And I think we may have turned it for Trump in Virginia. If he takes Virginia, this will be insanity. That's the start of a whole new world.
Why do you think Virginia might turn?
Because they called it and now it's been retracted. Wow. And I just saw Loudoun County went for Trump like 55-42. Now, Loudoun's out a bit from Arlington and Alexandria, which are the deep blue ones I live in.
Right.
But it could happen. There's a lot of people who came out who just used to stay home because they never thought it was going to matter. Everybody who was a Trump voter came out, no matter where they lived this time. And even, people who would just stay in their house. Why go vote? Your vote's not going to count. This time everybody knew it was going to count. And that's why we may have a shot at something like Virginia. That'd be so good.
County, like super rich Virginia, like that's the big swamp, all the money, the DC swamp money. Isn't like a lot of CIA folks out in Loudoun County too?
Yeah, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that. Loudoun County was red, but it was trending blue, and then I guess it's pushed back. If this is true.
I think it's important. This is the capital of the Confederacy, once one of the most conservative states in the country. Normally speaking, we would win big in the Richmond suburbs. We would break even in Northern Virginia, maybe win by a little bit. We would clean up in the Tidewater because of the naval and military presence in Virginia Beach and Norfolk. That's changed. The Washington suburbs have gone left as people have left D.C. Now we get shellacked in Northern Virginia. The Richmond suburbs are not as reliably conservative as they used to be. We still win big in the Tidewater and out in the mountain region where mining is important and the fracking issue really hurts Joe Biden. If we were to win Virginia, it would be monumental. It would be a personal repudiation of Terry Pollock, we all know should be in prison. And it would be monumental in terms of the overall outcome of the election.
Okay,
I'm looking at something here that says Dan Gade running for Senate against Mark Warner. And I know Dan, he's an outstanding human being. He's 55.9 to 44.
It's not close. I was just going to say, you look at, I've got a race right here. I'm looking at in Loudoun County, Trump lost it by 17 points. With 98 of 99 precincts reporting, he's beating Biden by 13 points. He's overperforming by 40,000 votes, 39,000 votes.
Pretty considerable.
98 out of 99 precincts. This is the other thing that none of us have talked about. Universities. The kids are not at the colleges throughout Virginia.
True.
Yes.
Yep.
And they had a major voting operation they ran through those universities. That's a big deal. Hillary only won the state. She won the state by 5 in 2016, and it's not like it's a gigantic population,
also important to understand that one of the key reasons that we lost Virginia in 2016 was because Reince Priebus cut all the funding for all campaign operations in the last 2 weeks of the campaign.
He thought Trump was going to lose.
They wrote Virginia off prematurely. It was a giant mistake. You know, Reince Priebus, the guy who recommended Rod Rosenstein, the guy who gave Robert Mueller, that Reince Priebus. In case of confusion. So it would really be monumental if it is true that we have problems in Ohio, but we pick up Virginia. This keeps us in the ball game, in my view.
Yeah. Ohio, I'm very confused, to be honest with you guys, because Ohio is a state I felt probably the best about. And Ohio is just not, we're not seeing the numbers we want to see yet, you know?
That is disturbing. It is possible that the Trump campaign put it in the win column prematurely, didn't put the resources in they should have. Let's be very clear. The Republican Party structure in Ohio is working hard for Joe Biden today.
Yeah.
To John Kasich, the turncoat former conservative who now supports Joe Biden.
He was never a conservative, Republican.
But it never made any difference last time. What you have in these states where the Republican Party structure, let's take Florida, the one John and I know the best. Since the party people here were either for Marco Rubio or Jeb Bush, you remember him, used to be governor. Nobody here is a Jeb Bush person anymore, other than said, I don't know.
The Lincoln Project
in Navarro.
The Lincoln Project spent $125 million to lose.
In any event, what happened was a totally independent, indigenous, grassroots Trump structure, more vibrant, bigger, more active than the Republican Party, rose up in Florida, helping put us across the finish line. That happened in Ohio as well. When the Republican establishment did not go all Trump, an indigenous structure just rose with people who had never voted before, people who didn't consider themselves Republicans but considered themselves Trump supporters. None of them, of course, were members of country clubs, as you might expect.
Yep, 100%. I think, the big surprise we've been talking about is John James. What do you think about John James?
Michigan?
Yep.
If the president wins Michigan, John James will win. John James has been extraordinarily, I think, effective candidate. There's no question that the Trump campaign should have made greater use of the 1994 crime bill, and the fact that Joe Biden is personally responsible for the harsh laws that require the mandatory penalties for first time nonviolent crime of possession of small amounts of drugs. That sounded like a good idea when it was passed in 1994, but it's turned out to be an ignominious social and economic failure. If you're a conservative, you hate the fact that you've spent millions of dollars to house and incarcerate and feed people who aren't violent criminals. You recognize this program has fallen disproportionately on Black people. It destroyed lives, destroyed families. These people belong in drug treatment programs because they're not violent criminals and they don't pose any danger to the American people. The president really, I think, effectively slammed Joe Biden on this issue in the debate. Very, very effective. I think it makes a giant difference. But the key factor here is that in the closing day, endorsements of Lil Wayne, for example, the endorsements of these cultural icons in the Black community, the platinum agenda put forward by Ice-T, the iconic and famous rapper, which, by the way, was originally written by Richard Nixon. We called the program Black Capital. It's almost a complete copy of that very successful program. That's made a difference. And those things have been widely publicized on African-American radio, on urban radio. I really have good feelings about Michigan at this point.
Hey, gentlemen, I got to take off. I will see you guys soon. I will be back.
Don't threaten us. Stop threatening us.
Yeah, same here. We gotta go to business dinner. Nobu. I'll dress better, Roger. Don't worry. I put on a nice shirt.
Good news. Ohio just added a bunch of votes, and it's now a lot closer. We're looking at we're looking at right now 50% Biden, 48.4 for Trump, and there's still 38% of the vote out. So I think Ohio can clean itself up.
The votes are for. If they're from Cuyahoga County, that would not be surprising. But remember, the most rural parts in the southern part of the state, which are the most evangelically Christian and the most conservative, always report late in Ohio. That's just
Yep, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at right now. All those the counties you just pointed out have reported just about half, whereas some of the other counties have reported, quite a bit more. Let's see about Cleveland. Cleveland is a little worrying because Cleveland has only reported 52%, and that's a big hub. That's a spot. But you know what? They're pretty much only counting early vote at this point. They haven't gotten to election day. There, you can tell in their thing because Trump's only at like 15%, which is that's not possible in Cleveland.
Well, again, you have the exact same problem. It's not that we're going to win Cleveland; it's that we have certain vote goals that we have. Cleveland, as you know, has a large Eastern European population. They're conservatives. They understand communism firsthand. Yeah. We just got to get out there with our percentage. I'm not ready to throw in the towel on Ohio. If CNN reports that we're in trouble in Ohio, that means we're not in trouble in Ohio.
Yeah, exactly.
Or Fox today, for that matter. Fox seems to be trying to find bad news everywhere they can.
Fox is terrible right now.
Terrible. Listen, I've got a question. I haven't asked. What do you think the net effect of Black Lives Matter Antifa was on the mail-in vote?
I think it was a negative impact. If we win Minnesota tonight, which I believe we will, if we win Michigan, these Midwestern states, I think the left overplayed their hand. We know they've already said that if we don't have their desired result for the general election, they'll burn America down. But they started the burning prematurely, and what they did in Portland and Kenosha and other places, I think really backfired badly among blue-collar, law and order, gun conservative Democrats who are done with the Democratic Party.
Yep. And you know what?
They need their powder dry.
Because this is a president, if Trump wins, that does not need to run for re-election again. So I think the federal response you will see to burning things down will be much harsher than it was before this election.
I agree.
Biblical.
100%.
And let's be clear, Cardillo and I have a bottle of champagne on ice for later tonight when the president fires Dr. Anthony Fauci and orders the Justice Department.
True story.
Can we add Chris Ray to that, please? Chris Ray at the same time as Fauci, 2-for-1 deal.
I think he's history. I really.
Tomorrow morning, hopefully, Ray's out.
But people ask me every day. It's a fair question where Chris Ray came from, and I think people need to know the answer. Chris Christie, that's where he came from. Chris Christie. So if you're happy about Christopher Ray, find Chris Christie and let him know.
Yeah, personnel needs to be the major improvement.
I'm sorry. How did that guy survive COVID?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a good point. He survived
out of all the people.
Discussion you won't hear on CNN or Fox News. I will say this, couple good things, good pieces of news. So Maricopa County, election day, 167,000 people voted. 70,000 of them were Republican, 35,000 of them were Democrats, 62,000 were other. So no party independents. That's bad for Democrats. That's not what they wanted to see from Maricopa County.
You know, I had a conversation earlier with Sheriff Joe Arpaio, one of the greatest Americans who ever lived. Eisenhower,
around a long time.
And Trump. He assures me he's never seen anything like the Republican turnout in Arizona, not only in Maricopa, but across the state, and that we're going to win there. Sheriff Joe does know his local politics. I'm feeling better about Arizona.
I feel good about Arizona.
I do think we benefited enormously from the endorsement by John McCain's widow of Joe Biden.
Yeah.
People know a pill popper when.
Well, you know, some people think you're joking. I don't think so. I think that the way people saw McCain after how he behaved when Trump was president did a lot of damage to his standing, because there were a lot of people that were willing to say, you know what, I respect the guy for sort of the story that a lot of people had in their heads. But the minute he backstabbed the president, a lot of those people thought that through and said, you know what, I'm going to take a second look at McCain's record. And at that second look, they realized there were a lot of blemishes they overlooked in the first place. Secondary good thing, you talked about Michigan, Roger. In Michigan, you know Macomb County, right?
Do know well.
That's a bellwether for the state. Trump won that county so far with every single precinct reporting at least 50% in that county. He's at 68%. Biden's at 30%.
That's a very, very good sign.
It's a big number.
This is an emulated great victory in Michigan. Reagan did uncommonly well in Macomb, which is large but blue-collar Democratic. It elected a Republican county executive at that time. I think the last time, Brooks Patterson, we've had one. But that would not surprise me. It's a good omen for Michigan.
Yep, and I'm also looking over at John James' race right now with 20% reporting. And again, Michigan has pretty broad reporting so far. I mean, Detroit's a little bit light, but in Detroit, the reporting that is there, Republicans are winning still because of James. James is outperforming Trump in a lot of these places. James is at 60% right now statewide with 20% reporting. That's pretty good. Good start.
Perfect world. If we were able to swap out, for say, I don't know, Senator Mark Warner, for example, illegally leaked the Carter Page FISA warrants and therefore should be charged, that would be a great day, and I pray to God that that happens.
That would be beautiful. I'm with you. Again, we still have the problem in Virginia that they still, all of these major news outlets have it said as if Warner won. Warner's losing by a lot with half the vote counted. He's down a lot, like a lot. And they've pretty broadly reported across Virginia.
Robbie, Will said it before, but I think what's happening is Arlington County is probably coming in late. And Arlington County is going to be all for Biden and all for Warner. So if it's Arlington and Alexandria haven't reported and the rest of the state has or 50% has, that's why they're probably comfortable calling it. Because I looked again, they called Virginia and they called the Senate race, both for the Democrats.
86% of Arlington is reported.
Wow. God, I'd love to be wrong. All right, don't get me wrong. I'd love to be wrong about that.
Alexandria has vote out still. They're at 25% right now, but there's a lot of other places that are in the 20s. But Arlington, Let me see here. Arlington, Alexandria.
I mean, there's not many other big Democrat vote, pockets left in the state.
We got it, Roger. As some people come into the house, we've got to go back down.
All right, thank you guys for jumping on.
Thank you.
See you, Roger. Stay strong.
You're right about Virginia. What you say is encouraging. Remember that these projections are based on selecting key precincts around the state. 1981, when I ran Tom Kaine's campaign against Jim Florio, an executive at CBS called me right after the polls closed and said, "You got blown out. It's a landslide. It's over." I said, "How do you know that?" No votes. Well, we had selected precincts. We won by 1,200 votes out of 2.5 million cast. Remember, NBC says something, it's completely false. It was written in Langley. It's bullshit.
I like tank top sour better. That's my parting thought.
Yep. He looks more professional now.
Very professional.
Very professional.
So a polo shirt to Nobu.
I have a piece of bad news for our side. We all knew it was going to happen, but just putting it out there. Ilhan Omar won, and then John Hickenlooper, he won. I think we talked about that already, but I was just going to throw it out there. Hickenlooper won.
What about the rest of Minnesota?
Huh?
What about the rest of Minnesota?
Minnesota, let me see where we're at. I mean, her race, honestly, is super easy because she has a district. There was no question if she was going to win or not.
I know the district.
Let me take a look at the Senate there in Minnesota. We're looking at, in the Senate right now, let me see who's reporting because they don't have much vote in right now. Yeah, it's mostly Hennepin County is a large part of the vote. Hennepin County makes up most of the vote that is in right now.
Which is all Democrat.
Exactly. Almost all of the vote in right now is from Hennepin with the exception of 3 other small counties. And still, it's 60% for Tina Smith. That's not we'll have to see more of the vote because I don't want to say that's not where they want to be at for Tina Smith, but it's not the overwhelming number I would expect from Hennepin County. I would expect it to be a little bit, them to run that up a little more.
I'm just going to say Hennepin Avenue is a place where you could probably buy any illegal substance in the planet. Minneapolis thing. Yeah, exactly. Including marriage papers for your brother or whatever else you want.
Yep. I think there might be somebody in Congress who did that.
I don't know. I think it's racist.
Yeah. Totally racist.
Interesting. I'm always fascinated by these things. I'm looking at the map now of Minnesota, and it's interesting. I've seen several of these places on these maps when it's like a very concentrated dark blue region, like Austin or Houston or whatever. Yeah. And always every time, right next door is a red county. Yeah. I guess that's where all the people who make the city work live. So south of Minneapolis is Dakota County, which went 60 to 38% for Trump.
I want to make a point real quick to our viewers here. This is a really good example of why our media is so terrible. We've been ahead of them at every turn, goofing off on live stream together, talking about what's going on, okay? We're at the point where we called Florida an hour and a half ago. There's no question he won Florida. There's literally zero question. There's no way under the sun Biden can win Florida. The only place that seems to agree is New York Times, who still has resisted calling it solely because they're trying to help the news networks keep their ratings going. They have people on CNN and on MSNBC and on Fox News pretending that there's a race in Florida. There's not. There's literally no Democrat vote left. Everything left is in the panhandle. It's done. And it's not even close. And even without those panhandle votes, Trump is in the lead, even without it. So, it's kind of a joke. But I hope people get that media literacy gets so much better through this election, seeing the media, the pollsters, the Democrats get crushed a second time. That it wasn't a unicorn. It's the fact that these people suck at their job.
They're very, very mediocre at best. I mean, it's pretty remarkable, and I think you can say a lot of the same about folks you encounter in government, civil servants.
Yep.
So many of them. It's like one of the things we have this idea that we got to put them on a pedestal just because they're on TV and they're wearing a nice suit or something, and it's like so many of them are really, really mediocre at their jobs.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Hey, guess what? MSNBC just conjectured that black voter suppression is going on in Philadelphia, which is something that I predicted. I think you could have seen it. I think it was 2 months ago. I said just watch Philadelphia because they're going to allege voter suppression of blacks there, and here we go.
That's not the only thing. When they go back to all this, the voter suppression line is going to get used over and over again. But the funny part of it is, we're going to be looking at an election that was one of the turnout-wise, one of the best of all time. So you gotta pick your poison there. Either it was great turnout or there was voter suppression. You can't have mass, you can't have mass voter suppression and have great turnout. It doesn't work that way.
No, you can target. You can micro-target in your voter suppression only black people if you're really sneaky and racist. And we've got the new high-tech racists
controlled by Democrats.
Right.
That's how good we are.
Yeah.
That's how good white supremacists we are, that we can micro-target them. Not just microaggressions. We micro-target them with voter suppression.
We body snatched a bunch of
It's
Democrats.
literally the only thing we're good at. We're good at that and racism. Sexism.
Yeah.
So,
Islamophobia.
All the isms. All the isms.
What's interesting is in Michigan right now, they just updated their results, and in the two largest counties, John James is actually underperforming Trump. I didn't expect that. It's kind of early, but that's strange. The other thing I was going to say that's good news is that the Times has pushed North Carolina into the very likely territory for Trump. So that's pretty much, we're at the point where we can pretty much guarantee Florida, Georgia, North Carolina are in the range where 90% or more likelihood they're Trump states. Florida, we can confirm for sure, but Georgia and North Carolina are leaning that direction hard. Madison Cawthorn won his congressional race in North Carolina. He'll be a 25-year-old congressman, and a badass one at that, I think. I think he'll do a good job. That's a good win for us, I think. I think that's a good win, and I think the way North Carolina is trending now, we're looking at a probably 1.5 to 2 point Trump win in North Carolina.
Good enough. What was the polling on that? How big a flip is that from the?
You know what? That's a really good question. I'm going to look at that while you guys are talking. I'm also going to tell you before I start looking at it, there was a massive shift in the betting market over the last 45 minutes. It is now to be next president. Trump is at odds. He's at 65%. Biden is at 34% in the betting markets. So they flipped. Another thing I told people this morning before any voting started is I said, we're seeing a reaction in the stock market that is not them reacting to them thinking Trump is losing. The reaction we saw today was that they were pretty sure Trump was going to win. While hedging a tiny bit for violence and unrest, because I think everybody's a little nervous about Pennsylvania. But to be honest, I'm not sure we're going to need Pennsylvania. You know, that's something I'm not positive. So while I'm looking at, what did you ask me to look for?
The poll shift from the polls to the final.
I'm going to look for the poll shift. You're going to take over, Jim, for a minute because I'm going to go grab a drink real quick. I'm going to go get some whiskey.
So
you're taking over for a minute.
Hey, I'd just like to figure out now, if we're going to do Starbuck TV from now on, all right, I'd figure I get to be Greg Gutfeld.
Okay.
You guys are fighting. You guys are fighting. Robbie's the anchor because he's doing a tremendous job. He actually sounds like a news guy. It's kind of disconcerting.
I feel like I'm doing a pretty
He's
good job.
keeping this shit tight.
Job.
Yeah, right.
Knowledge. It's amazing.
Tell me this. Yeah.
So
it's allowing me to blaze and just sit back. I'm just listening, and you know, it's good. It's good. It's good TV.
Hey, real quick, yeah. I don't know, did you guys talk about this earlier? I am enjoying this tweet from Cenk Uygur from 4 hours ago. Quote, I've looked at the polls 1,000 different ways, and this election is beyond over. Joe Biden has an easy path to 335, but what a lot of people aren't considering is that polls could be wrong in Biden's direction, in which case it becomes an epic humiliation for Donald Trump.
Dude, we have to get his live reaction. I swear to God.
Yeah, we called God. Tell him to talk to Roger.
And get Cenk on there, whatever. Do we get mispronouncing his name?
I don't know.
I'm curious. I mean, because whose names are we allowed to mispronounce now?
It's Cenk? It's Uygur, right?
It's Uygur or something. I don't care. Weiger.
Whatever.
Is he related to Uygur?
The Young Turks on where? On YouTube. All right, let's see what's going on here.
They're still on?
The stream.
That's still the thing?
Live coverage. Let's see what they're saying.
Because, I mean, that was the best meltdown of 2016. There was nothing better. CNN was fun, but watching him blow his own mind, and especially now that he's made this asinine prediction, you know, it's one of those things I always say. Make the bold prediction, because nobody remembers the ones you got wrong, but if you get one right, you can be a hero. He's forgetting the fact that he's such an ass clown that we're all watching, knowing he's going to screw up, and just waiting to pounce and seize upon his stupidity.
Dude, his forehead is shiny. He is nervous.
His forehead is shiny.
No, it's true.
Read him, Dave. Read him. Read him like this is lie to me.
No.
What are his micro gestures right now? Is he twitching? He's got one eye going?
He has very. I mean, look, I don't know how he looks normally. I don't watch the show, but he's doing a lot of looking down and closing his eyes, and he just looks dead. He does not look happy.
So good. I'm trying to figure out whose reaction to the loss I really want to watch, because I think I'm at the point where I'm calling it for Trump. You know, I mean, I just don't see a loss coming out of this with what's already happening. Trump would have had to drop someplace or something go upside down, and everything's going our way. Yeah. So, you know, things don't change like that. You know, we're one country this year. There are states and there are state lines and that stuff, but we're one country, two camps, and our camp is pulling its weight. Our team is pulling its weight. And for anybody out watching here, you're the kind of people who made that happen. You're the crazy bastards who knew we could do this. So keep doing it.
Oh, and also, this is good. So all the comments, I'm watching that same live stream on Young Turk, and like all the comments, people are like paying money, doing super chat. And so
Super chat, yeah.
2020 landslide. Here's $5, asshole.
I just worth getting in.
Yeah,
I just heard that Jake Tapper is alleging a disinformation campaign in Florida.
Of course, obviously.
Come on.
What's
Is it
going
the
on?
Russians or the Chinese?
Putin.
Over here, so I was reading Cenk Uyghur's tweet from earlier. Basically says that he says, I've looked at the polls 1,000 different ways, and this election is beyond over. Joe Biden has an easy path to 335. But what a lot of people aren't considering is that polls can be wrong in Biden's direction, in which case it becomes an epic humiliation for Donald Trump. And then Dave went over to his YouTube channel where he's doing his live stream, and he looks all sweaty and nervous.
Oh, hold on a sec.
Oh.
Lindsey Graham won his race.
Good.
That was actually one that people were worried about.
Stop it, Dave.
I know this is not super crazy good news to everybody, but for the sake of keeping the Senate, and Harrison was not a terrible candidate. If we're being real, he had a lot of money behind him.
Right.
He raised more money than anybody else.
He was a filthy communist, right?
Yeah, but I mean, he was hiding it though.
Yeah. Well, they all do. All right,
Look,
so I think we need to.
He raised. Hold on a second.
Who are we holding?
He raised. It's absurd.
Oh man, this is awesome. Mark Caputo. We must have gotten obliterated by Hispanics. Defund the police killed us, says top Miami Dem, citing a BLM backlash. Waving Che Guevara flags, even though it was just a few, gets a lot of attention in a community that sees him as a symbol of totalitarian butchery.
Yeah, no shit.
Booyah, motherfuckers.
I told all these idiots this and they didn't listen. That's epic. So Jamie Harrison, he raised over $60 million.
Wow.
Over $60 million in that race. Another one, Amy McGrath, $88 million, and she lost within seconds.
Wow.
But that's great. The best part about that is that's not money that goes to other candidates who might win. So I love when they do that.
Donald Trump won Kansas.
Okay. No, but what's great here, so I'm over on the Young Turk YouTube stream that Dave pulled up. I started looking at the comments, and everyone's just trolling the shit. Well, not trolling, just harassing them. People are paying. Here's one paid $5. Trump 2020 landslide base Patriots. Enjoy $5, losers.
We need you just trolling them for the rest of the show.
Oh God.
Okay, so I'm still looking into the difference between polling. You know what? I'm gonna look real quick. North Carolina polls. Let's go to 538 because 538.
I gotta roll. I'm late. Got a 7:30 res at Nobu. So
how could you do that on election night? What is wrong with you?
It's
okay. So
you know what? Can you tune in from your phone? I want to see some people. If you're there, if it gets crazy, I want to see the reactions of the Nobu crowd when this shit melts down.
It's actually pretty red. I mean, Newport Beach is a red.
Okay. Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
That's true.
So, that's why I love it here.
Hey, anyway, you live in Newport, right?
Yeah, Corona Del Mar. Yeah, Newport Beach.
So before my wife and I moved to LA and then now moved to Tennessee, we lived in Huntington Beach. You know where where Main Street is? So like those gated communities kind of behind Main Street. We lived over there.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
that's
it's nice.
where we had our first kid.
Nice, dude. Yeah, it's nice here. We went to Palmer Lucky's fundraiser in Newport Beach. That was a good one a few weeks ago. It was a blast.
Yeah.
But
I saw the photos.
It was good, man. It was good. But the thing is like here, it's got all the good parts of California, the weather and beach and all that stuff, but it's like without any of the bullshit. It's good.
Have fun. Okay, so who asked about North Carolina?
I'll hit you guys up from the restaurant.
All right. See ya.
Who asked about the North Carolina spread? Okay, so here we are. I have the polls. So first we're going to go to where we're at right now. According to New York Times, the range at which Trump is at, with 84% of the vote, it's going to land somewhere between 1.5 and 3 plus 3 for Trump. Okay, they're past 95% likelihood. He's basically won the state. They just haven't announced it yet. And going back to the polls, SurveyMonkey had Biden +8, +4, Ipsos had Biden +2. Morning Consult had Biden +5. They're not even close. They're not even close.
We went like +4 or 5 over polling in Florida.
Wow.
And +6 or 7 over polling in North Carolina.
I'll be, let's pretend it's the Biden +2 poll, okay? Because that's the highest rated poll is a Biden +2. We still are looking at a 4 to 5 point overperformance over the polls. So extrapolate that and then look at Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and you're looking at a different story.
You're looking at a major league win with all of those, maybe. I mean, all of those are inside that margin.
You are 100%. They're within the margin of error there. You look at,
let's start saying not Trump overperformed. Let's let the pollsters underperform as they all look for jobs in January.
So
right? Industry collapses.
Let's look at something else too, though. Let's go back and look at the Senate race between Graham. Okay, so we just had Harrison had a poll where he was +6. Graham had one +2. This is from 538. So these are the polls they used in their, to get their averages. Harrison had a +2 poll from Morning Consult, which is a B-rated pollster, which is pretty good by their standards. That's actually their highest rated poll is the Morning Consult that had Harrison +2. So we're looking at a reality though right now where in the Senate we have, let's see how that race ended up. Because I didn't see what the percentage was yet. I just saw he won. I got that call. So we're looking at in South Carolina, it's not close. It's not close. They don't have the final margin yet, but it's definitely going to be a hell of a lot more than 1 or 2. So we're looking at another 5 to 6, 7 point poll mistake. You can't even call it a mistake at this point. I mean, what would you call it?
I would call it an inability to poll this country in any meaningful way these days.
Yeah.
Because our team's not going to talk to anybody.
Yeah.
And good. I mean, we're screw those guys. For the same reason we talked about the media being incompetent.
Yep.
What we have is a media industrial complex that includes the left, and all of them are such decrepit degenerates that our team has just written them off and we won't interact with them.
Yeah.
And I don't think you can anymore count on the ability to say, oh, well, we're going to look at the electorate and we're going to talk to this and we've tweaked our models. You can't.
Yeah.
Because the answer from us is fuck you. Right?
Yeah.
You can't poll fuck you.
Well, so they have no intention of reflecting, what the truth is. It's all manufactured. It's all. Yeah. I mean, I don't even think they want it. I mean, what will they after what we've seen over the last 4 years? Where will they stop? What would to them say? You know what? Let's leave Trump. I mean, if you believe that they actually believe 50% of what they've said about Trump all this time, shit, man, join a terrorist group, commit murder. It would be justified. I mean, if you really think that he's a fascist.
That's where they're at mentally. And I think what it's going to take, to your point, is that everyday Democrats are going to have to leave in numbers that scare the leadership off and the donors off enough for them to go, oh shit, we have to do something.
But it won't, because interestingly enough, I think one of the great kind of rules of thumb of American politics is Democrat donors are to the left of the Democrat voting base, and Republican donors are also to the left of the Republican voting base.
Yeah, true.
So you have all the so you have all the Democrat donors pushing them further and further left. I mean, that's what's happening. That's what this you saw that crazy chart. That was the donors to Trump and Biden versus, by profession.
Yeah.
And I mean, amazing, but those are the donors. Those are the people, they're more responsive to, to trial lawyers. And the huge, my favorite one was the huge blue circle of like admin people. It's just like administrators.
Yep.
What the fuck is that?
Well, it's all the soft skills. In the military,
right.
You got the hard skills and the soft skills. It's the same in the rest of the world.
Yeah.
Hey, here's
we
a couple
have
things I think.
Congressman in Florida just announced, Byron Donalds. He is going to be. He's an exciting candidate, young, crazy smart, young black guy. He's got a beautiful family. He's somebody Democrats, again, they discounted his ability to win the race he just won.
Oh, really? Whose ass did he kick?
I got to go back and look at who he was running against. But I will say this, I think that the Democrats really discounted what happened with the black and Hispanic community. Mm-hmm. And that's going to be a big talk going forward, because it may not be this like 60-point swing, but it's a swing that they didn't notice, they didn't believe, and they kept saying isn't real. And beyond that, they also insulted the people by saying you're a coon if you're black and you're Republican, or I get called all kinds of names for being Latino and being Republican. I mean, everything except for being a child of God. So they missed this. And that's something they're going to have to come to terms with over the coming weeks, because I really think we're in a great position right now. I mean, Trump really basically, if he's got Georgia, he's got North Carolina, he's got Florida, he needs Arizona and one more state up there, whether it's Michigan, Pennsylvania, whatever it is. He's in a stronger position than Biden is right now, in my view.
By far. Now, here's a couple of things that are shaken out, though, to what you said, Robbie, is I think what happened, regardless of the outcome, and I think it's going to be good, but we broke the lock on the gates of the Dem plantation, all right? And blacks and Hispanics escaped. And who was it? It was the productive class of both of those groups. It was the entrepreneurs, it was the cops, it was the hardworking people of each one of those groups who had a family, who had something to lose, who watched the riots, they watched the businesses get destroyed. Yeah. They saw all this happening, and they're like, that's not what I want. I need my stuff. What if you destroy my house? What if you destroy my business? Who's the one who's stopping me from working? Who's the one who's letting me work? They did all the math on those things, and they figured out, I'm a fucking Republican. I'm definitely not a Democrat. And that's a huge shift that they're going to have to deal with, because once the gates on the plantation broke down, now they get to choose based on self-interest, not on the straw man Republican that they've been running against, which is a racist white guy pushing grandma off the cliff. That guy doesn't exist. That's not the Republican Party anymore.
We have a flip. Tommy Tuberville, former coach of Auburn, has flipped the Alabama Senate seat from Doug Jones.
Nice. So now we're back to even, right?
We're back to even. So this is, everything is, honestly, I would love to say, hey, we have one piece of bad news. I wouldn't love to, but I mean, I'd feel more fair. But honestly, I'm not seeing any bad news, really. Everything's looking good. It's in the lead now in Pennsylvania, by the way. With
too weird, though. I don't. Yeah, but there's so much shenanigans going on and all the mail-in ballots and stuff.
Don't get me wrong. They're going to pull some shit in Pennsylvania. That's the one state I feel pretty damn confident they're going to pull some shenanigans.
Yeah, and that's good, because we got our team watching. That's where our best lawyers are.
Yep.
So our Republican team.
We knew this was coming.
Yeah. Well, let's go back to the media, though, because here's the thing. Yeah. What they did with the polling and the Democrat media complex is they decided that they had to kill Trump, and they didn't care what they did. So they took off their usual, maybe we shouldn't go completely batshit crazy and do whatever. And they were like, no, because Trump's that evil that we're supposed to use anything we can. So they decided they would push all their chips in to kill Trump. And now if he doesn't go down, they're stuck with that as their record, because it's on the record. And everybody saw it, and it's going to come out that Hunter Biden goes to prison, that Joe was involved. All this stuff's going to come out that they were trying to hide. And the same with the social media companies. Everything they did to try and stop this. If Trump's in for 4 more years, we are going to raise Silicon Valley flat. And I'm going to salt the earth so that nothing rises from there but death and destruction.
I hope so. I hope so, man, because this is our one shot. If Trump wins, we have 4 years. If he does nothing, if he sits on his ass, if Republicans in Congress sit on their ass and don't do anything about this, I mean, we've got the list. Who's gone? I don't know if we talked about this before. They got Jesse Kelly today. They got Courtney Holland. Twitter did. They got Big League Politics. They got Bannon's War Room. All these. I mean, I'm sure they've got a bunch more of larger accounts, but all these are, at least 100,000. And for them to be swiping 100,000 accounts like it's nothing is, I think we're going to see some. I think we're going to see a lot more aggressiveness from Silicon Valley.
Yep. Hey, by the way, any viewers have questions for Dave or Jim? Go ahead and type the questions in, and
shit! There's a chat. Oh, hey.
You didn't know there was a chat?
No. Hello, folks.
Oh, there's been thousands of comments.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just see a private. I see a private chat, and I'm thinking, like, who the fuck cares about us?
No, you go to comments. Go to comments.
Yeah, now I know.
You might not have voted all the way since you weren't doing it, but I will say this: you did miss out on a lot of people who were saying really terrible things about Dave. There was a lot.
Good.
That was me. That was mostly my sock puppets. I'm just going to be honest.
Really?
The other day, I had to tell someone the story about Glenn Greenwald's sock puppets, which is like old deep cuts style shit. I mean, this is the stuff we go back in the blogosphere, Jim.
We invented the blogosphere.
Yeah, back to the day. You know what I thought was interesting? You know who had something fascinating to say? There was a piece at the Federalist from Ben and Emily about the sort of podcasters, right? Yeah. They call them the new
contrarians.
Yeah, and the most interesting one was Shadi Hamid, who made a reference to Qatar funded Shadi Hamid, who is an interesting guy anyway. I think he's actually kind of honest and pretty okay as far as he goes. But he was like, we need a return to the early 2000s blogosphere. And he made some. He's right because actually at the same time,
you own your blog. The problem with Twitter and Facebook and the rest of this shit is we're publishing and making them money instead of publishing on our own sites and driving traffic to them.
Yep.
Right.
That's exactly it.
And also the people, the other point, Kyle, our friend Kyle Scheidler at the American Mind this week dealt with the same point, where it's like that shit was better because most of the people writing it had things to say. Now the people who are promoted, most of the people who go on Fox News, there are big exceptions, but most of the regulars on Fox News who have these platforms are just generalists who talk about the optics, and they don't have a deep knowledge of any particular one thing. I mean, the blogosphere was great because you had people who were in a niche and they knew about that thing, and that's what they wrote about. And it's like, some maritime shit happened somewhere out in near Iran. I'm gonna go to my fucking maritime bloggers.
Yeah, you go to Commander Salamander. Because he knew about all that stuff. See, that's a great idea because not only did we invent that shit, we know how to do it again, and we need an escape. We need a Galt's Gulch for the online media. That's actually what we're doing, is let's take the productive people off Twitter, off Facebook, and any of these other platforms, and stop making Zuckerberg and Jack Dorsey rich. He's got enough peyote, that freaking meth head homeless loser.
Yeah.
What the hell was going on with this?
So this is what Dave Rubin was trying to do with locals, which is actually getting to be successful. I'm going to have to go back to updating my to kind of filling out my page, but that was his plan, which is kind of like a Patreon that you own that is not Patreon because Patreon is full of is run by bastards. I know that Sargon of Akkad is doing his own thing. It comes out this week. His own site where he will own and he won't be dependent on YouTube and stuff like that, which is great. But look, I mean, they almost took down BitChute, the YouTube alternative, and all they have to do is, I mean, it's like, okay, so you go, you make a website, okay, well, MasterCard takes from you the capability to charge. And then PayPal takes the ability for you to, take payments. And then your fucking ISP takes, rips that away from you. And I mean, that's not freedom.
But that's not freedom. So then we need to make a pact. Go ahead, Robby.
There's a bad piece of news real quick for Biden. He's running 6 points behind Hillary in Milwaukee County.
I didn't know she was running.
From 2016. You know, that would be devastating for him if he's legitimately 6 points behind, and that sticks. We're at, let me see, we're at around 38% of the vote in from Milwaukee County, and he's 6 points behind. That sticks. That's really bad for Wisconsin. And Trump is running ahead. Even Nate Cohen at the New York Times says that ominous sign for Biden. Trump's running ahead of his 2016 performance in Trumbull County with nearly all of the vote counted. Again, you know what's interesting here is we're looking at Arizona. We may be looking at a scenario where Trump loses Arizona but wins Michigan and Pennsylvania and Ohio.
And Wisconsin. Let's win Wisconsin. Come on, that's my state.
And maybe
those are my people.
No, that's actually where I was going next because of this Milwaukee. If this Milwaukee number sticks, that's tough. And then you look at Racine County right now with over 30% reporting. Trump is leading by 17 points. He won Racine by 3 points in 2016. So again, you know, that's those should be concerning for Democrats right now. They're looking at those numbers. We may be looking at a totally different map than we did in 2016, where Trump, he just barnstorms through there, that whole area, and the West Coast gets a little more blue by adding Arizona, because Arizona's numbers don't look amazing to me. I'll be really honest. It's the one state I've been saying for a long time I don't feel awesome about, and McSally's just a bad campaigner. I'm sure she's a nice person, but she's a bad campaigner. And in Maricopa County, Biden's he's doing what he needs to do. So 73% of votes are reported there. It is mostly early vote, so pretty much everything from here on out is election day voting. But it's possible Trump loses Arizona and then he takes on these areas. I don't know. I don't know what to take from Arizona, honestly, because I don't know what the election day vote's going to look like.
Well, it's going to be better than the stuff they've already got. So
yeah,
it may still pull out. But that would be even better. Okay, I don't want to lose Arizona, but if we could take away, because here's the thing, the upper Midwest should not be a Democrat stronghold once they decided they hate blue-collar workers.
100%.
Once they made that their platform, then the upper Midwest should be death to Democrats.
Yeah.
And okay, you know, and the thing is, Milwaukee is one of the places that has done the most voter fraud. The most actual cases of proven voter fraud have been in Milwaukee County. They used to slash the tires of Republican vehicles. You know, I mean, they're just pretty bad. So if you can't even cheat and do that in Milwaukee County, then good. Let's bring my cheeseheads home. Come to the right side. Come to the right.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. I'm looking at these numbers. They just, I like to be a realist with people, and I like to say, hey, don't get ahead of yourself. Don't be, but I'm going to be really honest. I don't see terrible warning signs anywhere where I'm like, oh shit, everybody keep their eyes on this. I'm still, one of the things I'm most confused by still is Virginia. I don't understand what the hell is happening in Virginia. It's not making any sense to me at all. Ohio is also a little strange to me in terms of what I've seen so far. There's still 25% of the vote out. You know what's weird is we're not getting a clear picture from states on how much of their vote that they have banked in right now are early vote and how much of it is not. Because there's one area I'm concerned about in Ohio, Delaware County, which is a suburban area. Trump won that county by 16 points in 2016. He has a 5-point lead right now. I don't like that. I don't like the looks of that at all. That's not good, and they haven't called Ohio. So that's if I could give one piece of, hey, keep an eye on it. I am a little bit concerned about what's coming out of Delaware County. It depends how much of that vote is early vote, how much of it is not. I'm trying to get an update right now on how much they have got so far banked in there. So I'll let you guys know that, but I wanted to give a quick update on that. There's going to be a lot of updates soon because a lot of votes are flying in right now.
You ever take any broadcast training, Robbie?
Zero.
You're a fucking stud, man. You're good at this shit.
0.
I'm just gonna sit back here and sharpshoot.
Where's your better half tonight?
Well, we were gonna treat, but we have 3 kids, so they don't like to go to sleep too early. So they're literally there. You know, she's trying to get them to bed.
Sam's up making jewelry. She's got a new hobby, man. She makes jewelry. It's pretty cool.
Okay.
You got an echo coming from somewhere.
Oh, that's me. I took off the headphones.
Oh, way to go, dude. You're ruining the whole thing for everybody.
I got tired. I've been doing this for hours.
Yeah, dude.
Get to work.
Get in-ear monitors, man.
All right, so Delaware County, you know, it's a little concerning because Trump did win. He's winning the county. 98% of the votes are reported there, though, and he's only winning it by 5. He should have a much larger lead than that. That's a 9-point drop from 2016. That's the first piece of bad news that I'm gonna have to give people tonight is that in Cleveland,
Dude, the Chinese markets are tanking.
Really? Okay, that's a good sign. That's a really good sign.
That's fun. That's just fun too. Because screw them.
Yeah.
Fuck you guys,
Yeah.
Wuhan.
That's a really good sign that China's markets are tanking. I'm going to actually look at that on another screen because I didn't even think about that. That's another good indicator to look at. And people laugh, but like this is what people with a lot of money are looking at. You know, I told people, you know, for a few weeks now, don't look at polls. Look at a couple things. Look at registration and look what rich people are doing. Okay. And you keep your eyes on that. That's your eyes on the price. So, you know, I saw Bloomberg actually, they tapped into this a few weeks ago and they also said, hey, start looking at these registrations. Republicans have gained in registration since 2016 in Pennsylvania, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, all these places.
Yeah.
And that's
obviously Pascal spent some of that money on voter registration and not all of it went up his nose.
Yeah.
I mean, at some level. Or into his boats.
It had to go somewhere, you know. So, you know, looking at that, that's the only concerning county I would give people like, hey, you know what? Ohio might not be a blowout. It might be pretty close, but I do think that Trump is still going to win here. But he's not overperforming in the way that he was in Florida. In Florida, he overperformed some areas in a really positive way. But here, you know, that's a little concerning. And then in the city, I don't see him doing what he did in, say, in Milwaukee. What I see happening in Milwaukee is that Trump picked up a little bit of black vote and that Biden does not have enthusiastic support. In, say, Cleveland, Biden's getting the number he needs to get, or that he wants to get, I should say. But, you know, Ohio, so that's why they haven't called Ohio. So to be fair, they shouldn't have called Ohio yet because we need to see what else rolls in. The other thing that people need to understand is when you look at these maps and they say estimated votes, they don't actually know how many votes are coming in. So if they say 97% and it's really actually only 94% that has been counted, that's actually a big deal. So in these rural areas of places like Ohio, if they're at 98% reporting and in reality they're actually at 93% reporting, that can be the difference in the race.
Hey, you know what I want to see too? The other thing I want to see is how many red people came out to vote in blue states.
Yes.
So like New York State and California yet. But I mean, New York's done. So I'm trying to look up and see what they got, you know, what was the popular vote? Because I'm sure Trump got crushed. But compared to 2016, what was the percentage of popular vote you got in places like that? Because that's where we're going to find out, you know, whether we actually made inroads countrywide. Yep.
So I'm looking at something interesting I wanted to see in North Carolina. So Trump is at 49.8%, Biden's at 49%, and then you flip over to the Senate race. And in the Senate race, we have Tom Tillis at 48.4, Cal Cunningham at 47.3. So it looks like the Libertarian Shannon Bray is going to be the difference in that race, which is strange because you wouldn't think that she'd be taking from Cunningham. Maybe she's taking from Tillis. I think she's kind of taken from both because Tillis is underperforming Trump and Cunningham is underperforming Biden. But Cunningham is underperforming by more than Tillis is. So I think that if that seat's safe, then we are good in the Senate.
Which matters a ton. Because I mean, even if somehow Biden wins and they got the House, if we got the Senate, there's only so much they can do.
Yep.
No, because Mitch McConnell is an assassin.
Yep.
I mean, let's face it, the turtle, cocaine Mitch, he's the man.
Yep. Exactly. I always like looking at that, who's overperforming, underperforming in the Senate races. So Perdue's at 55% right now in Georgia, and Trump is at, let's see here where Trump's at in Georgia. He is at 55. So they're pretty much running even, Perdue and Trump. That's good. That's positive.
Like New York State was about the same in 2016 as far as percentages for popular vote. So it doesn't look like Trump picked up much in the way of votes there.
Yeah. I don't think so. I don't think we'll know for a while. I don't think
they're not all out. The popular vote, we're going to have to wait until all the counting's done because they're calling them as soon as they know, raw numbers.
Chinese yuan falling faster than Kamala's panties. That's a tweet.
My microphone muted out. I don't know if I mentioned I may actually decide to run for Congress. So,
you're fucking stupid, man.
It's weird.
I'm sorry. I have to tell you. I mean,
just cut out sometimes on this, and I can't hear things.
Well, I'm sorry. I was just saying, don't run for Congress. Run for I don't know, but
movie studio.
Yeah, do something like that because
man, Starbuck films, in Nashville horse country, man.
I mean, it's tempting. I have a little bit of insight into that.
Hold on, is Starbuck your actual name, or do you have a?
Oh my goodness! So I
don't know.
It's a long story. Yes, it is my real name, but I'll say this. It's actually a funny story for a different time. Because we have time. Not Robbie Moonshine because it could have been. That was the other option.
So it was what you got changed at Ellis Island. I mean, you guys floated over on the boat and you hit Ellis Island, and they're like, "You got to change your name because that Cuban stuff is too tough for us to pronounce."
So my mom got to pick our first names. Okay, our dad, who maybe drank a little too much, got to pick our other names.
And loved 80s sci-fi?
No, it's actually worse than that. Because I like Battlestar Galactica. No, so he was drinking at a park, and he apparently saw a male deer, buck, okay? And he looked at the stars and came up with Starbuck. The other option was Moonshine because the moon was shining. My sisters are Starshine, Starlight, and Sunshine.
So last names.
Yeah. So, they're married, so no. They're married, so no. Now they have, their married names. But yeah, so interesting stuff.
I would make up the story about how we built the raft in Cuba and out of the barrels and everything. We paddled up, and there was a new Ellis Island at Key West, and they made us change our name. And the guard was a big Battlestar Galactica fan, so they forced us to change it to Starbuck.
I'll come up with a new name. I'll come up with a
great name.
I'll come up with a new story for the name.
There you go. All right. Well, you can use that one.
I want to say sorry. One of our viewers, Lori Flynn, she lost her husband to the virus May 25th, and she said China should go to hell. And we're with you, Lori. China should and can go to hell. None of us really have much use for China.
That's terrible. Sorry to hear that.
Many markets have jumped to 75% for Trump, by the way.
Whoa. How do we? Can we?
We've got a loser alert.
Kurt's back.
Schlichter is joining the chat.
Oh, you mean people!
Hey, we can't see your face. We can only hear your audio.
Are you wearing a tank top and you're hiding from us? Is that what it is?
No, I'm wearing a thong.
Wait. You know what? Dave said not to run for Congress. Let me show you something. Hold on a second.
All right, tell me.
I gotta get my face on there, man. Oh,
I'm not sure about that.
This is most.
Dude, we're dropping viewers. You know,
Seriously,
they want to see your face. They were like, "Where the fuck is he?"
I can wear a suit jacket with the best of them. Okay.
Oh
right.
my God!
Yeah. You wear the black blazer and the T-shirt, and you're always good.
Yeah, exactly. And I won't wear the glasses because the glasses, you know, like I just feel like glasses don't always win elections, you know. So I'm just gonna lose the glasses.
You look like you got divorced last spring and moved into a condo in Marina del Rey.
Okay, no. It was actually funny, I'm gonna admit. But we need people that can fight the AOCs in Congress, and we don't have them right now. We also need people who understand technology, and we have like nobody who understands technology on our side in Congress. We have maybe like 10 people. Everybody else is like 90 years old, and they probably have their grandkids open their text messages for them and blow up the text size. You know?
All right. Now, you're absolutely right. But if you're going to be more useful to our team, we need people who can do creative work and make cool content. We can always find a geek who will vote the way we want. All right. If we got the money and we got the cool commercials and all that stuff, we can put a monkey in a suit and send him to Washington. All right. We need Nashville,
which frankly may be the best possible idea.
That's true.
Here, I'm going to leave, and you're going to bring me back because I have to be seen.
All right, I'm going to we're kicking you out. He's going to come back on in 1 sec.
No, don't make it 1 sec. Make him wait a little bit.
Yeah,
let's sweat him. Let's sweat Schlichter a little bit.
Jim is absolutely right about this.
Trump flipped Ashland County? Hold on a second.
Schlichter's losing his mind right now. You realize that? He's going crazy. He's probably kicking his dog. He's probably trying to get Bitey off his leg.
I never kick my dog.
Kurt, here's what you have to do.
Shit.
See those 3 little bars, okay?
Uh-huh.
Or actually, no, I'm sorry. At the bottom of your screen, it says cam/mic. Click that, and then...
Yes, I got it.
You see it? And then under camera, toggle and find where your camera is. So if this is accurate and Trump flipped Ashland County in Wisconsin, that's a big deal.
That's way up north, I think, right?
I guess I'm just off.
Dude, I think it's the best you've looked in a long time.
Yeah, you're looking good.
Got a tan.
Yeah, this is the best I've looked in a long time.
Let's see real quick. All right, Ashland County, yeah.
I guess
He's doing the Black Lives Matter square. That's what it is. That's his Black Lives Matter square. You sellout, worthless bastard.
Well, you know, I think whoever's saying that about Ashland, they don't have all their votes. We'll see if he flipped it. Kurt, is your camera blocked by something?
No, it's very.
No, it doesn't look like it's blocked. It looks like it's off. It looks like it's off.
It looks like it's off, which is totally weird.
Well, it's probably better this way.
Because I've allowed access.
Oh, all right.
Look,
hold on.
There's absolutely no one
about Kurt. This one of our viewers, Chris Splendia, said, "I'm getting strong Tubin vibes right now."
Oh, look! Everybody, show both hands. Both hands up. Come on. Hands up, don't wank.
For the climax.
So, wait. How does Roy Cooper win North Carolina and Trump win North Carolina? How bad was our Senate candidate?
Did we lose Tom Tillis?
No, Tillis is in the lead right now.
Well, yeah, Cooper. I don't know Cooper.
Let me see what the race are. So Tillis
Will says on Twitter, you need to watch the Young Turks right now on YouTube.
Are they losing their minds?
I don't know. I bet they are.
I bet they're kicking puppies.
They're
already mad because the Azerbaijanis are getting their asses kicked.
That's also true.
Donald
Trump won Missouri. I know everybody was really they were worried about that one.
All right, I'm coming back. This is fucking me
Restart your computer, dude. Restart your computer.
The Young Turks guys are probably making fun of us. We can't even get a camera on Kurt. Although, you know what? YouTube isn't funding us. You know, YouTube, what a lot of people don't know, the Young Turks, YouTube gave them money. Did you know that?
That's evil.
Yeah, they gave them money to help him out.
I am.
There's his ugly face.
Yay!
You're a beautiful man.
Hey.
Yay! Now you guys will know I'm not wearing pants.
Dude, who's wearing pants? I thought that was the rule.
That's for
That was the uniform of the day.
I lied to you guys when I said that.
I defer to the senior NCO on scene. Give me a cup of coffee. Point me where to go.
First sergeant says no pants.
By the way, a possible flip, Nevada. If the Hispanic numbers from Florida hold up in Nevada, you got a whole new ball game there.
Well, what about Arizona? Are we getting the Ned Beatty treatment in Arizona? Because it's been iffy.
I'm a little freaked out about Arizona. I already said that earlier.
I don't know. I think the votes are the country dudes, and I think they're going to go overwhelmingly for the guy who knows what bathroom to use.
That's it's possible. That is.
I like to use my backyard, man.
So
Charlie Sykes is on MSNBC reassuring Rachel Maddow that Biden can still win Wisconsin.
That's
I love it.
Charlie Sykes at this point, what's the 0-3 for marriages?
Charlie Sykes is despised in the state of Wisconsin. So I mean that's why he's on Project Lincoln, is because he can't get a job back there because he's a loser.
My only regret is that I am not able to watch live while these people melt down, and listen to them, because I can see their faces and it's pretty pleasing already. But I like
something no one has ever said about Charlie Sykes, particularly a woman.
So who is Biden going to listen to? Is he going to listen to the donors who are helping him materially?
I would like to hear them.
Just look in their eyes. Look in their eyes. You turn on Young Turks. You don't need the sound. You need nothing. You just look in their eyes. It's desperation. It's fucking. Oh my God, these guys are gonna harm themselves.
I'm pulling them.
Do you
all
promise?
On different screens, because this is like my Super Bowl right now.
God.
I love to see them look so unhappy.
I can't believe if we go through all this 4 years, the meltdowns, the meme with the screaming woman in fucking fluorescent orange. If we do this all again, they thought they had a chance. Oh, if this actually happens, it hasn't hit me that this is actually a possibility until now.
Look,
buy Xanax stock. Buy stock in Xanax right now. Seriously, I'm not bullshitting.
See Sally Cole? Code? She was like, last time I stole my Xanax from my dog.
Right.
This time I've got my own. Dude, don't tell people that.
Dude, if your dog has Xanax, you've already failed as a human being.
Kurt, your microphone is too far down. Somebody said it's bothering them.
So it's othering them?
Yeah. So,
I don't want to fucking other some rando.
That's our audience, man. Be nice to them. They're Robbie's friends.
You have actually a lot of people upset about your volume. They said your volume's too low and I should kick you out.
How can we comment? Can we comment? Can we get into these comments? Because I'm seeing stuff I want to respond. I can't.
You see the comments tab? There should be a thing for you to reply, or maybe I'm only allowed to.
There's a sub-thread about how jazz is terrible that Reaboi wants to comment.
I need it. I need to get in here.
John Coltrane is the most overrated musician next to Bob Dylan. That's a fact.
Davis.
Has anybody gotten Jack Posobiec to come in here?
Yeah, Jack's busy. I mean, he's at a party. I don't know. I haven't seen him on the. Let me check to see where he is on his live stream.
Too busy to see the people, huh?
Yeah.
So now, is the comments on the streaming thing different from the comments on the YouTube channel?
Yeah, you can. They're different.
Okay. Oh, this shit's on YouTube too?
It's everywhere, man.
Fuck! Whoa!
It's like in the air.
It's on the internet, man.
So that's why in the comments,
system of tubes.
Have like a YouTube play button. Those are the YouTube people. If you didn't know, I won a YouTube Play Award. Okay, Dave.
Wow.
All right.
Wow. What do they give those out for?
For having a lot of subscribers.
Oh, wait. So it's on your channel?
Yeah.
Wow.
Robbie Moonshine channel.
I want you to direct my.
I'm gonna subscribe. You have one more subscriber.
You know what? I just realized I didn't even put it on the front of my channel. I don't think you can see it right now on my channel. Oh yeah, you can.
There before. Yeah, I found it before.
I put it there. I just put it there. So you should be able to see it now.
So we're calling
that was
Florida yet? Or North Carolina or Ohio or any of the other states that are manifestly going to go for Trump?
So right now, what are we looking at? Wisconsin is the one I'm really interested in. That's what I'm really interested in. So, they're talking about Michigan right now on CNN. They look very, very unhappy and depressed. I can't hear what they're saying, but they look like
I love that.
They're psychiatrists.
Hold on, I'm changing my channel off Fox. Hold on.
I was told that there was a blue wave.
He's up. He's got 1,150,000 votes. Biden's got 900,000, and they don't look happy about it.
Aw.
They don't look happy.
Because they're socialist scumbags, and they're about to lose and feel the pain.
They do not look happy. But hey, Fox, I'll give them a little credit, is reporting that the market futures are up, which again, the market would not be up if Biden's winning right now at all.
Here's what I need to know. Do we have that weird maple syrup guzzling moose place that has one vote? Have we got the one vote out of Maine yet?
I don't know.
No, out of Maine. I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought
they give like
one vote.
Not that. I mean, as that weird part of Maine goes, so goes California. That's what I've heard.
Yep, I think that what a lot of people are discounting is the effect that kids not being in college is going to have.
Bingo. And kids not voting because they're lying little weasels. Oh, we'll get all involved. We'll do this. And then they never vote.
No,
guys,
bad.
Admit it.
It's worse
if you were in college, the only way you'd vote for a Democrat is to try and get little Susie suck chops to go and play the flex flute.
My sound went out. My sound went out. Let me see. There we go. Came back. So I was gonna say that you guys. I lost my train of thought there, but
think about Susie, huh?
Oh, okay. Well, wait. Okay, so no, it's worse than what you're saying with colleges because here's the deal. Psychologically, there's this big draw when you're at college and you have the peer pressure of all these people and you know your RAs and RNs and your TAs and your TNs and your TAs and your TNAs. Everybody's telling you need to vote, and they're like, "Hey, we're going to help you get there." They literally put these election stations there on campus. It's super easy. They give you pizza and stuff. Like you give college guys pizza and they'll show up somewhere.
That's true.
Pizza and beer,
pizza and biscuit.
Yeah, and so that's a decent bit of
the Democrats going to vote for brisket.
No, but now those college kids are at home with their parents who don't want them to vote because their parents know that they're stupid. And so the parents are like, "Hey, no pressure. Don't worry about it. You just chill today and play some video games."
Play some video games. Hey, Jimmy, I bought you beer. Here you go.
Back down the... Every time I do the bong thing, I keep looking at Reaboi with his vape thing. I'm like, what's he got in there?
If my kid was a Democrat, I'll be honest. If my kid was a Democrat, I would still love them. But on election day, I would like definitely be like, "Hey, you know what? Just take the day off. You need to relax. I got you a massage. I got you tickets to a movie. Let's go see a concert. I'd do anything, just keep them from voting."
I heard Fog Hats playing at the county fair. Let's go.
Fog Hat.
Really?
What was their song? What was Fog Hat's song?
Slow Ride. Their greatest hits album is Slow Ride, and then the other side of the 45 is a remix of Slow Ride. That's greatest
Slower
hits
Ride.
of Fog Hat. So
what
an interesting direction we've taken. What, Robbie?
Chinese?
Yeah, let's see how their currency's doing.
Hey, I just
apparently it's still plummeting.
When I first started working with Reaboi, he was in Texas, and we were here in DC, and we'd have these conference calls, and I'd hear Darth fucking Vader in the background of all these calls. Dave's back down there vaping, and that's all I'd hear. I'm like, because it was vaping had just started, and I didn't know what the fuck it was. I'm like, who invited Darth Vader on our conference call?
Oh man.
Seriously.
I was doing it in the early days. You could get away with it in a big meeting in Texas. You know, everybody, the row of tables, big conference, and nobody knew what it was. I just sat there and I was blowing the biggest clouds I could find, and no one knew what it was. So no one said anything, and they just looked and they were like, "I don't know what the fuck is going on, but okay." And they kept going.
He scares me. But then he shows up in D.C., right? We got this big conference room full of people, and we sit down, and everybody's in our D.C. suits and everything. Dave does that. He blows his giant thing and fills the whole fishbowl conference room with smoke. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Would you take your blackhead machine outside, mister? I couldn't believe it. It's like, you may get away with that shit in Texas. We have rules here in D.C.
Yeah,
and then I did it at the White House. Same reaction. Yeah.
Hey, side note, David Bellavia had a dip in.
Me out.
Oh, yeah?
Seriously. No, David Bellavia beats you because he had a dip in when he got his Medal of Honor from Trump. And Trump actually, when they was talking to him before, right before he goes on, he's in the Oval Office with his family and Trump says, "You got chewing tobacco in your mouth?" And David goes, "Yeah."
Yes, sir.
And Trump goes, "Cool."
Guys, if you're not military, you don't understand that that's like the most quintessentially NCO shit ever.
Amen.
I remember I walked into my command post, and there were all the fucking little styrofoam cups. You know what I mean. And I was like, get this fucking spit cups out of there. And Sergeant Major goes, "Sir, come here. Just let them have their spit cups. They'll take care of you. It's a trade." I'm like, it's disgusting. He's like, "Sir, deal."
They'll spit on the floor. I mean, what do you want them to do?
Commander.
So there's some good news, guys.
What?
In Berks County, Pennsylvania, Trump won that county by 10 points in 2016. Right now, he's winning by about 28 points.
Charlie Sykes met a new chick who's blind and stupid.
He's winning Berks County, Pennsylvania by about 28 points. That's overperforming by 18 points from 2016.
I'm glad I sent all those mail-in ballots there.
70% of the vote in there.
That's nice.
Washington Post model predicts Trump win. Sunny girl dress says. Whoa. What?
I'm going to go check that
out. A blue wave.
Hold on. I called this like an hour ago for Trump, just so it's done. All right, just so we know. We can rewind the tape. I called it for Trump an hour ago. So the rest of this is just bullshit.
I feel like I called it. I feel like I was the one who officially,
I literally have an article printed this morning where I say Trump's going to win.
That's bullshit. You told all of us before this Biden's going to win. I'm so scared.
He did too. He was crying like a little bitch. He's like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
I don't know what I'm gonna do. She's gonna leave me if Biden wins.
I'll be stuck in the closet, and Irina will be with some Biden staffer.
Oh,
Do you think Dave will let me sleep in his closet? That's what was going on.
I'm going to have
to borrow his gimp mask.
Swift at the Golden Corral.
Fighting him for the cheese fountain.
This is all,
Get away, it's mine!
We're seeing really good stuff. Did we need Maine? We don't need Maine.
Use one bit of Maine.
Yeah, 1 point. There's 1 point in play at Maine.
Yeah, just to humiliate them more.
Huh. Yeah, Maine's weird. I don't like this whole thing where they cut states in half. What do you guys think about that? Where like Nebraska has like half of the state goes one way.
Well, they also elect Ben Sass.
I know.
So it's kind of like you have a neighbor and they look pretty normal, and then pretty soon they come over with their wife and go, "Yeah, we like to swing."
Hold on.
That's Nebraska.
Who called John James?
What?
Did we get it?
Somebody just said John James won his seat. It might be a troll, but I'm going to check.
Army. You know, Tim and I are going to actually give some props to an aviator, as painful as that is.
He was an Apache pilot, dude. They kill shit. He's not just like a flyboy loser. Apache pilots kill things, so they count.
Yeah, I get that, and that's cute. But
Let's see here. This person, you better not be screwing with us. The person who said that in the chat. I'm looking
Don't
right.
play with us. Don't play.
Can
with
we
us,
kick
man.
someone off the chat?
Oh, I will ban them from the chat if they mess with me.
Oh, I thought you meant me.
So you know what? Like I said,
saying, but it's fucking funny.
So a question here is: are all of you guys in California? No, none. Just Kurt's in California.
I am.
Yeah.
So by
I'm
the
in
way,
Miami Beach.
John James is running ahead of Trump in Michigan.
Jim, your mic is off. Jim.
We expected that.
By a few points.
How dare you people not get the joy of my mellifluous tones?
So
for the person who's asking, I am on the high ground overlooking D.C. right across the river where the cannons were placed during the Civil War. That's where I'm at.
God, that's butch.
Somebody asked what we're drinking. I'm having a whiskey Coke. What about you?
I was having a
Excellent.
Sardinian Cannonau. You might know it as Grenache if you're not as, hip as I am. Thank you,
This is
Drew
some kind of
Maddox,
bullshit energy drink. I can't drink anymore. I quit 10 years ago.
which is the best thing, which is a great idea, and I should probably do it. Then I could get buff like Buff Gandhi there.
Nobody called it John James. Nobody called it yet, but he is kicking Peter's ass right now pretty hard. So
Peter's kind of digs it.
He's one of those guys, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
hey guys, I gotta take. Oh wait, I want to hear your news, but then I gotta take off for a bit.
CNN's Dana Bash just said that Trump's campaign is running a really stellar operation. That is not good news.
All right, I just saw Trump up 7. Trump up 7.4 in Ohio.
Yeah, I think we're gonna win.
The Young Turks are having a complete meltdown right now, and it's beautiful. Who are these Democratic strategists, and why do they have jobs? Democratic strategists give the worst advice. All
I could say is tomorrow I'm going to Zanku Chicken and getting some Armenian chicken. And some
I might not get off live stream tomorrow. I literally might just sit here and.
I'll see you guys I'll be back. I'll be back.
Guys,
all right.
Tomorrow,
don't threaten us.
Where we just play clips of them crying and we react to it. I'll be like, "Hey, look what I found. Here's Dana Bash from CNN. Let's all watch," and then we all laugh.
Hey, I'm just going to be Dana Bash's manager here. It's Dana.
Dana, whatever. You're like Camilla.
I have been trained now to pronounce all these people's names right. Hey, you know what's funny, though? It's not the Dem strategists that's the problem. It's their fucking platform. They're communist, socialist losers, and nobody likes them anymore. So please, and here's the best part. The progressives are promising, remember, if Biden loses, they're promising a bloodbath to the Democrat Party because they're not far enough crazy left. Like they're not over here. So that's the best thing that could happen is a loss, and then all the regular Dem strategists who just suck get fired, and everybody who's advising AOC becomes their actual party, and that's their platform. And we could actually run the table. We could have a Reagan landslide next year, or next fall.
Yep. Yeah, so no final word on John James yet, unless anybody's seeing something different. We're looking. Oh, what's your electoral college prediction?
750 for Trump.
That seems reasonable. That seems like totally reasonable. I'm with you on that.
Somewhere in that range.
Okay.
I need to know if anything's burning in DC yet.
So Biden made. He talked a lot about trying to get union voters back. Trump got 50% of union voter votes in Ohio. Biden got 42%. That's good for Trump. That's really good.
Those people aren't Democrats anymore. They're Democrats historically. They're not anymore. It's the walkaway.
Agreed.
You know what's funny? My grandfather was the Democrat state national chairman in the state of Nebraska when Kennedy ran. He literally drove John and Jackie Kennedy around the state in his Chevy while they campaigned in the state of Nebraska. And then my dad was a Wisconsin county chair for the Republican Party. That's how far left the Dems went between my grandfather and my father. And between my father and me, they left the fucking building. I mean, they're not even here anymore. They are no longer the Democrat Party in any meaningful way. They are the Democrat Socialists of America, and good. Please, thank you.
Yep. I'm not so sure about Jason Lewis being able to win, by the way, in Minnesota. I think that Smith has that. It's not called, but I'm just looking at the numbers, and I think it's too far off. I do think John James, Joni Ernst are both in really great positions to win. And Tillis looks like he's going to squeak it out, like barely. Georgia, Purdue he's doing great. The special election there is weird, and nothing's going to happen today in it except for, whittling down, which it looks like Loafer's beating Collins, so it looks like it'll be Loafer versus Warnock. I don't know how that's going to go in a special election because Democrats are going to be energized if Trump wins. That may be a loss eventually. I'm just looking at what we're looking at Senate-wise, so Arizona matters, I guess, slightly. It really, we did a good job today. We flipped Alabama, and if we can get Michigan, then I'd say we're feeling good. We lost Colorado, but I kind of expected that.
I mean, come on, we can always nuke the filibuster, right? I mean, everything the Dems threaten to do, if we win and keep the Senate, we should just do. Let's add 4 conservative justices. Let's make not D.C. and Puerto Rico states. Let's make like the middle of California a state. Let's break off Western New York and we'll make that a state and just screw them over. And everything they threaten to do, let's do and fuck them. What are they going to do?
Yes. Yeah, we should turn this into the Republican states of America. We could literally redraw every state and make new states where those cities are their own state with very few electoral votes. And that way we can pull everything else out of the state. We could do that. We could
gerrymander America.
You know what? At this point, if that's what they want to do, I'm like, honestly, I would have been the first person to be like, hey, that's not nice. But, they're going to do it. It doesn't matter who gets there first.
Comment by MJ at Ace of Spades. Daily Kos has started to talk about moving to a commune in El Salvador, but no one is sure they'll be able to get their medications, and no one speaks Spanish.
By Xanax.
I'll give him credit. That's the first time I've ever heard of a Democrat or a leftist talking about going south of the border after an election that doesn't go.
I think it was a joke. But it was perfect. It was perfect.
Roger Marshall has won the Kansas Senate seat. That's good. Very easy. Everybody expected that. Shocker, Joe Biden won California and Oregon. We all expected that. That's going to make his electoral college, actually, you know what? I guess they didn't call Texas yet. Once they call Texas, that'll even things out. Idaho, we got a senator there. Obviously, that's easy stuff. Trying to see if there's anything else we're missing here. Right now,
MSNBC is still holding out hope for North Carolina and Florida. They're not they're not calling them.
So now DeSantis and Rubio have both tweeted slamming Fox News for not calling Florida, which is a fucking disgrace.
It's ratings. They want ratings. They don't want people to turn the TV off. They're afraid that if you call Florida, that people are going to be like, oh, shit, he won, bye. They are disgraced, though. Honestly, Fox News, one of the first moves they should make, if Trump pulls this out tonight, as it's looking like he very well may, Paul Ryan needs to be fired tomorrow.
What is he on the board? What is it exactly you do there? What is it exactly he does?
He's on the board.
He's on the board. What does that mean on a functional basis?
On a functional basis, he has the power to get them strategy-wise to go and lean in one direction or another. So say if a guy like Paul Ryan hated Trump and said, Trump's going to lose anyways, we need to get ready for the new Republican Party that is going to be in my image, you all love me, blah, 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 bullshit. Ignore the fact that I lost in 2012. He has real power there, So that's something we have to keep in mind.
Isn't it? Well, let's just go back to our remaking media thing. Isn't it good for us if Fox goes the wrong way? Because then new media on our side who actually believes in conservatism can rise up. And Jack Posobiec and OANN. I mean, there's places that can do this.
And don't get me wrong, like in general, this idea with media, replacing something like Fox and replacing things like Hollywood with our own ecosystems that truly reflect the voters, there is nothing more important than that. There's not. Jim and I, we had.
Yeah, so what are you doing running for Congress?
Well, I can do both. I'm capable. I'm like a walk and chew gum person at the same time. Like I've run companies. I know how to do this stuff. I can do it all. I'm one of those people. I believe I can do it all. I don't sleep very much. I only sleep like probably 3 or 4 hours a night. Like I'm one of those weird people like Trump that doesn't sleep. So I've got time to
sleep when you're dead.
Exactly. You only live one time. I want to experience everything I can.
So you start Starbuck TV, right? And we'll be your all-star panel.
Trump TV, people don't have this through their head yet. Trump will replace Fox. It's a matter of when, so if it's in 2024 or whatever, once he's done being president, I do think he'll replace Fox. Even if he's older and doesn't want to work the day-to-day, just the name brand recognition, he'll be able to be a true competitor. So, maybe even an own buyout.
Don Jr.'s figured out it's more fun to talk smack than do an actual job, so why not?
Yeah.
He can take it over. He's got the attitude.
Yep. Oh, Rachel Maddow looks so upset.
And Joy Reid is not having a good night either.
There's a whole lot of this going on.
They got to be hating life.
They're just like, I don't know. There could be one way, maybe, I don't know. What if he did one of these? A U-turn could maybe get us to where we need to go.
I thought we were going to make D.C. and Puerto Rico states. Couldn't we get that done right now? Biden won D.C. 92-6.
So here's a stupid question here. Let's see, Young Turks YouTube. All right, I'm gonna tune in. I mean, that's gonna be the place to watch them. Why are they melting down more and more, even though no news is coming in?
I think the news is being suppressed. Oh my God, do you think the mainstream media is refusing to tell us the truth about the election as it happens?
They're also, by the way, they've not only refused to call Florida, they've refused to call Texas. And Texas also is clearly in the win column. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they're smoking over there at Fox and MSNBC and CNN.
The chat's saying that Fox called Florida. MSNBC hasn't, but the chat is saying Fox has.
Yes.
They finally called it?
Yeah.
Good. They're only how many hours behind us? We called
8.
What time?
I think we called it yesterday.
I called it. Well, I've been calling it for months, but I think I called it at 8 o'clock. I said it's done.
Yeah.
And it's not. This isn't hard. It's not like this is this crazy science. This is something that's very simple to see. You look at bellwether counties. You look at their strongest counties that they need to get a certain percentage. You take a look at those. That's it. Done. Easy. It's not that difficult.
But it makes them sad. It gives them bad feels. It's not about the math, man. They can do the math. They just don't like what the equal sign has after it.
So Mark Halperin says, a source tells me the Biden campaign is worried they will lose Nevada.
Not good. They saw the number with Hispanics.
Dude, these motherfuckers set it up such that, I mean, you saw the articles. They were going to have the media refuse to declare it, and then they were going to have Biden come and assert his victory. And the fact that they won, I mean, that was their play. And if they don't get that,
yeah, they had to have something to stand on. They had to at least have something close, and now it's looking like they're not even going to have a chance to play their information op on us.
Yeah, exactly. How awesome is that? Fucking terrific.
What was Doug Collins doing anyways? Like, did he leave his congressional seat?
I don't know.
I don't remember what happened to that. Trump has won Idaho. That's a no-brainer. I don't know why they even play with us with this stuff. Yes, I'm taking a look at Nevada right now, actually. Seeing what's going on there. Actually, you know what? Before I cruise over there, let's see what's going on with John James. That's been one of the ones that I have felt like is going to – he's increased his lead. They're at 40% of the vote there, and he's up right now by –
I'll be right back.
And then Arizona, we're looking at – you know, Mark Kelly he's doing what he needs to do. Arizona's a little bit – that's not my favorite race. I'm kind of don't want to look at Arizona for a while. Nevada hasn't done anything yet. They haven't given any results yet. They're, I think, the only state that has not said anything. Yep.
Dude, on MSNBC, they're showing the Michigan map. Detroit's in, and most of the states in except for rural stuff, and Trump's up by like 12 or 14.
Yep.
I mean, it's looking ugly. Oh, if he sweeps the Midwest, if he sweeps the upper Midwest and gets at least Wisconsin and Michigan, that would be brilliant.
Their only hope is Wayne County. That's it. That's their only hope. It depends how much of their vote is out there. I'm always nervous when, you know, and people should always be nervous when these Democrat-run states hold out their biggest voting center for last. It always makes me nervous.
Well, because they got panel trucks pulling up to the place, kicking boxes out the back like they're resupplying a patrol base, man. Yeah. Need some votes? What do you guys need? Votes? Yeah, we got votes.
Yep. And that's what they're holding out on right now is Wayne County. Is at Wayne County where Detroit is 28% where they are. There's some other good counties for Trump though that are out still there, and he's in the lead. So that's positive. You know, and you know what I want to see real quick though. Wayne County, Trump's at 50. Trump's at 42. Biden's at 55. That's actually not bad. And let's see what the Senate race is at there for Wayne County. Yeah, you know what? They're running about even. He's not really that far ahead of Trump, James. Yeah,
you know, somebody in the chat says something that I think is important for Michigan is they are all hating their governor right now. Whitmer.
Oh, big time.
What an idiot. You know, and the best part is their own Supreme Court slapped her down. You know, she stepped over the line. She went unconstitutional. And she's like America's Karen. You know, she's Governor Karen right now. And that's the last thing anybody wants. We're sick of it. And she's like the poster child for that. And I think there's probably a lot of protest votes of people who are just like, I can't stand the idea. At least if Trump's president, you know, he'll slap her around.
Yeah.
He may not kidnap her, but, you know.
No kidnapping.
I'm not conspiring.
This is interesting. Like, you know, it's such a farce what they do. They've called California, Oregon, Washington, but they don't call clear Republican states that are like there's no issue. Like, does anybody really think that Biden's going to win Utah, but they haven't called Utah? It's dumb.
Oh, it's weird. Huh? Why is that, do you think, Robbie? I mean, do you think there's something going on where there's all of these news agencies have the same messaging and narrative and they're trying to influence things?
Yeah. It's almost like they coordinate this stuff and they get sent, you know, stuff from the DNC every day about what their actual talking points are for the day, and then the media repeats and regurgitates everything that they tell them. It's crazy. If people knew, like, you know, there's a lot of people who don't know this. There's emails every day from Democrat strategists, from the DNC, from, you know, all these places. They send out emails with talking points every day. And a lot of people don't realize that's a real thing. They really do send these out, and the media really is copied on it. And you see that a lot of the media members, people like Brian Stelter, the Potato, and Don Lemon and all those people, they read this stuff, and then they take the words and they repeat them. So it's something.
And then they get the equivalent of search engine optimization in their headlines. So they all make sure they pick the key thing that they're going to hit on, and they all include that somewhere in the headline or the subheader in the first paragraph of their stories. And that way it all picks up and it reinforces, and everybody hears the same message. So right now the message is don't call any states that help Republicans unless you have to, unless it's so blatantly obvious that you can't get away with not.
I'm glad that, you know, Fox finally, you know, 2 hours after us called Florida. I mean, like, let's just be real. How embarrassing is this that we can be we're at home. I don't have a giant, machination of analytics sitting here. I have the raw data of votes, registrations, and all that stuff, and I have not said one thing wrong yet. The news, who has untold money, riches, technology, they can't do this. They can, they don't want to.
No, my buddy Kev just said it. I mean, it's the main thing. It's all about the ratings at this point. They've already figured out that Biden probably lost. But they don't want to drop off. I mean, it's 11:15 Eastern now.
Yeah, you can.
So they got a couple hours of prime viewership before they have to give it up.
Little do they know their viewership would go up if they started the crying now. Because I may even sign off for a minute to just watch, or I could turn my screen around, show you guys some of the crying. They would actually pick up some ratings there. I mean, they're literally, MSNBC just called Alabama. Okay, I'm sorry. You could have called Alabama yesterday for Trump.
Right.
That's not hard.
They're trying to work Iowa right now. Rachel Maddow's doing her thing with the hands like you were talking about. She's like, what if we move this county over here? Can we just put an extra 0 on that? Would that help? If we put an extra 0, that'll make it bigger, right?
Wait, I have an idea. What if we move one of these blocks from San Francisco to Iowa? Would that help?
No, because they don't allow gay people in Iowa. It's against the law.
That's terrible. But see, that's one of the things Trump did really well is he brought in this large coalition of people. You've got amazing gay Trump supporters, black Trump supporters, Hispanic Trump supporters. But that's who MSNBC still thinks we are. So that's why, your joke makes sense is they think that gay people aren't allowed in Tennessee or gay people aren't allowed in Iowa.
You know what's funny is right now we have 100% flipped the actual narrative and their narrative from the fact that the Democrats are supposed to be the party of tolerance and we're supposed to be the intolerant ones. And actually, they are 100% intolerant. They will tolerate anybody who agrees with them, but anybody who doesn't agree with them, they don't. And the problem that they don't understand is most Republicans stopped caring about any social differences and color and sexual preference and all that a long time ago. But we don't want you to go crazy. We're not going to play 57 genders with you.
Yeah.
But gay people are cool. I mean, they got interesting things. They're normal people. It's funny. Yeah. Robbie, one of my favorite moments ever was back in the Obama administration. I wrote a letter saying gays should be allowed to serve in the military. And it was kind of a big thing because Obama hadn't even come out in favor of it. He was still scared to do it. And so this letter went out, and the New York Times picked it up, and I got actually on Rachel Maddow's show.
Oh,
and
really?
She wasn't out yet, was the funny thing. She was still in the closet on MSNBC. This was 2008, 2009. And I'm on her show, and she says, well, Jim, why do you think the military's ready, for gays to serve? And I said, Rachel, there's gay people everywhere, and nobody cares. We don't care about that anymore. I heard they've even got their own cable TV news shows. Right. And she goes, literally, covers her mouth and goes, and she tittered. And then she remembered that she wasn't out and she started shaking her head no. And so there I was, a knuckle dragging troglodyte veteran Republican on her show, having a more open and tolerant stance towards gays than Rachel frickin' Maddow.
Yep. They don't, they're just bullshitters. They're all bullshitters. They really are. They're all about self-preservation. You know what I was going to say too is somebody asked here for me to check on Kimberly Klasick. I will, to humor you, but and I love Kimberly. I had her on our show. I think that it's fantastic what she's doing, but just don't be disappointed when I pull up these numbers. But I will pull them up for you. Give me a minute and I'll get them.
Let's just move her to a red state.
Exactly. You take her to a red state, and you're cooking with grease. Then she could do a great job. She really could. She could do a great job. She could win a hell of a lot of races in the United States. In Baltimore, though, that's a tough one. Let's see here where we're at. All right, I'm pulling it up right now. What district is she? There it is. Yeah, so we're 19% of the estimated vote has been reported in Kimberly's race, and her opponent, who's a Democrat, has 63% of the vote. She has 36. That's actually really good for a Republican in Baltimore to get 36% of the vote. and so I wouldn't be discouraged by how she's doing there. She's not going to win, but this is good. This is good progress. It adds to the vote totals. It helps build a base of sort of trust there. I think that's important.
And she set a national tone that said, you know what's the difference between Democrats and Republicans? If you live under Democrat rule, you will continue to live in a shithole. If you want good governance and you want prosperity and security, start looking at the Republican Party. Hey, Reaboi, did you just pull a Hans and Franz and go off and oil up and put on a light cotton shirt? Did you just go do that?
No, I changed. I had a double espresso. I had,
you just change wardrobe in the middle of the live stream?
Yeah, fucking Sour could do it. I may as well do it.
We put on the oil and then we put on the light cotton shirt and we go out.
Wait, has anybody heard this? That Philadelphia stopped counting ballots?
Sure, why not? Why not?
Hold on a second. That they're not going to count anymore till tomorrow.
They don't have double espressos there?
I don't want to freak anybody out, but I'm looking this up right now because somebody said it.
President Donald Trump has won Ohio.
Philadelphia has closed up ballot counting until tomorrow at 9 a.m. What? I'm sorry. What do they have to do tonight?
What the fuck?
They have to stop. No, here's what they have to do. They have to stop being able to call the state of Pennsylvania because they did that. That's exactly what that is.
Or something right now?
That's the Dem machine.
Is this normal? Have they ever stopped Philadelphia's vote counting at 11:21 because they were all too tired and needed to go to bed?
Not if it was going their way. That's some heinous shit right there. But remember, Trump can make it without Pennsylvania.
This is total shenanigans right now, okay? This is where what I warned everybody about the 3-day rule. They have this new 3-day votes can show up for 3 more days that are postmarked after the election. This is the stuff I was warning about. This is what I was warning about.
But now here's the thing, though. We're going to get a ruling on that at some point because there's states that do it and states that don't. And when the Supreme Court refused to hear the GOP's attempt to get expedited a hearing on that, the conservatives said, we're not going to rule on it now, but after the election, when you've suffered harm, bring it back to us.
Yeah.
So I think there's they may try and pull it, but I don't think it's going to stick. I think the conservatives were signaling, we'll shut it down later. We just don't want to do it first. We don't want to do it pre-election. Let the states run their election, and if they cheat, then we'll go back and look at it.
What the hell is going on with Fox? Fox just called Arizona for Biden. There is not the data to support that at all.
Fox just called it for Biden?
Fox just called
Arizona. Yeah, I just saw that. I've got a buddy who follows this stuff so closely, and all night in the chat he's been cursing at Fox. I mean, really, it's just it's heavy shit. Wow. And they're losing. Right, you know what they're losing? I just tweeted. They're losing millions of votes, millions of viewers tonight because tonight it's not like, oh, okay, we have one show that sucks or something like that. People say I'm going to spend all night watching something because I want to know what the fuck is going on. So they're seeing Fox and they're saying, you know what? I'm going to go and I'm going to look around. They're finding Newsmax. They're finding OAN. And, they may not come back. And I hope they don't. I mean, Fox needs to hear this.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. They haven't called Ohio. They haven't called Texas, but they're calling Arizona. There's more of the vote in Texas. There is more of the vote in Ohio and in North Carolina than there is in Arizona, and they're calling Arizona. We literally have an entire county that has not reported any votes yet in Arizona, and it's a Republican county.
The New York Times hasn't called Arizona. I mean, come on. When Fox is calling a state for Biden before the New York Times is, we got a problem.
Look,
that won't happen on Starbuck TV.
Look, I gotta say, when I'm forgetting who it was, I think it was Paul Sperry tweeted that the guy, the person who runs Fox election gave to Democrats and blah blah blah. I thought maybe it's overselling it because nobody wants to be wrong, but shit, man, maybe he was right.
You kind of immunize yourself. That was what I thought. You immunize yourself from saying, "Oh, we're just right wing." Partisans doing this if you have a Democrat running your decision desk. But then if you start doing stupid shit like this, you do what Robby said. You lose viewers. I mean, I haven't had Fox on for the past couple hours, partly because it's more fun to watch the people on MSNBC suffer, but because if they call it, then it actually happened for sure. With Fox, we don't know where they stand anymore. We don't know whether they're good, bad, or indifferent. I don't know what team they're on. With the other people, at least I know what team they're on.
These people are animals.
That's a patented Dave Reaboi right there. You need to, dude. That is yours.
That is mine.
I use it a lot. It is one of your
really
your best.
Good, memorable.
Because they are animals. These people are animals. They have stopped acting like human beings. Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I'm still befuddled by Arizona. Doesn't make any sense, but Trump has won Ohio. It has been called by Decision Desk. Ohio. Yeah, Ohio's called. So let's take a look here real quick at our outstanding electoral votes. So Ohio, we've got 18. Texas, we've got 38. Grab a calculator real quick because I don't feel like doing it.
The comments are so funny. Robby, you obsessed with Arizona.
I told you guys from the very beginning I had a bad feeling about Arizona. I told everybody Arizona is not one that I feel good about. I just feel like there's something wrong there. 18 plus 38. There we go. And then we're going to add some more states in here. Let's go. Who's next? Florida.
The decision desk cucks have Biden 205, Trump 162. Get real. Those guys.
The New York Times shows 75% of the Arizona vote in, Biden with 1.2 million or 1.3 million, and Trump with 1.086 million. So I mean, that's a pretty good lead.
In reality, right now, Trump's at 228, Biden's at 209. That's including Texas. Wait, I might be missing a state. Hold on a sec. I might have screwed that up just now. 29. This is the one good thing they have going for them at Fox is they have somebody to do the math for them and then just put it in the prompter.
We need minions for this shit.
We do. We need minions.
In the interns.
Yeah. Somebody we can flog. Give me another energy drink.
Okay, so Trump is actually at 2. Is that right? Yeah, 224 right now. Biden's at 209. Outstanding states would be Nevada, Arizona, Montana, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Maine. Those are the only states I see. And Alaska and Hawaii. Sorry, I didn't add Alaska. Alaska, that's 3 more. 27. It's easy to forget about them. And 4 for Hawaii for the Dems. So it's kind of a wash. So yeah, Trump's ahead electoral college-wise right now as we head into basically Montana, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Maine. Those are the ones that, those don't look like terribly Democrat-controlled areas to me. I think we've got a really great position here.
I want Wisconsin bad. Robby's obsessed about Arizona. Wisconsin's my home.
Hey, so I will trade Wisconsin for Arizona any day of the week. Any day of the week, I'll trade Wisconsin for Arizona for sure.
Look, he's ahead in Wisconsin. Trump's ahead in Wisconsin.
He is 57. Michigan, he's ahead too, and Minnesota not doing as well. Montana, they haven't counted like almost any votes yet. Trump's ahead in Pennsylvania by a lot. 56.
Yeah, but remember, Philly's not in. If Philly's not in,
so Philly did how much of their vote? They did 33% of their vote. So we can at least,
and they're not done unloading panel vans yet.
We can kind of run raw numbers in our head at least about that, you know. So if they're at 33%, it's 209,000 votes. You're looking at about 420,000 votes. So you just look at it and say, okay, where are we making that margin up? If they got 420,000 votes and Trump got no more votes, they still would not have taken the lead in Pennsylvania right now. That would be 99% reporting for Philadelphia. And that's obviously not going to happen where he gets, you know, 0 more votes. But then you have Pittsburgh too. So, you know, Pennsylvania is going to be one of those 1-2 point races. Let's see here real quick.
Dude, Wyoming is the only legit state in the freaking union.
Wyoming.
Look at this. Wyoming, 74% Trump.
Hell yeah.
Right?
Right on.
Every other state. There's no every other state. I mean, you know, you're thinking about like Civil War scenarios, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is you know, Civil War scenarios. You basically get a bloodbath here.
Yeah.
You know, next to Wyoming, you've got Oklahoma, Arkansas. You know, but everything else is close.
Yep.
Everything else is close.
Here's the nice thing, though. We can run people. Are we doing Civil War scenarios now? I think if we win, we don't have to, right? If Biden wins, we have to do the Civil War scenarios.
No.
Yeah. You've wanted it for a while.
No. I mean, it's not a matter of wanted it. It's just, you know, I just see it creeping up.
Yeah, I know.
And Trump's winning Iowa now. By the way, Trump is winning Iowa now.
Nice.
Where's Iowa on the map? There it is.
Right there by Wisconsin.
Yeah.
In the important part of the country.
I've been there. I drove through it.
So
I'm sure you fly over.
It's forgettable. Yeah.
223. Who are they counting? They're probably counting Hawaii and Arizona for Biden. So 223 would be accurate. Somebody said that. But 223 is a long way from 270. The rest of the states that are left out are not super friendly to Biden. You know, you're looking at states that are very, you know, Trump's got a really great chance in them. Okay, can I go get another drink, you guys?
I think you have to, man.
I'm parched. I'm thirsty.
David and I will talk Civil War while you're gone.
Yeah, see if just see you know, see if we could just get this whole thing called while I'm gone. You know, and I come back, we just get to watch people crying on TV. That would make me feel better.
I don't know. I'm not good at this number crunching bullshit.
No, Robbie's gone. Let's talk about Civil War. So here's the way I see it. All right, because I'm not giving up the coasts. All right, so we're carving out the middle of California. All right, they can have from Silicon Valley, which I am going to destroy and salt the earth, up to the Canadian border, because that's fine. I don't really care. And they can have, I think I'm going to start at Malibu, though, because I kind of want Malibu. I want Barbara Streisand's house, right? So I'm going to move into Barbara Streisand's house, and everything south
that becomes the West Coast capital, right?
That becomes the West Coast capital, and Schlichter can have whichever mansion he wants, right? Because that's only going to be my vacation house. I'm actually going to be the East Coast guy. And then we got to carve out, you know, we'll do the Northeast can be one country, you know, and I think you're going to have to do a kind of it's going to be interesting. It's going to be like that bridge between Gaza and the West Bank.
Right.
That they built.
Right.
Remember when they built that bridge?
Yeah.
Built that bridge? We'll have Vox build some bridges between the different parts we're going to carve off, because we're going to make these, you know, these metropolises, these blue metropolises, and then we'll have like an EU right of free passage through red country to your other, you know, one on the northwest and your other one in the far southwest. And then we'll just take the whole center of the country and down to Florida. And that's it. So they get from like DC up to New York City as one, you know, they get the Acela corridor.
Right.
Right. And then they get they get Seattle to Silicon Valley, and they get south of my new house in Malibu down to the Mexican border. And then everybody in the rest of it can either change citizenship to the red states, or they can just go to internment camps.
Okay. All right.
Is this going out live on the internet? This is just us talking, right?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. This is on YouTube.
I don't believe in internment camps. They were a horrific state.
Terrible
things we did. It was horrible. Don't ever do it again. Except for liberals. Them we can put.
Terrible stain on FDR's legacy.
It was disgraceful. It was. Yeah. And was he a Democrat? Just curious.
Yeah, I heard that.
He invented a lot of the welfare state and all the things that are horrible now.
Right. I don't know. So, look, I mean, at the end of the day, we've got two choices, I think. Choice number one is we keep going in this thing and we keep hating each other. As we're looking at the states, we see basically, 50-50 split almost everywhere.
Okay.
It keeps getting worse and worse. Polarization magnifies. There's fighting in the streets. People, start losing their shit, etc.
And living together, mass hysteria.
And we have, and we have terrible things. Or on the other hand, we can start in a conscious way to head this off at the pass, and we do this by saying, you know what, I'm gonna move. Just, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna pick up. I'm gonna go to a place where we're gonna gather all the people that that feel one way about how government should relate to their lives, and we're going to put them here, and other folks will go here, and but it doesn't have to be small. You just
it could be a big gulch.
Encourage the what Anton calls the big sort, or I think someone else called it the big sort. Where people kind of naturally go, and I mean I know people who are ready to leave California. They're leaving California in January no matter what. People who are looking, it's not even dependent on the election, which is...
Well, look at Starbuck. I mean, he went from Hollywood, where he was hanging out with the movie stars and shit, to move to Nashville. So Ben Shapiro. Charlie Kirk's been there looking for a place. I mean, those are young leaders of our team. All right? They're coming there for a reason, and the reason is they have families, and they want a decent life. And that's not something you can get if you live under Democrat rule in a blue shithole. Right. So I think we've got two options. We can do the big sort, and it's kind of happening, but that also leaves open to us not having to do it officially. Let's just sort unofficially. And what happens to the Republican Party, or whatever we want to call it, when we want it to not suck, is that we become the ones who are the home for all the people who no longer can be Democrats, which is just going to get better. Because if Trump wins tonight, they're going to lose their fucking minds. And they've been doing such a good job of alienating normal people that all those people are going to need homes. And guess what? We run the kind of places where you can raise a family because we don't allow mobs to riot. We don't allow the schools to teach ridiculous things, or we're going to have to change that. And we're going to have to do some stuff. We're going to have to invent a school system that runs parallel to the university system so that you have a place where people learn real jobs. The Mike Rowe dirty jobs version of college, where you go and what we need to do is steal IT. That's the key. All right, it can't just be plumbers and electricians and shit like that. We need to steal information technology from the left and stop letting them train geeks, because computer geeks are not naturally left-wing. They're anti-social libertarians by nature, most of them. They just want to be left alone with their code, and they'll agree with you there's 57 genders if you scare them. Right. But if you train them better, we could bring them to our team.
Right. If you have based corporations that are doing this, they would rather do that. Yeah. No, of course. I mean, what has to end up happening, and Robby mentioned it, is the reason I like Texas I've always liked Texas as a sort of, let's say, secession point, is because they have,
and they already did it once.
Yes, and they've got products. You walk areas. Wow, everybody's doing costume changes now.
I'm doing something really quick, but I need Kurt and you guys to talk shit about Fox News calling Arizona, because I'm sorry. I'm sorry for saying shit to all the people who don't normally hear my best, but I'm serious. I'm pissed about it.
They
I just looked at the numbers. It's not even.
They call Arizona, and Ohio's at like 98% with like 15,000. They're like, well, we gotta. It's bullshit. I don't know what the hell. I don't buy it. They might be right in the end, but I'm not buying it.
No, but you don't call this race this early. I'm sorry. I'm working the phone real quick because I'm looking at the data, and the campaign just put out a message. Jason Miller just said 2/3 of the vote left out there right now is Trump vote. And they're pissed about them calling this state because you know what? I have to look right now. Arizona might even still have people in line right now. It's 8:39. I think their polls close at 9 in Arizona, don't they? Or is it?
No, they're closed.
They're closed. Okay. So
what's wrong with these people? What is wrong with these people in Arizona? Well, like, how can you have a whole state of people that still like John McCain?
You know what it is?
Is that what it is?
No. Here's what it is. It's the
California expats.
Californians who don't understand that they hate the state that they left. They hate that state because they screwed it up electing ridiculously stupid Democrat politicians, and then they went to Arizona and voted for the same shit.
Right,
I'm sorry.
fucking morons.
You're absolutely right. That is.
We don't need Arizona, but we don't need Arizona to win this race. But I'm still absolutely pissed they called it this early. Whether I'm fine if Biden wins and he wins fairly, that's one thing. But calling it this early when there's for Trump is ridiculous.
They're gonna spin it as a never Trump win.
Yep.
Which is what sucks, and you know it's gonna be, you know, I mean, the cuck shed, they're just gonna be jerking each other off all night. What are you gonna do?
Kurt,
your mic is off.
Kurt, your mic's off.
If we come back in Arizona, we come back, and then we'll just humiliate Fox even more. Look, Fox is becoming the new Drudge Report.
Yeah.
Look, remember how guys like me used to be on Fox like 3 times a week? I've been on once since July.
Is that because no invites?
Oh, well, now Joe's off. Or Jim's off. No invites.
I've been on about half as much as I ever was before, or a third.
Yeah. They are trying to change who they are, and this is part of it, and they're going to find out the hard way, like Matt Drudge did, that the loyalty's not to them.
Right.
The nice thing about the conservative movement is
to
our
the message.
ruthlessness. Yeah, exactly. The nice thing about the conservative movement is our ruthlessness. Have you noticed how we will toss somebody out if they fail to perform? It's like generals in World War II. You had about 30 days to prove your value. If not, you go back to command a training division. You know, no hard feelings, but you're gone.
So
right, but that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, let's change it though. But the hard part is, okay, our team does not have people willing to drop $4 billion to compete there. So we're going to have to do it places like this. So we're going to have to do it on YouTube and other things. And YouTube is not a good answer, right? Like everything else, because obviously it's a Google tool. You know, it's a Google platform.
But we're going
to have to do it elsewhere. Yeah.
We will find an answer. The answer is going to happen.
So I have a tiny bit of bad news.
Fuck.
If this is right, we are not going to get totals from. Number one, Georgia's not going to be called tonight, even though we called it. Georgia is a Trump win, 100%. There's no doubt about it.
True.
But they're not going to call it tonight. They're also not going to call Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Michigan, because Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania in some major city centers have completely stopped counting votes.
But motherfucker, I just had a double espresso.
No, that's just good. That's just them cheating. That's because they know it's going the wrong way, and they want a chance to play their games.
You look at the other counties.
We'll be watching.
Good things are happening in the counties that we need them to happen in, and bad things are happening in the city center. So the fact they're doing this is actually, like you said, a good indication of where this is going.
They're losing.
Trump is in the lead in Wisconsin. He's in the lead in Pennsylvania. He's in the lead in Michigan. He's in the lead in Georgia. It is no coincidence that all 4 of those are not being called purposefully. Okay?
Yes.
That's no mistake. I'm going to keep working the phone here real quick because I'm trying to find out something else for us. But so Kurt or Dave or Jim, you can take over. But I wanted to give that little update.
Well, how about we? They were very eager to call Arizona. How about they call Texas?
Yeah. How about we call Texas?
Yeah.
How about we
where's
call
Texas?
How about we call North Carolina, where 95% of the vote is in? How about New York Times still hasn't even called Florida yet. You know why they haven't called Florida? They haven't called Florida because a liberal group sued to have USPS search all of their what do you call where they keep the mail? The post offices, to search all their post offices for ballots, and so they won't call Florida over this lawsuit.
Oh, okay.
I'm not joking. I'm totally telling you that's really why they haven't done it. It's ridiculous.
But let's put a flag in the fucking sand right now. Remember that New York Times tweet that they deleted where they said the job of deciding who won the election has fallen to the media.
Us. Oh.
Fuck you. All right. No, it has not.
Right.
And that's where we are right now. What they're trying to do is take what's brutally, blisteringly fucking obvious to any of us with an above room temperature IQ, which is that Trump is winning. And they're trying to say, but we are the gatekeepers. We are the deciders. We are the counters. No, you're not. They and the Dem machine don't want the American people to know something. Trump's your fucking president.
I think we're going to get Wisconsin. I think we're going to get Michigan. I think that's going to be all she wrote.
I want Minnesota too, just because it's like the retarded cousin of Wisconsin.
Yeah. I'd like to see Nevada. I think that's possible.
Hey, can we just right now? I want to have a hobby horse. The Upper Peninsula of Michigan is actually Wisconsin, and at some point we're going to retake that. So everybody now look at the map and look at the Upper Peninsula of what they call Michigan, which is actually across a lake and a bridge and attached to the state of Wisconsin. That's our territory, and we're taking
What's the history of that? What's the history of that? I never understood that shit.
I just don't care.
But, I can tell you right now, the guys who live up there, they call them Yoopers. They live in places like Escanaba, don't you know? And they're really good guys. And they drink beers, and they hunt deer, and they go to the cabin and stuff. But, they're really from Wisconsin. They just don't know it. So there you go. That's actually Escanaba into Moonlight is a play that Jeff Daniels wrote. And it won a bunch of awards. It's hilarious. It's a bunch of guys using those accents at a hunting cabin. Huh. So there you go. There's my cultural reference for the night.
Huh.
Winning big money. Hey, everybody from Escanaba just jumped in the chat and gave me a thumbs up.
Both of them.
Oh, really?
Both of them.
Both of them. Wow.
Exactly. Yoopers belong to us. They do not. Who is that? Will's the Mutter. The Yoopers do not belong to you. The Yoopers belong to Wisconsin.
Robbie?
All right, I got some updates. Okay, so we've got in Minnesota's Iron Range, Lake County has flipped to President Trump. That was a Democrat county. It has flipped to Trump. We have in Oklahoma's 5th congressional district, it looks like we may get a flip in that seat back to Republican. Trump has taken the lead in Mahoning County, which is an area that was so blue. Republicans, they never fought for that at all. In fact, Obama won that in 2012. Take a guess how much he won it by.
20.
90.
Dave?
90.
Jim?
I wasn't paying attention.
28.
I was watching the chat.
Obama won it by 28 points. Trump is winning that county, and that's with the majority of the vote is in.
Wait. Laura Loomer won her race?
No.
New York Post is reporting it. He delivered a surprise upset. Wait, what the fuck?
No, come on.
Yes, dude, I'm telling you. Look at.
I was informed by Fox News that we were going to lose seats.
I was informed by Twitter that the New York Post isn't a newspaper.
Hold on a second. No, she's at 39%.
Look at the New York Post.
Like
when did they update this?
Facebook and the New York Post.
August 19th, 2020. Oh, her primary race. Oh man. What are you getting me? What are you getting me?
Information.
Way to go.
Our whole credibility is dead.
Lie on our stream. That's what.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
So,
but you copped to it. You copped to it.
Disinfo, man.
Russians, baby.
Called Ohio.
Dave was hacked.
Fox just called Ohio for Trump.
For Trump?
Yes.
I want to make sure.
We should all consider repopulating in Roberts County, Texas, where Trump has received 96.2% of the vote. Only 7.
That is the most sexually potent man-for-man area of entire United States.
17 people voted for Joe Biden in that county. 17 people voted for Biden in that county. That's it. I want to go take a visit there. That's apparently MAGA Central.
Okay, Antifa just showed up in D.C.
Who did?
Start burning.
Antifa just showed up in D.C. After a calm BLM plaza for much of the evening, a more intense group of protesters showed up. Very aggressive towards press. The Antifa black flag is there. Here they are.
So, Minnesota, this is some good news for us. Because let's pretend Fox News is right about Arizona, which I am not saying they're right or wrong. I'm just saying it's way too early because 2/3 of the vote is Trump vote. So no matter what, Arizona is going to be close, so close that it doesn't make any sense to call it now. But in Minnesota, the very good news for us is that Trump is running ahead in Twin Cities suburb counties. So remember, it's where there was a lot of unrest after George Floyd, okay? These counties, Wright County, Carver County, Dakota County, Trump in Wright County is winning 69%. In 2016, he got 62%. In Carver County, he's at 51%. He was at 51 in 2016, so he's about even there. In Dakota County, 52% right now. He was at 47 in 2016. So that would be a flip in Dakota County from being Democrat in 2016 to being Republican now. Those are good signs for Minnesota. And then in Iowa, he's in the lead. And in terms of the Latino vote in Florida, Trump got 48% of the Latino vote.
The plantation is dead. Hey, in the chat, Chris Splendoria says that Bill Hemmer is stuttering and stammering about jumping the gun on Arizona on Fox.
No!
So they may have to pull it back.
Good. And New York Times.
Years ago we would have been all like, "Oh, well, it's a done deal because they're the media and they never wrong." And now we're like, they're gonna pull it back. Fuck them.
Hey, I'll say this: New York Times and AP have said they don't agree with Arizona being called.
And my buddy Kev said MSNBC says Arizona's too early to call.
Yeah.
Fox is stepping on their tubing here. I mean, seriously.
I want credit
with
for
track
that.
cleats. With track
I
cleats.
want credit for that. Hold on, I have to summon my wife to bring me wine.
And let me see here.
Honey, Johnny, can you bring me wine?
I'm going to be really honest.
Bottle?
This is going to come down.
Sorry.
This is going to come down to those states: Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania.
You're amazing.
Also, the GOP chairwoman in Arizona, Kelly Ward, who I know, she's a really, really nice lady. She would be doing much better than McSally is. He says that what they have in the bank right now in Arizona is almost all early vote, and that calling a race for Biden is absolutely insane. That what they see, what they have, their data shows that Trump very well could win Arizona. They would not say this if they didn't think that was really possible because they don't want the egg on their face. Arizona could. I couldn't even tell you how many texts I'm getting about Arizona right now. It's ridiculous. I'm getting so many texts about Arizona. It looks like Fox may have finally called Texas. Did they?
Oh, already?
Guilt.
Chris Buskirk, who is in Arizona, he's saying, you're too early, guys. Don't call it.
I'm seeing a lot of people want to know how big that wine glass Kurt has is. How big is that? Is that about like a 1-quart glass you got there, buddy?
Holy shit. Well, look, man. I
have a straw for it. You need like one of them bendy straws? That way you don't have to tip it up so high.
This is what
yes, so hey, here's a really, really, really good piece of news. In Iowa, Joni Ernst is projected to win her race.
Yes.
I guess I'm excited about that. She scares me though. It's all the pig castration stuff. You know what I mean?
You're just prejudiced against.
What?
You're just prejudiced against
Pig
colonels
castrations.
because you don't like colonels. You're colonel.
I don't. Colonels. Dude, I'm married to a colonel. Of course,
Like
I love colonels. I just don't like the ones that castrate. You didn't know that, Robbie? It was in one of her first campaign ads the first time she ran.
No.
She's like, I used to castrate pigs on the family farm. I'm like, Jesus
that's not a
Christ.
selling point.
I was going to vote for you until you said that. You
That's
know?
not a selling point at all.
No, man. Because I know that off the pigs, but it makes me think.
I like her new hairdo though. And just to be clear, I would say that about a guy too if they had a good hairdo, like, you know. But I like her new hairdo. I think it helps her. I do. She seems more approachable now.
She actually looks good, man. I'm like, you're an attractive colonel. You're an Army 8.
What the? Have they?
I mean, that's
have
a
they
real
really
life
not-
7 or
See,
4. But
Army 8.
Wow, look
I know,
at this.
Jim and I are just like sitting here doing the Army shit. Robbie and Dave are like, what the fuck are these idiots talking about? But we know. Oh, we know.
Oh, we know.
And Jim knows about the Queen of AT too.
Ooh.
What's that?
Yeah. She's the girl in the parking lot at the end of annual training going, you're going to call me, right?
No.
I can't believe these. Huh.
Yeah, so
Interesting.
Texas should be called, but they haven't called us. So I'm calling Texas. Trump won Texas. Nobody's called it. I don't know why. There must be a legal challenge, but whatever the challenge is, it's not going to offset what they have in the bank in Texas. Texas is done. You guys are right. I really, you'd think I went to broadcasting school. I did.
Seriously, dude, you are reporting your ass off.
I know, man.
We need Chiron.
Should we do
for
this
shit.
more often, guys? Is this the thing we should do in the future?
Kurt, I was going to say.
Dude, let's do this all the time. Let's just leave his shit on.
Constantly.
Yeah, leave it on forever.
Yeah.
Kurt,
Yeah.
you know what I was going to say is.
Oh, yeah, good plan.
Like, whenever the tiers start, I don't know if they're going to start tonight or tomorrow or a couple days, but whenever the tiers start, we need to just do a reaction show where we react to all of the clips from CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News of the people, like, upset that Biden lost.
It'd be like MST3K.
Sort of like an unboxing
for
video,
politics.
except for their emotions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why don't we? And maybe we can add. Can we add another? Can we add another camera that's just a screen grab so that we can play the shit as we go?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, we
that's-
could do
that's
that.
a good
We could do
idea.
that. So hold on, I want to find the thing that says Dave is fake news and put it up on the
Can
screen.
you guys read? Can you guys read? What? I'm fucking fake news.
Yeah. Hold on.
Hey, I'm reading the feed. People who say we're not reading the feed. I'm reading the feed. Those guys don't care about you.
I'm not
You
reading
know what?
the
No,
feed.
no. Hold on. I found the one that needs to go on screen.
Tell Reaboi we can hear his vape.
Shit, we'll have people watching this.
He's Darth Vader. It's his thing.
Holy crap.
You guys see this comment, right? Robbie, you were a
Holy
smart
shit.
dude. You see
Oh,
that?
hey, yeah.
Dude, isn't that you just in a tracksuit? Isn't that just you behind a cigar or something?
Oh, here we go. They just forgot to put the name Dave in it, but yeah, you're fake
Got
news.
it. Fake news.
Holy fuck.
That's rough, dude. That's rough, Dave. You really.
She's
you brought
Russian
down-
disinformation. I always wondered about that.
Arizona
Didn't you,
should
hold
have a
on. He was once
I love
accused.
that.
This is a fact. Now, this is not fake
great.
news.
Yeah.
Reaboi was accused of being a member of the Muslim Brotherhood.
Yes.
What?
Yes,
Yes.
it was by a prominent national security
Former
expert.
CIA analyst, which tells
So
you
he's a
everything.
dipshit.
Total.
Yeah, we're reading the feed. Somebody accused us of not reading it. We're reading on.
Can you
If
guys
ask
read the
questions-
feed every so
You know what,
often?
too? If you guys ask any questions that are good questions, we may answer them too.
We should advertise this again a little bit on Twitter because I feel like we haven't done that in a while.
Money. We
Yeah.
need to get some money out of this.
Let's do it. Yeah, if you guys drop anything in the tip jar, I'll give it to the guys.
What about
oh,
live?
Texas
We
is
gotta
fine.
do this live. How about that?
Texas is finally called. All right, good.
Texas,
Someone
as,
called Texas
as of
already.
now, I called Texas first, by the way, okay? Just for the record, I called Texas before any of the news networks.
I called it in fucking November of last year.
Really? Because I called it in September of last year.
I called it after the last time they were a republic.
1846.
Because I don't know my history.
Whoa, this would be crazy. Okay, listen to this. The DCCC chair, Sherry Bustos, who's Illinois 17th District rep, she's losing to the Republican by 500 votes with 92% of the vote in. That's crazy. Even if she ends up pulling it out, that's really close for Illinois' 17th District.
I'm trying to figure out if Jim's saying she's got a nice rack.
No, I was doing claws out now.
Who?
I couldn't
Who?
Rack.
Oh, we got so Ernst is looking good. That would be great. Yeah, I think she's projected now by their local news outlet there. You know, we need a guest. That's what we need. Somebody. Let's see. Where's Jack?
I haven't heard from the dude all night. I haven't heard from Jack all night.
Ohio, Florida, and Texas. There we go.
All right.
Now uncall Arizona.
Yeah, now uncall Arizona and we're in business.
How about Virginia? Did we ever get anything on that?
They still got it blue.
Was that a dream?
Everybody's got it blue, so I don't know.
Let's see.
All right. Like the average never Trumper's balls.
Virginia Trump. So, yeah, Trump. This is interesting. Hold on a sec. You guys keep talking. I'm gonna give you the breakdown on this.
He's got to do his reporter stuff.
Okay.
He's now being his own intern.
Robbie's being the voice of sanity. I'm being the voice of, talking about the Bulwark guys watching from their shame closet as their wives are anally penetrated by the pool boy.
It was only a question of how many glasses of wine before you got there.
How long, right?
It was going to happen.
He said
it was coming.
It was coming.
Much
like the pool boy.
Unlike the guys from the Bulwark.
I'm going to have to mute all of you guys. If I'm ever going to run for Congress, you're all muted. You're all disavowed. Every single one of you.
Just disavow.
Here's the point. You're not.
My gosh, I think it's awful that you're talking about.
You guys are. It's awful. It really is.
Them watching their wives being,
you guys
used by domestic help.
Okay. I have an update.
Yes.
Virginia, it's going to be closer than they thought, but I do think Biden's going to pull it out because we're at
much like a Bulwark guy.
I disavow that.
I don't. What are we?
Oh.
Arlington and Alexandria are at around 90% reporting. Okay. So they have a little bit of vote left. And Trump has a couple counties that are friendly to him that have only 30% reporting, but I don't think it's going to be enough for him to win the state. But he made it interesting in Virginia.
Which is good. That's what we want. Scare them. Make them fight more places.
They should.
Guys, look in the private chat.
They should call Virginia at this point, to be really honest.
Have they called Iowa yet?
Oh yeah, let her in. Give her the link.
Yep,
Dave.
done. Where is it?
I knew you were MB, Dave.
Yeah, exactly.
Who's showing up?
You'll see.
You'll see.
What happened to Tank Top guy?
Yeah, I guess he's having dinner.
Yeah, he's going to Nobu. He's going to join the stream from there.
He's going to Nobu?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, here's a great one. Predict
like
Trump's statement tonight, what he's going to say and when. Dave, you're up first.
Whoa, I missed it. I'm sorry. Repeat the question.
Look at it's on the screen.
Oh, predict Trump's statement. What's he going to say? Oh shit, it's a really good question.
Yeah,
it's a really good question. I don't know. It depends. It depends what. It depends where we are. I don't think he's going to make a statement until like minimum, 2, right?
Well, here's the thing. All right, I'll go with the fact that because Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan are not going to announce tonight because they all quit counting so they wouldn't have to announce for Trump, that he's going to complain about that. He's going to say this is the Democrats trying to steal an election. They're stopping their counting because they knew it was going my way. And I bet he's going to open that can of worms right there. And then all the social media comes and go, oh, no, Trump's trying to steal the election, when it's actually the exact opposite. Because they stopped counting because they did not want to have to announce tonight. They want a chance for tomorrow to come and to see if they can find enough ballots to change the election.
I think that's right. Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's right. And I think that would be a smart move from Trump's point of view to point out exactly that. I mean, shit, he should be tweeting right now, hey, wonder what the fuck is going on in these states. There's no reason why, you guys need to get your asses in bed and wait until tomorrow. You're just pulling this out. People from other states
got plenty of Peruvian marching powder to keep every Dem operative in the entire world awake for months.
They could count freaking 3 times as fast. Just do a little bump off
Hey, I do want to say this. I'm working the phones real quick. I do want to say Cernovich, absolutely right about this. He said McSally rejected MAGA and she got smoked tonight. Complete loser. LOL at the losers, whoever backed her. She's a McCain wannabe. He's right. She lost Arizona because she refused to embrace the base. You don't embrace the base, you lose. Those are the new rules, period. We understand our power. We have the tools to take that power and get what we want. And everybody better get in line. All of the Rick Wilsons and all the losers on his side at Project Lincoln better get in line. The base knows our power. You will never, ever, ever have a place in this movement ever again. Does not matter what happens the rest of tonight. People like McSally and people who reject the base and who are standoffish will never win again in America.
Rick Wilson can't come back. If Rick Wilson comes back, I'm sending him on an extraordinary rendition bird to fucking Gitmo. That dude is dead to all decent people, man. Fuck him. And Steve.
Terrible.
Yeah, look, tomorrow, no matter who wins, they're fucked. I mean, really, Trump wins? Okay, well, it don't matter. You're no good for the next 4 years. Biden wins, we don't need you.
Exactly. They're dead.
Dude, their clock just went off. Their alarm went off right now. They're done. Yeah. They have culminated. Much like the pool boy culminated in their wives. It's over. They're done. Yeah, I went there.
Because why come back? Their only function was to hate on Trump, right? And once Trump has
going nuts in DC
because he's done with his election.
Go.
Oh, there's the human snake, James Carville.
Oh, that guy.
He's the worst. You know what? James Carville's such a snake. He makes me hate Billy Bob Thornton because they look alike. And so I can't watch Billy Bob Thornton movies because I keep thinking he's James Carville, man. Every time
I see James Carville, I keep wanting to have some potted meat.
All right, do we need facts?
Look, Shadi Hamid is right. The supposed white supremacist gained ground with every group except white men. Interesting. A whole paradigm of understanding America is being challenged. These are the people we listen to. Yep.
That seems to be win or lose tonight, and I think we're going to win. But win or lose tonight, we set the foundation for the next fight. Okay?
Yeah.
Battle of Coral Sea set the foundation for the Battle of Midway. We reached out to people who we were told, because we were lied to as much as anyone else, we were told could not be part of who we are. And they were told they could not be who we are. But we did it anyway.
All right, here's an update. Doug Ducey, governor of Arizona, just said it's far too early to call the election in Arizona. Election day votes are not fully reported. We haven't even started to count early ballots dropped off at the polls. In Arizona, we protected election day. Let's count the votes, all the votes, before making any declarations.
I thought it was the Democrats who were the count the votes people, but now Fox is shutting that down. Oh, we don't need to count the votes. Fuck Trump.
Boy, Fox has nadlered all over its audience. It is rare to have seen a organization outside the NBA
Okay.
consistently screw itself.
I know why Fox called the race.
Why?
Fox combined their exit polls with the actual results to make their polls. That is insane.
I had heard that from a source at Fox. I didn't want to report it, but yeah.
That is insane. Absolutely effing insane. Exit polls are, if every race, I'm not just talking about America, I'm talking about everywhere across the world. We've learned over the last 10 years, exit polls are trash. They're absolute trash. I said at the beginning of our show today, Fox's exit polls were ridiculous. Actually, I told you guys before the show today, I texted you guys their exit polls.
Yeah.
And I said,
They're
comical
the shittiest thing ever.
They're absolute bullshit. They said that the majority, only 12% of America want, gun rights stay the same or something ridiculous like that. 12%, something ridiculous. And that's what they're judging this on, is early vote results plus their exit poll.
They are.
It's insane.
They may end up right in the end, but they have unzipped, dropped their loo onto the ground, and stomped on it with both feet.
The process of this is indefensible. You can't. It doesn't matter.
I just got a text where somebody says your state just told Fox they're premature. Holy crap!
Yep.
Oh, hey, hi Warren Pease and all the rest of you guys. We got some fans, guys.
So hey, CBS is reporting that Trump is overperforming in Pennsylvania compared to 2016. Too.
Oh,
which is why you got to stop counting.
Much like a pool boy with a pool work.
Yeah, I heard Tucker was going straight at Starwalt and Fox, which is good.
I think Tucker's had enough of this shit, and when he gets a deal with another network, we will see him go. Look, guys, this isn't just an election.
One of the new ones.
This is part of a structural recalculation of everything we thought was how things would be.
Hey, where's our special guest, Dave?
She's making a tea. And then she'll be right on.
A tea?
Everybody wait!
Okay, well, she's going to have to wait. If she comes on, just tell her if she comes on and I don't put her right in the room, I had to run. I'm going down.
Okay.
Real quick.
Okay.
I have to mute this audio, so I'm going to the other room. I'll be right back.
Okay.
But Tucker can't go anywhere. Nobody else can afford to pay him. None of the other major networks will pay him. Not yet. Who's going to pay him? We don't have anybody to pay a star of that caliber. What's he make? $25 million a year?
Look, that's what happened with Sirius. That's what happened with Sirius, which was they suddenly they came up with enough money to steal Howard Stern away. And that's what will have to happen. Will it happen is a different question.
Maybe we should get some Chinese investors together, right? We get enough money together to pay Tucker.
I heard Banner knows a few guys.
I think they also hook you up with, bang, bang, boom, boom, sucky, sucky. I think that's good.
They had everything that
I've heard.
Hunter needed.
Rumors.
A friend says about Fox. Holy shit! They have no idea what to do with Tucker. He's burning them down. He's looking at them. He's looking at them like they have dicks on their foreheads.
Growing right out of the center of their forehead. That is so good.
Which a number of them, anyway.
Hey, somebody said it's Chris Splendoria again, who I don't know if it's a dude or a chick. I can't see the thing, so I'm not apologizing. I'm not assuming your gender. But Tucker needs to follow the Rogan model. And maybe that's it. And everybody, we need to get enough places for people to do shit like this and for big stars to be able to set up their own thing. And then we draw people away from Twitter, Facebook, and the networks back to, like Dave said at the beginning, back to the old school blogosphere where you own your own website, you publish your own content, and you bring people to you, and they go there because of you, not because of some socially curated model of bullshit like the social media weasels are doing to us.
Yeah, this is all a boomer phenomenon too, and we're
fucking hate boomers.
Yeah, I mean, we're clearly moving past them.
I am one.
Are you?
By a week. I'm
Okay.
literally
I am
born in the last
incidentally,
year of
just
the
so
baby
everybody knows, you can tell Generation X started on my birthday in October of 1964. That's the official day because I am Gen
Dude,
fucking
you're
X.
older than me? Holy shit.
I'm
You
Gen,
look
if
great.
you're younger than me, I'm Gen X, dude.
That's
So
not
you're
Gen X. That's Gen X.
Gen X
You want to
started-
try to figure
No,
out?
I mean you are Gen X. You're
Dude, I am
you're
so Gen X. We
My
invented
birthday
extreme
is December
everything.
24, 1964.
Well,
date
then
which
you're
will live in
younger than
infamy.
me, and you are Gen X, motherfucker. Because
No.
I'm Gen X, and I am the lead dog of our generation. because I
See, that's
skydived
not
naked
how
from
this
an
works.
airplane. I climbed
Who hasn't?
buildings. I did everything, dude. Gen fucking X.
I can't tell any
Baby
of my
boomer.
stories.
You're a fucking baby boomer. That might be the dumbest thing anyone ever tried to say about me. Good God, look at a baby boomer. Look at my life. My life could not be less baby fucking boomer. I did everything you're not supposed to do and somehow fucking lived to today. So just for the record, so it's clear, I am the oldest member of Gen X.
You were a roadie for Poison.
I actually kind of, I'm not going to say I partied with that band, but
I totally would not say that. I once
Dude,
hired a CFO for my law firm who was like, I used to party with Van Halen. I mean, party. And I was like, okay, you can control my money.
Hey, dude, Van Halen had their shit together, man. That band had it going on.
Tight.
Yeah,
their
they were
shit was
wired.
tight. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They
All
knew
right,
how to
so
make
that's
shit
what we're
happen.
doing. So, but we got to get Starbuck. He's not running for Congress, incidentally. Everybody on here who thinks Robbie's running for Congress, we're not going to let him.
I don't think
Because
that's
he's too
likely.
valuable doing other shit to be some
And he doesn't want to take
chimp-ass,
the pay
low-rent
cut or
Congress.
That's what. Look, when you're running for Congress, the whole gig is raising money. Your life is not. I mean, you've got to be so dedicated to wanting that job. That's got to be your life's focus. And he's too. He can do too much.
You can be so much more powerful than any, unless you're willing to devote the rest of your life to that shit and get tenure and be, 6 years, 8 years into it and get on some big committees. But just as a freshman congressman, you're a nobody. You don't get to do anything. You're wasting your time. So Robbie won't be doing that, people. Don't worry about it. We will beat
We're
his
not
ass
gonna
into
let him.
shape. He's going to be our king of
Instead,
Hollywood.
he's gonna direct ads for Rick Grinnell from Lil Pump, 50 Cent, and
50 Cent.
Chocolate Thunder,
50.
who's
Chocolate-
he's a little known rapper, but I'm trying to bring him up.
Who was Chocolate Rain? Do you remember that dude who did Chocolate Rain with the real deep voice?
Oh my God.
That was one of them early viral videos.
Hold on.
Oh,
I'm gonna find it.
Oh, that was so good.
I gotta find this. Oh man.
All right, Kurt. Someone asked you what wine you're drinking.
It is a 2019 Sardinian Cannonau. CANNO.
Oh shit! Hey.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hi. Nice to see you all.
Welcome.
Oh my gosh.
Let's introduce everybody.
Tom's
Okay.
wearing clothes. That's an improvement.
This is his third
So
outfit.
this is third outfit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Why don't you introduce our new guest?
Nobu was nice though. It was good.
It was good. Anyway, Noor, welcome. We've had a great time so far.
I know.
And you are in Europe.
Yes, I am.
In an undisclosed location.
Yes,
And wanted to say hi. You're staying up late. What are you wearing?
I'm wearing my trusted MAGA onesie.
Let's see. Stand up. Stand up.
Occasion. It was
Stand up.
fitting
Let's
for the
see.
occasion, no?
Yeah.
No hate. No hate. I wear a Trump shirt.
Oh, very nice.
You guys think it's
Well,
great?
actually, I doubled
got it.
up.
Oh shit.
Song on.
Rock and roll.
Nor, does everybody know who she is? That she is. I mean, you wrote one of the most compelling endorsements of Trump that I've read, with your family history and everything. Can you tell everybody a little bit about what you did?
Sure. I came out in early September in support of the president. I felt really compelled to do so, and I thankfully, with the help of John Levine of the New York Post, was able to share a bit of my background and my story, and he introduced me to the scene. And I coupled that with my letter to America, which everybody can find on my website, which, as you say, is my case for why I love President Trump so much and why we need 4 more years.
Yep.
Essentially, I'll just ask your viewers to bear with me. It's 6:20 in the morning. I've been up all night, bar an hour where I dozed off. But I'm really glad to be on here with you guys. Thanks for having me.
Yes, for the people asking, she is Osama bin Laden's niece. She supports Trump. She came out. She wrote a beautiful endorsement of him. And I thought it was really compelling. Just like, it was really thought-provoking. I want to note something to the guys. You guys have been here all night. So, I've been calling the races, and I tweeted about them. Twitter has now put a warning on all of my tweets saying official sources may not have called this race when this was tweeted, about me calling Ohio and about me calling Florida and other races.
What's an official source?
Was I wrong?
What is an official source for that now, huh?
Yeah, what is it? I'm a verified account who literally, like, I met with the president. I'm friends with all of you morons. How much more official could you get than knowing Kurt, Tom, Jim, and Dave? I feel like I'm kind of official.
A little more.
Your credibility is maximized.
These people, though, like, just think about the just sheer gall on these people that they'll label something you wrote and say, oh, well, the official sources didn't. This is Orwellian stuff, this is nuts.
But just see, good thing is the counterattack starts tomorrow.
Well,
Nora, you're right.
Can someone explain to me what is going on with Fox News?
Oh, they're Paul Ryan. That's the best explanation I have. Paul Ryan is like he's. I don't even know what you would describe him as.
Somebody said Fox retracted their Arizona call.
I'm not going to let Kurt do the description because it's going to be not safe.
Wait, what? What? Hold on. We're burying the lead. What did Jim say?
Somebody in the tweet says Fox retracted the Arizona call.
Yes. Let's find this out right now. Hold on a second.
Meanwhile, the
Cox
at the decision desk.
Hold on.
What's that?
That's their second retraction of the night, no?
Yeah.
They're rock and rolling, huh?
Hold on, let's see.
But Twitter won't mark their stuff as untrustworthy.
Exactly. Fox. Oh, that is a great point, Jim. All these networks have been wrong. I have not been wrong one time, and they labeled my tweet.
You were wrong about running for Congress, so let's keep that up there.
Not only am I going to run, I'm going to knock on so many doors. It's going to embarrass every Republican who's ever run in the Nashville area, and I'm going to embarrass the shit out of Cooper. And he can go ahead and run this with me saying shit because I am going to embarrass the shit out of him. So he's never run against a real person who could actually beat him and could go talk to Hispanic communities, go talk to Black communities, because he has never gone to those communities. So I am going to run. I'm going to beat him, and I'm going to also make a conservative film studio. I'm going to do both. I'm winning. Okay?
We'll let you have your little hobby as long as you do the conservative film
Robby,
studio.
you want me to help you with your campaign by having nothing to do with you and disassociating ourselves completely?
Yeah, absolutely. Like,
we will have to be paid to say we don't know you.
I was actually thinking I could do like a disavow you all and say you hacked my screen, you came on, and also that not only you disavowed, but that I'm not sure you're actually people. Because that'll go over really well with CNN.
We're Russian bots.
If you'll have
Russian bots and say you got hacked.
If you'll have me, I'll come up with you, Robby.
Cold War,
yeah.
But hey.
Nora's going to come on with you, she said, though. So
Yeah.
you can keep
I'll
her
come
and disavow
with-
us. We'll be bots.
There we go. See, she'll be my witness. So it does look like they retracted. It does look like they retracted their call.
Someone asks
I just
Dave
got
one.
Go, Dave.
Someone says, Dave, one, are you still eating popcorn? Yes, it's the last of it. And two, what is going on with Antifa? I'm just seeing what I see on Twitter, which is that Antifa has moved into DC and is starting to be more aggressive. I don't see very much. They're just pushing people around.
Right.
Biden?
MSNBC saying Biden's about to speak, and he's going to say no one should call anything tonight, and that's going to set him off.
Wait,
Biden. This is past his bedtime.
Biden's speaking.
All right, so the Biden hologram is going to be programmed to make noises.
The Biden bot. Hey, I just got a text from a important commenter who we all know, whose name I won't give off, but I said, hey, Fox sure stepped on its Ted Lieu hard, and this person responded, pissing me off.
Yep. All of us.
Wow.
All right, guys, I got to step off. See you guys. I got to roll.
The president
Enjoy.
Bye, Tom.
He's
going to come back.
He's got to go to bed early.
He's going to come back with another outfit in a minute.
Me and Robby are the only ones who have maintained one uniform for this entire event.
Yeah,
I know. I put the jacket on, and I'm 100 times classy.
Oh wait, no! I didn't retain. I put on the suit jacket. Remember?
That's true. It's just me.
That's right.
I'm the only original.
That's true. That's true.
You know, Robby, I'm really excited because I have a nice black shirt with the Joy Division Pulsar imagery on it, and it says Joy Division Japanese. So I'm thinking that's going to be cool.
Oh no!
Selection.
Does somebody ask if I'm joking or if I'm kidding about running against Cooper? No, I'm not joking. I had enough whiskey and I've had enough of these awful Democrat representatives who just look at somebody like Cooper. I'm sorry, the dude's like 100 years old. He's done nothing for the state of Tennessee. Nothing. Okay. He's a lunatic, number two. And I feel like that's enough right there. He's a lunatic and he's 100 years old. He knows nothing about what's going on in the world right now. So yeah, I'm absolutely serious about running against some of you.
Antifa is shooting off fireworks in BLM Plaza in DC. You know what's funny? I've got a whole basement full of fireworks, and I'm pretty sure I've got at least one gun that could reach BLM Plaza from the roof of my house.
So Iowa, by the way, Trump has won Iowa. Iowa has also been called, which I said hours ago that Iowa was
already.
Yeah, another already.
So we've got Kyle is going to come on and give us an update on Antifa tonight. Is that all right?
Excellent. Yeah.
Who is?
Kyle Scheidler.
Yes. Yeah. Bring him on. Boom. Kyle. Hello. Hi, Kyle.
Hey guys, how's it going?
It's going good.
What are you doing, man?
We're all in Air Force One right now.
You're just chilling, huh?
Just chilling.
Kurt Schlichter's upside down.
That's normal.
That's okay.
It's live from
like
Australia.
You're about to fire a missile at the Death Star.
So what they do tonight? What are they getting up to? Anything?
Oh, they're still going. They've got a pretty sizable black bloc of Antifa guys and gals. They don't discriminate. Moving pretty much up and down the streets. They're headed in a pretty much northeasterly direction right now. It got interesting early on as they were getting their march started. The level of frustration they had at the media who would not get out of their way as they were trying to march was probably the most 2020 thing I've seen in a while. Just black mask guys just screaming at the media to get out of the way.
Yes.
And so that's interesting. They're being pretty aggressive with the journalists. I mean, they're in Portland and other places they get pretty good media coverage. But I think in D.C. now they're getting a lot of foreign journalists, correspondent journalists who are not used to this kind of thing, and they're getting pretty pushy with them. So that'll be interesting to see if that has any impact on how things get reported. But they've gone after a couple of guys. They were pretty pushy shovey with Douglas Murray, who seems to be in DC.
What is he doing in DC now for this?
Apparently, he's running around.
Everybody's leaving DC, and he's okay.
He's running around videotaping Antifa guys because the regular media won't do it. And it's true. I mean, if you look at it used to be with these streams, everybody and their mother was live streaming, and you could catch all kinds of stuff. And the Antifa guys cracked down on that hard now. And so even some of the really good street journalists, and there are a lot of good guys and gals out there who are doing really good work, but they'll only video in short snippets now because if the Antifa guys catch you live streaming,
Kyle,
they'll take you out.
Am I seeing correctly? Kyle, hold on for a second. Am I seeing correctly? Fox called Minnesota for Biden.
Called what?
Minnesota.
Did Fox call Minnesota for Biden?
It would not be.
Or is this just stupid Twitter?
Would not be the first thing they called and then retracted tonight.
Earlier, I told you Minnesota was the one of the three between Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and actually one of the four that I said was most likely to end up going the other way. There was some good data from the suburbs around Twin Cities, but outside of that, it could go either way. I know they've only done 67% of their count, which is mostly early vote, almost entirely early vote, and it's at 53-44. So Minnesota, it's also just like Arizona, too early to call with 67% of the vote in. It's not responsible to call it. Just like Michigan, Trump's in the lead and James is in the lead, but it's irresponsible to make a call about it because it's just too early. We have 53% of the vote. We don't know the split on early versus election day. Neither does Fox. And like I explained earlier, Fox is using their exit poll as part of their decision in terms of what races to call. And it's nonsensical. Their exit polls have been totally discredited by the results tonight. So I don't understand what they're doing at Fox right now because what we're seeing doesn't match up with it. But I could very well see Minnesota. I'm going to say this at this point. I would say this. We lose Arizona. I can see a situation where Trump wins Michigan, Pennsylvania, both, narrowly misses winning Michigan or wins it. But in either case, he would win with North Carolina and Georgia and Florida and Texas. Georgia's interesting only because it looks pretty clearly like a win, but in Atlanta, they've only reported 58%. Trump is up 53-45. I don't think they can make that up in Atlanta, especially because Trump is increasing his margin with black females and black males by 4 points in both categories.
Black females?
Yeah, this is very interesting. The data is showing us in counties that are 100% reported that Trump not only gained in black males, but black females at the same rate, about 4 points each.
Now you think? I mean, I've always thought it was weird when people say that Trump does poorly with black females, because black females are known as more religious than black males in general. So I always thought that was a little bit weird. Yeah. But I guess especially in Georgia, where there is a very strong church community, that would kind of make sense.
Yep. So we're going to have to look at what the margins. So see, this is what I hate about 58% of the vote. We're going to have to end up looking at what the margin is going to be when it's closer to 75, 80% of the vote. We see a lot more of the election day vote then and early vote combined together. We'll be able to have a better picture of if he is matching what Hillary did in 2016, underperforming or overperforming. Right now, we don't know. And by the way, I think that on Fox, CNN, MSNBC, I may hate these people, but they should be allowed to drink while they do this, because I'm drinking and I'm still coherent. I'm still able to do it. I don't see why they shouldn't be able to be like a little bit more relaxed. You know?
Maybe they'd be
You got
better.
some whiskey and you thought you were running for Congress, and we're not going to let you do that. So no, I'm not sure we want that.
I feel like I really do think I could do both. I mean, what do the commenters think? Do you guys think that I could, number one, fight the culture and be a congressman? I think I could do both. You have a staff as a congressman. All I need to do is make the right votes and write the bills, help them write the bills. I mean, obviously I don't need to write them physically, but help them write the bills and tell them what needs to be done,
Well, yeah, as a freshman congressman, you don't even do that. You don't even get to do that.
Hey, guys, I got to take off. I may or may not be back. Talk to you soon.
All right, be good. Hasta.
Nora, what do you think?
I'm just looking at the news. So apparently the Trump camp called to have Fox retract on Arizona, and they just did or so. That's the latest news. And also Biden is set to speak shortly. So let's see what he has to say.
So what is Biden going to say exactly? What do you guys think he's going to say?
Count the votes.
It's too early for him to assert that he won.
Yeah.
No,
but
way
I
too
think
early.
what Biden's going to do, he's going to come on and do the Dem party line. We have so many mail-in ballots. We have so much of this. It's premature to do anything. We want to make sure we start fresh tomorrow, and we don't want to call these states prematurely. So let all the votes be counted and all that. He'll just do that whole bullshit story they have, even though we're all pretty sure that they stopped counting because the numbers weren't looking good, and they wanted a chance for their lawyers and everybody to see what they could do before they actually got to the point where they hit a number that said, holy shit, Trump won.
Yeah.
Wholeheartedly agree with that assessment.
Plus, it's possible, too, that they want to diffuse the situation on the streets.
Where's
No, I mean, just wait another day. I mean, Kyle.
You're muted, Kyle.
I said that would be the responsible thing to do. Which
is
doesn't
why that's not what they're doing.
Which doesn't give me a lot of confidence that that's what they'll do.
I don't know. They should be keeping but it also makes sense because they want to keep their powder dry at least until more information comes in. This is not ideal. Today has not gone well for them. So they're behind the eight ball and they're trying to figure out what to salvage here.
But they don't have to call their mob off now because no one's going to vote anymore. So they don't have to worry about the riots making them look bad. They can use the riots to scare people who are in the positions in these Democrat cities for not just, their job and their position and their power within the Dem party, but also for actual physical fear. So I think it's a chance for them. If the mob goes off tonight, then that actually makes the Dems use that in the way as intimidation, to get their people back in line and get the counting going the way they want it, to count properly. Because it's not a question of who votes, it's who counts the votes, right? So I think it's a fear tactic on them.
I'm sure right now there's a database and a Google map of everyone who's in charge in Pennsylvania, who's in charge of counting votes in Pennsylvania with their home addresses and the whole thing.
Yeah.
Right?
And they're getting emails and text messages saying, don't you count and come to a number that calls Pennsylvania for Trump, or calls Michigan for Trump, or calls Wisconsin for Trump.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm seeing from the radicals is a lot of, other than this march in D.C., which is sort of a show your power thing, I'm not seeing a lot of violence yet. I'm not seeing a lot of property destruction yet. It's just a big mass of guys marching in unison. So it's a show your power sort of situation. We've got a little bit of a march in Portland, some in Seattle, I think. But a lot of them are saying, look, it's going to be tomorrow. It's going to be November the 8th. They're building time into the schedule to see what they want to do. And then...
they got 4 more years, right?
And the word that came down from Crime Think, and it was quickly echoed out through the various anarchist channels, was #everybody-out. They made very clear that this is not about Joe Biden, and that if Joe Biden were to win, that they intend to hold his feet to the fire, which is to be expected. But so I don't think that the mob is something that the Democrats can control. That is a card that once played, it goes where it goes, and they'll just have to sit and see.
Do you think they've played it already, or you think this is just kind of teaser Antifa on the streets?
I don't know yet. I mean, we saw a fair amount of infrastructure for their little, BLM block party. The go-go band, the truck, the giant inflatable Trump chicken, right? The sort of the normal protest stuff that you see. The ubiquitous Revolutionary Communist Party signs that are always available if you want a sign to hold up. So that stuff was pretty normal. But they have always said that this was going to be a long game, that this was going to be days and weeks, not a flash in the pan.
Right.
So I don't think they're going to show their whole hand tonight or even tomorrow night. But they'll start to decide pretty quick, and then we'll start to see things roll out.
Well, and here's the thing. Tomorrow, when they go back to counting, I don't think they're going to be able to avoid the inevitable conclusion very soon that Trump's got enough votes between Pennsylvania, Michigan, and even maybe Wisconsin to go ahead and run the table. There's going to cut off a path for Biden in any reasonable way for him to win. Now, they'll probably do lawsuits and they'll probably do the rest of it to try and slow that down. And that's going to be the Dem plan. And like you said, the Antifa plan and the Dem plan are not coordinated, right? So I think once it shows tomorrow, which will happen during daylight hours, I think Trump's actually going to win tomorrow. From everything we've seen today, I don't think there's any way to avoid a Trump victory on electoral votes tomorrow. And that means tomorrow night, Antifa's unleashed. They're off the reservation. I don't think there's any Dem lawsuits or anything that are going to slow that down. So once Trump gets a victory, DC is going to burn, and I'm going to watch from my roof.
Noor, what's going on in Europe? Are the people are sleeping, right? Nobody's reacting to this.
Everybody's sleeping. Well, I'm sure there are other.
You sound so tired.
Patriots like myself who are awake. I did have a couple of comments on my social media saying that some people were awake as well. No, I think everywhere across the world we're all, sitting at the edge of our seat, hoping this turns out, in our favor. We want 4 more years too. The world is a much safer place since President Trump has been in office.
You make a really great point. I had to jump back on because your point is so amazing. Nowhere else in the world do you have an election where the whole world waits up to find out what happened, because the United States matters so much. And the reason it matters so much is because we are the last beacon of freedom. If freedom falls in America, freedom does not exist anywhere else. And to your point, Jim and Dave, you guys were talking about how big the polling this was. This is some of the stuff I've been working on over here is you look at Texas, okay? Texas was saying we had polls Biden +1, okay? These were some of them were Biden even, Biden +1. Trump is going to win by about 6. So they were off by 5, 6, 7 points, depending which poll you're looking at. They're not even close. They misread the electorate. They misread who was coming out to vote, and they did it to a terrible degree. This is something interesting. I just thought was interesting. Doesn't really have anything to do with the presidential. Is Oregon is now the first U.S. state that has decriminalized possession of all drugs, including cocaine, heroin, meth, anything.
So now we know where
Hunter needs a place to go. Yeah.
Where's Hunter?
That's
He's in
great.
Portland.
Everybody's been asking where Hunter is. Now we know. That's actually.
Wait, what happened to Portland mayor? The Portland mayor race.
Yeah, did they get their commie?
The last thing I saw was it looked like it was going to be Ted. Let me double check that for you real quick, but I thought it was Ted.
I mean, at this point, you're still living in Portland. Really?
They're saying he has an early lead as of about an hour ago.
Hey, we got people saying they're from France in the comments here. So
Okay,
you're not
so-
the only one up, Noor.
Biden's on now.
No, I
I'm going to mute
figured.
my mic, and I'll find out what he's saying, and I'll come back to you guys, okay?
Hey, you have people in Nigeria. Did you see this amazing march for Trump from a couple of days back? You know, patriots all over
Yes.
the world were watching closely. We want Trump to win again.
That's
So
amazing.
hi
Very
to the
significant.
person in France who wrote in the comments.
Yeah, that Nigeria thing is great, and Trump retweeted it, which is great. And you know what? I mean, it's interesting. The Christian Nigerians have put up with a lot.
You're like getting slaughtered. I mean, that's
Yeah,
that's the bad thing.
They put up with a lot. I mean, I saw that, and I just thought of the different places. You know, I saw a big Trump train rally in Jerusalem through the old city. One was the motorcycle parade, and the other one was, you know, cars honking, everybody going crazy. And you know, and I think we've seen these other places too. We saw one in Toronto, and it's amazing that, I mean, it just goes to show that we really what the contours of this conflict. You know, and nobody's, I guess we say nationalism versus globalism, but I think it needs to be better put. Somebody's got to coin a better term for it, because it's, you know, it's kind of both more and less than globalism, but it's the fight. And people from different countries, you know, I mean, I do interviews all day long about, you know, the similarities between, you know, the movement that we're in and the UK and Poland and Hungary and Saudi Arabia and Israel and UAE and Brazil and, you know, yada yada. You going?
All right. So Biden just spoke.
I'm in the middle of them. No, go.
How could
What
Joe
he say?
Biden interrupt you?
What did he say?
Keep the faith. I think we're going to win. Keep the hope. Keep the faith. Like I've said all along, I shouldn't be the one to say I won. Trump shouldn't be the one to say he wins. We should wait and see what happens.
The New York Times should be the one to say I win.
Exactly.
No. So he said nothing.
We need to wait for all of the Democrat states to find the votes we need, and then we're going to win. Keep the faith. That's essentially where we're at.
Actually, that's really good. That's really good.
No, that's what he should say. I mean, that's
Yeah.
Because it was. Here's why. The reason he said that, because he couldn't say anything else. If he had any way to hint that they were ahead and winning, he'd have said something different. Now here comes the fun part. Trump's going to come on and say, "I'm pretty sure we already won." You know, he's going to say, like I said before, that
he's going to push the line.
He's going to push the line because he's got nothing to lose.
He also said after Pennsylvania counts, he thinks he's going to win. So, you know.
Yeah, they're working up the votes in Pennsylvania, in Philly.
They're trying.
That's
but
what
all right, now, so if we need Michigan and Wisconsin, though, beats Pennsylvania, right? At this point, if
Trump.
get those,
Trump tweet. We are up big, but they're trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. All right.
and the gauntlet is thrown.
Yes.
That's
So
a good answer.
That's a really good response.
He also misspelled polls. So, you know, some of the Polish folks are
the ones over by the Hungarians.
Like he wrote it the stripper way.
I have typos in all my best tweets too.
Yeah.
At least you know he's operating his own phone.
Yes, he is. I will be making a statement tonight. A big win. Oh my God! Here we go.
Yes.
Holy shit.
Hey, why not? I mean, what's he got to lose? The votes are what they are.
Why not? Why? What are you talking about? Why not? He won. Period. Okay.
Yeah.
We're just
No, I agree.
He won.
Dude, this is insane. Trump tweets 2 minutes ago, and he's got 60,000 likes.
Hey, by the way, you know what? I'm a little offended for myself, Dave, Jim, and Kyle. Not one person all night, especially to Jim, Dave, and me, because we've been on all night, has said that we're stunning, okay? And then they come in here and say that Nora is stunning. I don't think that that's fair, that nobody has said that about us. And I contest this election about stunningness. I think that I probably have some stunning votes that have not been counted yet. So we're going to pause. I'm going to see if we have any tomorrow. And if we have them, then I win and I'm more stunning. So I wanted to put that out there. Keep the faith. We are going to win the stunning vote. I do believe that I would win it. Win all the votes you counted.
You know, when I'm worried about stunning things, I use an axe handle and I crack them right up against the skull, and it stuns them quite well.
I disavow.
Sorry, dudes, you aren't stunning. Laura says in the comments.
Yeah, I know. I knew that.
Yeah.
I'll concede to you, Robbie, if it gets really close.
There we go.
Robbie's got the ponytail. Come on, he's got that whole auteur filmmaker thing going.
Who has the best hair? Okay, I never do this, but
I have the best hair.
Hold a second. You have no hair.
Dude, one, two, three. There's three of us here who don't have any to speak of. So we can't have a hair competition when only two people have hair.
Your hair is longer than mine.
I have to do this just because a bunch of the Antifa trolls, for some reason, think I'm going bald. I have way too much hair. I have a line. Okay, I don't know where they got this idea that I'm going bald, but you know, I think maybe it's the widow's peak, but just a lot of Cubans have that. We can't help it. We have widow's peak. So yes, I have long hair, don't care, but I'm just gonna say I think I'm pretty proud of my hair. I think I just embarrassed Jim and Dave and Kyle and Nora.
It's okay. Long ago, I've.
Nice, man. It really.
There we go. I'm already banking votes. Do you see what happened there? Already banking votes. Look at that. That's staying on the screen for the rest of the night.
All right. So is he going to make a statement?
He's got to speak.
I think so. I think he's going to.
What social media? What if now we have the social media freak out?
Yeah, and then if he says something, what if they go ahead and shut him down? Right? They want to. I mean, Twitter and Facebook are dying to shut Trump down because they know they're dead. If he wins, they know they're dead, and this is their last chance to jack him around.
They're kind of dead either way if you think about it, because if he wins, we crush them. You know, if he loses and he stops using Twitter,
then Zuckerberg wins and Jack loses.
I don't think that's so great for them. I think maybe for Facebook that's okay, but
yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah.
Trump. Oh my God! Look at this guy. Fucking Arnie Duncan. I always hated this guy. I always thought he was a weird creeper. Probably went to Epstein Island. Former Secretary of Education under Obama. We need to talk a lot less about red and blue. We need to talk a lot more about whiteness. Fuck you.
What? I
just retweeted.
I'm so sick of all these people being obsessed with race. I really am. It's just
you know what? You know what? We want racial reconciliation and all that. So let's vote for the party that does nothing but divide everyone by race. Good plan.
And what's shocking is if there's one story coming out of this election that's really A, underreported, and B, fascinating, is how well Trump has done with minorities that the GOP has tried to get and failed to get, for the better part of a decade or two.
Okay, I want to know what's going on at Fox and what kind of crack they're smoking.
I'm just pointing out, literally, that I did write a book about that racial bullshit and that it kind of kicks ass. So just there you go. There's my pimp. But Kyle, you're right, dude. That's the game. We broke the gate on the Dem plantation.
Tim, that was a terrible plug. You have to tell people where to get the book at.
Yeah, that's true. You got it.
Where do you buy everything? Jeff Bezos. Buy it from Jeff Bezos because I don't have a publisher for it. I did it in a week. So Amazon. It kicks ass. I got another one coming.
The polls are.
That's a better plug, except for the fact that you never said the name of your book. So
But I had it up there.
Nobody knows.
They know it's the myth of white fragility because it's a myth, because it's bullshit.
There you go.
All right. Thanks for reminding me how to pimp stuff.
There you go. Keep going. And Trump is making a statement tonight. He says
Michigan now needs until Friday. Pennsylvania isn't coming out anytime soon. These people are animals.
Why
these people are?
Oh wow. Okay, hey. So Trump says we are up big, but they're trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be counted until after the polls are closed. And Twitter has they've censored the tweet saying some or all of the content shared in this tweet is disputed and might be misleading about the election.
Dude, I clicked on the Trump tweet, "We are up big," and it says, "Sorry, that page doesn't exist."
Time to load up and head to Silicon Valley. I cannot wait to take those bastards down. That is going to be the joy because they've gone so far overboard. It's not even funny. They're not even playing. You know, they treat us like dogs, and it's going to bite them in the ass. That's a good mixed metaphor. It's getting late, apparently. Stunned silence. That's the first stunned silence.
They disappeared. I can't believe they disappeared the tweet. I'm just tweeting.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. They literally, they're covering up. I want to show this to everybody if they can't see, if they don't have Twitter for some reason because they've been banned by they're literally covering up his tweet.
Now that some people in the Lipstick Prime is saying in the chat that he deleted the polls and replaced it with polls. So that may be the one you're clicking.
Cock.
That one.
What a cock.
I'm talking about.
Robbie's got another one. So there's two things going on.
Oh,
I deleted one.
This one that they censored here is up now, and Twitter censored it. They put up a thing saying, you know, that basically what he's saying is disputed and that it's not accurate. The Twitter is censoring him, declaring victory.
They wanted to. That was the whole game. I mean, they've
This
got
is
so
what
many
they
people
were
in their
going to do
This is what they were going to do regardless. That's right.
with the mainstream media as well. This was to be expected. That was the scenario. They're not going to let him announce his victory.
Right. Yep. And then they're going to try to rat fuck everything tomorrow. You know, because what they want to do now, they're Michigan on Friday. Oh, really? Come on. You know, I mean, I don't care how many ballots you think you've got. The problem is they've got too many counted and they're going the wrong way.
The other question, wait, why does Michigan need till Friday when a state like Texas was able to do it tonight?
Huh. Really weird. I don't know. Who runs Michigan? Is there a governor and their AG? Are they
Why is it that
Democrats?
the only state reporting 0% is Democrat-run Nevada? Why are they not giving they're at 2% now. I'm sorry. They're at 2%. And Trump's still kicking ass right now. He's at 73%. Biden has 23%. Why is it that they're the only state that is at less than 5%? Why?
Was that rhetorical, or do you want the answer? Because they're fucking cheating Democrats. That's why.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is very clear. This is very, very clear.
Kim Klacik apparently lost in Baltimore.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. We kind of expected it, but she did make she made progress.
She changed the narrative. She showed that there's a positive message for Republicans that black women can take to the street, literally in her ad. And it's probably the most effective political ad of this entire cycle. Was her walking out in that red dress and shoes down the street saying, you know what? Democrat cities suck. They're crappy places to live, and we deserve better. That's why I'm a Republican, because I will help make this a decent place to live. What a great message, and she was a great messenger. She'll be back.
Not only that.
I hope so. She was wonderful.
She may have lost that race, but she had an effect on Trump's race. You know, that's another thing to think about is You know, that +4 among Black women I talked about earlier.
Yep.
How much of that came from affirmation from Kim that, hey, this is the path forward, you know? Same with Candace Owens. She plays a huge part in that too.
Yep. Positive messages. That's what Republicans have always sucked at. You know, is making sure that your message is positive, not just not a Democrat.
But that's what's been so exciting, you know, this cycle. Also with people like Sean Parnell, his ad was also really good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in the hangar, that was a great one too. Laura Loomer in Florida did great ads. It's been very exciting and young and fresh, you know, this time around. The Republican Party feels like it's completely changed.
Yeah. And the nice thing is the Democrat Party is about to die tomorrow, and it's going to be the Democrat Socialist Party. And that is so to our advantage, because at that point, they're trying to burn America down, and we're trying to build it up. And that's such a great, for once, we'll be the positive party. And it's so good. It's so good for our team.
Yep.
Let's see. If Trump wins this time, and you are a Democrat, let's say you're George Soros and Trump wins this time. What do you do? What do you put more? What do you invest more into? What, you know, who do you go after? I guess, I mean, the first thing you do. Yeah, but look, the first thing you do, if I'm George Soros, the first thing I do is I pour more money into Texas because it looks winnable, not tomorrow, but, you know, at some point soon.
And that's the death blow. But that's just it. All right, now here's the thing. Think about what we can do in Texas, because like David, you always said, that's the place to rebuild from. That's where we go if the Civil War starts. All right, we go to the Republic of Texas. But if we want to rebuild the party, we have to be able to counter what they're trying to do there, which is import all their people from Democrat crap holes, bring their bad ideas there, and turn it blue. But right now, we've actually got the positive message on them, and they're not going to have a blue message anymore.
And I think
you know what I mean? There's going to be no reasonable message that they have. It's going to be the new Republican Party versus the Democrat Socialists. And their blue ideas are going to die with that. And we're going to steal blacks and Hispanics and working class whites and ignore the college educated whites for a while, you know, because they're lost to us. Academia killed them for America. So we go to the people who love America, which is people who have real jobs, real families, and want to make the world and their families, part of the world, a better place. And that crosses all of the cultural divides. And that's where our party now is inclusive, and the Dems are going to be exclusive.
You know, I had so many, you know, legal immigrants who went through the process and who became American citizens who wrote to me, you know, on my website and private messages saying that, you know, they loved America so much, that they were so proud to be American, that they realized everything that America has afforded them and granted them compared to where they were coming from. And they have a deep appreciation for the country. And it's just really heartening to see people who know what it's like to live under oppression truly value the beauty that is America. And they cherish it and they want to help preserve it. Unlike, you know, people like Ilhan Omar and all these people who come in with the intent of, you know, weakening it and destroying it from within. And you really have to focus on, as you just mentioned, Jim, those people who really want to build up America and see her prosper.
The American
This is the
dream's still
future.
there.
This is the future, you know, of your country. It's all those who really truly value America first, who really espouse that.
If I had a flag, I'd wave it, but I don't have one anywhere near.
I have one, but it's huge, and I can't carry it by myself. Otherwise it touches the ground, and we know we don't want that to happen.
So it sounds like what I predicted earlier about Democrats controlling the House. NBC News is saying they do believe Democrats will control the House, which is what we thought. So that's not bad. I mean, that's exactly what I expected with the way that this race is cut. Like I said, we're going to take it back to 2022 because, you know, we're going to see some changes there that will make a difference. You know, this is interesting. we have the numbers. I mean, we do. Trump's not wrong to declare victory because he does have the numbers in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania too. Wow. Pennsylvania is way further ahead than I actually than last time I looked. He's at 50% there. Biden's at 42 with 64% counted. You know, this is
those would be winning numbers any other year. We'd be done with this. Biden would be conceding, and Trump would be giving a victory speech right now if this was not 2020.
Yeah.
So Paul Joseph Watson just tweeted, the voting is pretty much over. Now it's about who controls the truth. Answer, Silicon Valley.
He's right.
Yeah, well, they want to.
You're
at your mercy right now.
Trump's going to speak soon, apparently. He's getting ready. Yeah, he's getting ready to speak soon. I will, you know what? I'm going to see if I can turn it onto our stream.
That would be great.
So that we can listen to it here. I might not be paying attention for a minute while I see if I can do that.
I'm going to jump off and immerse myself back in the protest streams again. So.
Okay, cool. Let us know.
Excellent.
Will do.
Thank you. See you, Kyle.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I'm going to jack around with my earphone because it's been in my ear for about a half the day.
Dude, I'm going crazy. I'm right now on Amazon looking for what you have.
You are what?
For you know, I'm on Amazon looking for a an easy in-ear monitor.
Oh, dude, they're so much better than headphones.
Yep. I'm just trying to figure out which ones.
I've got I mean, I can clip them behind. They're all messed up right now, but usually I can clip them behind. You can't even see them.
Is there
dude, here, see that? I got the lavalier mic clipped to my head.
Yeah, I saw that. That's great.
Yeah.
That's like all the way back to 2010.
What's that? All right, so yeah, when he comes on, I'll figure out a way to get it on here. Give me 1 sec. Oh, if he comes on between me being gone when I get back, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna go grab a cable real quick. But as long as I can grab that cable, we're gonna get him on too with us.
Trump's joining the chat. I love that, man.
Let's see how it works.
Apparently, John Roberts on Fox just said Trump probably has it wrapped up.
Really?
I can see him on there right now. Roy in the chat says that's basically what he said.
So Twitter Safety just tweeted, we placed a warning on a tweet from @RealDonaldTrump for making a potentially misleading claim about an election. This action is in line with our civic integrity policy. More here.
They're such scumbags.
They're such
animals.
I mean, they're just not even decent.
Total animals.
No.
They are animals. But it's good. I mean, that was the best thing. I've said it a lot of times. I think the best thing Donald Trump did is he forced the left to rip their masks off. Because they were doing a really good job for several decades of slowly moving us to the left. They were stealing it through the culture. They were doing it through academia. You know, they were doing it through the permanent bureaucracy. They were changing America slowly into a social democracy like Europe. And what happened was Trump came in and they got so mad that they're just like, raw! And they ripped the mask off and said, you're goddamn right we hate this country. And yeah, it's going to be socialism. And America was like, seriously? They should have kept going, but they couldn't. They got so unhinged that they showed their cards.
They never thought she would lose.
They never thought she would lose.
And they thought they could continue to erode America from within and bring her to her knees and weaken her to bring her on the same level as all these other countries in the world. And they completely underestimated the level of intelligence and common sense of the American people in 2016. And now, we need 4 more years because Trump has done such an amazing job at exposing them. And now it's about bringing them to justice. 4 more years to bring them to justice for what they've done to your country.
That's a beautiful way to look at it, because they did. They went ahead and screwed up by going too far. And if they'd have just kept like they were going, it would have worked so much better. But now people saw their true colors, and their true color is not the red of Red State America. It's the red of socialism. And we're not buying that. That's not what we signed up for.
No.
I hope
and
not.
which is why, it was so important for me to speak up, because if America falls, there's no hope for all of us across the world. You are literally our last rampart. This election is between freedom or tyranny. And we're counting on you. Yeah, we're counting on you, to protect our individual rights, first and foremost in your own country, which, I love dearly and I hold in my heart. And for us, in the rest of the world. And that's why, everybody is watching. Everybody who understands the value of personal freedom and of our individual rights, we're all watching. We're rooting for you guys from over here.
Oh, we'll make it through. And hey, if somehow they screw up, we still, as long as we got the Second Amendment, we can fight back.
I totally agree. 1A and 2A, you make sure that you defend this.
Yep.
I mean, we shall see. If we don't have the ability to communicate with one another, if we don't have the ability to speak, if we don't have our voices, if we don't have the ability to organize, or frankly to make a living doing what we're doing, then we're done. And it doesn't matter, they'll be able to pick any of us off, 2A or not. Because
2A is a horrible solution. We've already lost.
Yeah.
Essentially, we lost if we have to go to that. So you're right. What we need to build is a new media economy that is not dependent on the left, not dependent on Silicon Valley, that ensures our voices can be heard. And I think 4 years to hurt them and to allow that to happen, because it's antitrust. There is a legitimate antitrust case against Google, Amazon, and Twitter and Facebook. All of them can go down for that. And if Trump puts the right guy at the FTC, then you just start dropping those bombs on them. You drop it for in-kind contributions by the FEC for helping the Democrat campaign and hurting Republicans. You do antitrust from FTC, and you do Section 230 with FCC.
MSNBC now has Trump in the Electoral College lead, by the way, FYI.
Wow.
MSNBC has not called Arizona for Biden either. I literally, Fox is so bad I switched over to MSNBC. Does that not tell you something?
Fox won't call North Carolina or Georgia.
No, they won't.
Decision Desk has Biden 215, Trump 210.
So did they call Arizona?
They called Arizona for Biden.
Decision Desk?
Decision Desk did, the Cox at Decision Desk. And they called Pennsylvania for Trump.
MSNBC hasn't done that. And MSNBC also has Republicans winning 46 Senate seats, 44 for Dems so far, which also puts us in the driver's seat. I wonder if they called Iowa here. I'm trying to see if they did.
Hawaii has more people than Alaska.
What? Really?
Yeah, Hawaii has 4 electoral votes. Alaska has 3.
Huh. I wouldn't have thought that.
And Maine has 2.
That I would have thought, but I wouldn't have thought that about Alaska. I thought Alaska had a little bit more than Hawaii. Couple things. So, number one, Well, I gotta go back to my feed here. So we've got a couple pieces of news. Number one, of election day votes, only in Arizona, only 113,000 election day votes have been counted so far, and Trump is winning 64% of them so far.
Okay. Call it anyhow.
Okay. And then Trump is on track to, obviously the Georgia thing, it's so weird with Georgia. Some people have called it. Others are saying, hey, it's tightened enough that it shouldn't be called. So just to be fair, some people have said it's tightened enough that it shouldn't be called yet, but they expect him to win. But some networks have called it. So I want to be fair to the people on the left. I don't know why. I mean, why do we even want to be? But, I'll try to be better than them. Yeah, so those are the pieces of news right now. And then you look at, let's see, I had something else saved for you guys. So in Zapata County, Texas, hasn't voted Republican since 1920. Trump lost 66-33 in 2016. Tonight, he, with 84% of the vote in, is winning 52-47. So that's another good one. I love that sound. Can you guys hear that? Hold on. I wonder if anybody else likes the sound. Ready? Did you hear that?
Yeah, we did.
The bottle opening sound?
Yeah, it's like ASMR.
Yeah.
There's very little left. This has been a long election night.
I think I'm starting to fade. Nor are you getting your second win? Did you have a double espresso?
No,
I had a double espresso.
Drinker.
What
time is it? It's 1 a.m. over there, no?
Yeah, it's 1 a.m. over here. I've got a thing early in the morning.
Man, I think George just called you weak, Dave.
Who?
That was like her very kindly saying, "You're weak. It's only 1 a.m."
It's only one. Right. Yeah. Yeah,
No,
I was.
You've been working all day and all night now.
I was at the. You know what? You know what? Actually, the most tiring part is wearing these headphones.
Really?
It's so bad. My ears are being.
Why is your audio
are in a vice
without it?
My audio?
Yeah.
It's because I've got the speakers behind me, and when I listen through the speakers, it gives the feedback.
Why don't you listen through your phone or your computer or something?
It'll be the same thing because then the sound will come out of here and it'll hit the speaker.
We should at least wait until Trump speaks.
Where is he?
Shortly.
He should be coming on fairly soon. We're at Trump's on MSNBC. Trump has 212 electoral college votes. Biden has 209. So somebody asked, didn't Pennsylvania didn't the Supreme Court allow post-election votes? So the Supreme Court did not allow for the votes. I wish Kurt was here because he could explain it better than I could as a lawyer. But I will say what it is basically they said we're not getting in the middle of it until after the election if it's necessary. That's essentially what they said. So
someone has to be harmed by it. That's what they basically, the conservative justices said, we don't want to preempt this. We want to wait. And if someone suffers a harm, we'll look at it and see whether that harm is legitimate. Exactly. And in this case, what they're hoping for is that they don't need to worry about it. That Trump wins by enough that the shenanigans ballots can't move it. And then they can go back and do it later.
I didn't look yet. Did Kanye get votes in any important states? Let me see.
He got one at least.
I'm actually really interested in this to see if because he was on the ballot in Wisconsin, wasn't he?
Hey guys, the YouTube link doesn't work. Just for your information.
It's not working?
No, go to the YouTube thing, and it says the playback ID. Yet an error occurred.
Huh.
Let me know if it's just me. And I see, are they gone? I have lost you. Whoop. Yeah, it seems like we got taken down.
Did they take us down? They had to have taken.
No, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it.
You are?
Yeah.
It's not working. Yeah, we're there.
No, go to.
We're there. Yeah, we're there.
Okay, now we see.
I think they took us down momentarily.
You're back.
YouTube,
wow.
Most people are watching on Periscope because I noticed earlier on YouTube. This is actually really strange. So I have 100. I don't know what it is, something thousand subscribers on YouTube, and it didn't send them a message that we were on because I had somebody text me and say, "Hey, I didn't even know you guys were on. I just happened to go there because I was looking for a video," and they have alerts set. So YouTube didn't even send out alerts to our subscribers that we were on. Something strange.
Well, because you're doing wrong things.
That's true. That's true.
These people are assholes.
I had
here. She's a regular viewer, and she said they took us down momentarily. So I think they probably knocked us down and then have brought us back. So some of the people on here are saying like, yeah, you have almost 130,000 subscribers on YouTube. It shows only 42 people watching, which is bizarre. That's not normal. So all these social media sites, and we warned about this for months. That they would do this. People are watching on Periscope, though. Periscope's going pretty smooth tonight.
They took down BitChute today completely. At some point, it was just not operational.
I heard they were back. That they had a glitch, and then they were back. But still, I mean, everybody is on a knife's edge, you know.
See, I didn't get a message you were up live. I didn't get it either. See, so. Like, I mean, this is why we have to take down big tech. I mean, they're trying to take people from being able to get information. People are finding it on their own because they're interested, but they're suppressing it from people who may want it, you know, who have signed up to get it, you know.
But and the lefty streams are pushed in people's faces, and for us, you really have to go through hoops to find where we are.
Well, and the other thing we talked about, I was talking about FTC, FCC, and FEC all being used against them because they're violating tenets of all three of those agencies' purviews. But the other thing is to consider the information space a public commodity. And just declare it a public commodity and say, if you provide a service on the information space, it's the same as electricity. You can't throttle my electricity because you don't like what the fuck I'm saying. So we need to everything. And here's the best part. Trump's going to have more flexibility when he doesn't have any elections.
The election, just like
Obama. So he can just bring the hammer. And I swear to God, you want to talk about personnel? I want savages at all three of those agencies. And I want executive orders coming out every day because remember, we got 250 new district court judges who are not going to overturn these things like they did when it was Obama judges overturning everything he did. So every day I want a new executive order saying, fuck you, Silicon Valley.
I really like Jim.
I thought you were going to say you really like Cody because I put his comment up on screen. And
no, that was a really nice comment, but I'm commenting on everything Jim just said. Yes.
And Lori Flynn gets an award too. She's been watching the whole time. And Rush is my hero. I think has been watching the whole time. Some of the people who watched the whole time, you guys are rock stars. Any of you guys who watched the whole time, go ahead and say something in the comments, and I'll shout you out too. But I think we've done a service for America tonight. So, New York Times just finally called Trump the winner of Texas.
Oh, good thing I was sitting down. I might have keeled over from that shock.
Amazing. Can't believe it.
Where are you?
Arizona has tightened to 52-46 as more votes have come in. And guess what? There's still 20-something, 23, 22-something around there % of the votes still out. Which is, it's just funny. They still haven't called North Carolina, 95% of the vote there, where we picked up Madison Cawthorn's seat. But they called Arizona, which is
Arizona.
I think that's interesting. And by the way, Nevada is still at 5%. I don't know what they're doing in Nevada. Anybody have any idea what they're doing in Nevada?
The machine is the Nevada machine is so corrupt. They have it down to a science there.
Is Harry Reid dead? Is Harry Reid alive or dead?
No, he's alive. He's alive. He's alive. But
So
I mean,
that's what it is. All
the
the
way
votes are
shit
Harry
has,
Reid's house.
yeah, I mean, the way shit has happened there, you know, from the beginning of time has always been crooked. I mean, it was crooked before the mob got there, you know, and it hasn't cleaned itself up.
You know, I want to point something out, though, that's really interesting. So in a safe democratic state, watch how fast votes can get counted, okay? So it's interesting, isn't it? So you go to LA. In LA right now, 78% of the vote is counted, okay? LA just closed its polls like 2 hours ago or something? I mean, you go to other states like Georgia, you go to Atlanta, and they're at 72% still. They closed, 6 hours ago? You go to Florida.
They're on glue. They're on glue.
Yeah, can anybody explain this to me? Why can Democrats in some states count votes at an appropriate amount of time and ones in other states can't? And the answer,
I have the same answer to your last rhetorical question, because they're cheating fucking Democrats. And they already know Trump won. That's what they're doing. They're trying to find out, is there any shenanigans we can pull, or can we at least delay this? And maybe there'll be riots, or maybe a fucking meteor will hit the planet or something. They're just praying for something that can pull this out, but they know it's lost.
In case this is offensive, I don't know what this means, but it just sounds funny. Somebody said Searchlight Strangler still pulling the strings in Clark County. I don't know what Searchlight Strangler means. But
that's Harry Reid from Searchlight, Nevada.
But it sounds like the type of thing that would be happening in Clark County. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, there's some old story about him that's related to. It's like he actually committed if it wasn't a murder, it was something.
Yeah. Man, I love all you guys. I know that I've had a few.
Are we at the "I love you, man" part of the night? Really? Seriously, is that where we are? I love you, man.
Yeah, I feel like America is in a better place because of all of us. In Minnesota.
Well, I actually took my shit off, walked up and checked in with my wife, who's busy making jewelry still, and told her I'm pretty sure it's done. You know, I think we are at is there any shenanigans? We're in the delaying tactics. You know, they're just they're running the four corners offense, trying to run out the clock, but they're behind. That's the problem they've got. You can't run the four corners and run out the clock unless you have more points, and they don't.
We're up to a whole 7% in Nevada, and Trump is still kicking ass. He's at 67.8% of the vote. And then also the lone Democrat in the Oklahoma delegation for the House has conceded to Stephanie Bice, her Republican challenger. So that's a pickup. We picked up a seat there in Oklahoma.
Okay, good. In Oklahoma. I mean, Oklahoma's such a hardcore place. I love Oklahoma.
By the way, in NBC, they were saying that seat was not going to flip when they made the prediction that Democrats were going to keep the House. So I'd have to go back and look at that with NBC and see how many seats they thought they were going to keep it by, because that's one they didn't think would flip, and the Democrat has conceded. So, you know.
I wish the House was in play. I don't think there's any chance.
I don't think it is either. I mean, I said that from the jump. I don't think it's even close. I think we're going to probably be 10, 12 seats off, something like that. But it's interesting, you know. What I mean, I am so upset about all these people talking about Nor, and that's it. Everything's about her.
You got to take your hair down again, Robbie. You got to fluff it out a little bit.
I mean, me, Jim, and Dave are like, might as well just get a butcher knife and say we're all chopped liver. It's not fair.
Hey, Robbie, it's not bugging me at all. Just got to be honest with you. Because I had no expectations going in. You're kind of a pretty man.
I did. I had it.
You are. You're kind of a beautiful man.
I'm still young, vibrant. I'm tall. You know, I had expectations.
He is fucking tall. I'll tell you that. Any of you people who have not met him.
Yeah,
I did actually stand next to him. He's taller than me.
Yeah.
Huh.
And I'm 6'2". What are you, like 6'4"?
People don't expect it. I'm like probably, I haven't measured myself. I think like 6'3" though, or 6'3", maybe a little more than 6'3". But people don't ever expect it. Jim didn't expect it. And actually, I'm going to call Jim out. He was a little embarrassed when we took the picture standing up with each other. he made me sit down for the picture because.
Which still shows you're tall. See, this is no good. You know why I made her sit down was to frame it to get the flag in the picture, because Sam had set it up so if we're sitting, there was a flag in the background that was going to be between us, and we could have an American moment.
Nor does that.
My brother's 6'5". My little brother is 6'5".
No.
How tall is Noor? You look tall.
I'm relatively tall-ish. I don't know how it would be in your U.S. system and in European system. I'm about 170, 1 meter 70, 71. I think that's about
6 foot.
Yeah, so I'm about 5'7", something like that. I don't know.
Okay.
You're way shorter than me.
Robby, but don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. I know how you can fix this. You just need to get a onesie like me.
That might be the problem.
That's the thing.
I need a onesie.
Where did you get the onesie? I have a feeling you could sell a lot of them.
Yeah, so I'm going to give a shout out to my #1 favorite MAGA friend, Armin, who gave this as a gift to me. And he was my first MAGA friend ever. We met at a friend's birthday weekend, and we dominated the whole lunch with our MAGA support for the president, and we've been friends ever since. So shout out to my friend Armin.
I see you can get it on Amazon.
I'm not sure where he got it.
In size extra small.
I'm just gonna keep this on.
I'll just show it a little bit to your viewers how cool it is.
Are we really gonna do this right in the middle of me getting comments about my hair being gorgeous and that people love me?
Sorry, I didn't want to steal your thunder, Robby.
Of course, it goes back to Nora's jacket, and it keeps going back. This is ridiculous.
Yes, it is. It's my onesie. I'm telling you.
So Biden's lead was 200,000 with 74% reporting in Arizona. Now it's 162,000 with 77% reporting. So it shows you, I mean, his lead is dwindling quickly. Not a good sign. Not a good sign. Not a good sign.
What are we waiting for Pennsylvania? What's the holdup?
Democrats decided to go to sleep. They decided to
trending badly, so they punted.
They really did. They decided to go to sleep. They said, we're not counting any more votes tonight. We're going to bed. So Pennsylvania, and you don't do that when you're winning. You don't go to sleep when you're winning. You don't.
No.
You don't go,
hey, stay up and let your guy win. You count him.
It's nap time, America. We're going to sleep. That doesn't usually happen, you know. Okay, you know what? I've had enough of these.
All right, so now people are starting to set their hair on fire, which is what. Like, I'm sorry, I knew this was coming. I knew we are. Michael Tracy says we are approaching a nightmare scenario. They're both essentially declaring victory. Paul Joseph Watson, the only solid prediction about this election that nobody would accept the result is now unfolding. Wow, imagine my shock. He's right.
Yep.
You know.
I love Paul.
And yeah, I mean, this was obvious.
We're still going to win. I mean, here's the thing. I don't think there's enough shenanigans they can put in play to overcome the leads Trump has in Pennsylvania and Michigan and probably in Wisconsin. So they're gonna step back. They're gonna look at all their shenanigan opportunities. They're gonna notice that there's a whole shit ton of Republican lawyers watching them. And you know, people are worried that the ballots are unattended and all this stuff. They're not. All right, all those things are watched. So it's going to be very hard now to go ahead and introduce the level of shenanigans ballots that they need. Now, if they get to, and even if the ones after postmarks, if they start bringing in a bunch that didn't come in through verifiable post office channels, then the Republicans are taking it straight to the Supremes, and our new 5-4 majority with fuck John Roberts is going to go ahead and take that case and hear it and tell them you can't do that. So yeah. I am not particularly worried about it. I don't know why. I was worried all day, But now we made it through the tough part. We didn't lose any of the early places that we had to have. The ones that we needed, Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, all of that, to secure the places where they could have won from. If that was going to happen, I would have been nervous. Now that it didn't, then it's going to hold nationwide. And that I think it's the 6%, the 5 to 6% over polling is what Trump's performing nationwide.
Yep.
And that's a fucking electoral college victory. And it's going to be a much lower differential in the popular vote. And we're going to have a fun 4 years. That's my prediction.
Yeah, I mean, and the popular vote right now, it's 48.6. That's, I mean, we're not looking at anything wild. And by the way, California has reported quite a bit of their vote. They've reported 70% of their votes. So, and a lot of that, like I said, was the big cities have reported a lot of votes. In LA, they reported 80%. You know, I mean, that's nothing to sneeze at. That's a lot of votes. So I think that we could see a closer popular vote and also electoral college win. So it would actually be more of a mandate than there was in 2016. You could argue just strictly by the fact that the popular vote's closer and you win the electoral college. But, you know, I think that they are right, people like Michael Tracy and Paul Joseph Watson, that, you know, this is essentially the one thing we all knew was coming. I mean, I feel like everybody kind of warned about this. Mm-hmm. We're going to end up in a situation where there's two people essentially claiming they're president. I have clips after clips after clips of me saying this for the past few months. We're going to end up in a situation where we have two people saying they're president, and beyond that,
they told us they would do this.
Exactly, and it'll go to the Supreme Court, and Trump wins. He is an illegitimate president in the eyes of the Democrats. They try to impeach him and try to.
What else is new?
You know, they'll do the same crap over and over again. But at the very least, you know what you could say is no matter what happens, we have stopped them from destroying this beautiful country tonight. We stopped them from being able to take on this socialist plan to destroy America. At the very worst case scenario, we stopped them from that, from being able to take over the Senate, the House, the White House, and destroy America, add new states, you know, pack the court, do all this crazy stuff. We stopped them from doing it.
That ain't happening. And here's the thing. I don't think there's going to be an opportunity. I don't think there's going to be an opening for Biden to declare victory. That's the hole in their plan. What they wanted was a situation where there were so many outstanding votes and they didn't get counted here or there that they could go ahead and try to make it look like he had enough of a lead somewhere to do it. I just don't think they're going to get that. And that's going to blow that.
You know what they're hoping?
No, because Patriots knew that that's where they were going to do. And so you guys just came out in droves to make the victory as unquestionable as possible. Thank you know, God that you did that.
Yeah.
Because you knew what was on the line.
Yeah.
God,
and
I
there's
hope so.
Crazy guy Will Chamberlain saying Trump is up 14 with close to 70% of the vote counted in Pennsylvania. That's a staggering lead. I have to agree with this crazy guy Will. I think it's a pretty staggering lead. You know,
Will's a Russian bot, though. You got to factor that into it.
Might be a Russian bot. You know what I think Biden's team is holding out hope on is Georgia. I think that they're actually holding out hope there because Georgia is 50%, 0.8 for Trump, 48% even for Biden. So, you know, to you and I, this sounds insurmountable. It's 2.8%. But in Atlanta, they've reported 72% of the vote. And in, hold on a sec, in Columbus, they've reported 89%. So that's actually a little bit better than I thought. You know what? They brought in a lot more of this vote since I looked a minute ago. So yeah, really Atlanta and DeKalb are at 79% in DeKalb, 62 in Fulton County. So that's where all of Biden's vote that's left really is in those two areas. Those two areas there, I don't think he'll make it up. I think if it stays consistent with what it is now, Trump wins Georgia, period. It's going to be close, but he wins. He's probably hoping for a miracle there to be able to say, I won Georgia and, we're fighting for it in Pennsylvania. I win, blah, blah, blah. I don't think that's going to happen, but I think that that's what he's hoping for, He's
got to have something flip that nobody was expecting. So Fox giving him Arizona, and anybody who gave him Arizona gives him a little bit of ammo for the, hey, we've got something going here. We got momentum. We got Joe-mentum. But absent something like Georgia, I think you're right. He's stuck trying to say we're back in the upper Midwest and we're going to pull out our Rust Belt victory. And I don't think it's there for him. I don't think they can get past that because their shenanigans game is not that good.
This is a good point from Scott Adams. Will the Supreme Court side with Biden, the guy that's going to pack the court and make their positions less relevant? I don't think so. I mean, that's not the law. It's not that's not going to textualism or originalism. That's just going to ego. And I think that sadly, with every justice on that court could play a role, where the ones on the left maybe sit back a little more quietly than they normally do, and the ones on the right are a little more comfortable digging their heels in. I think that could definitely play a role. By the way, I'm joking about Will being a Russian bot. We know he's not. He was on here earlier tonight. We love Will. Somebody said,
I don't know. I heard on MSNBC, Rachel Maddow said that he is. So.
This lady, Angie, she said, no, Will is not a Russian bot. No way.
I've met Will, and I'm certain he's a Russian bot.
I've met Will. And
Will's been in this room I'm sitting in right now, and I know he's Russian. He was drinking vodka.
He was drinking vodka.
Michigan is definitely it's definitely impressive. It's impressive. His lead, I should say. Did I say win?
It is a win. It's a win delayed by people who put the pause button.
I think I said win. Michelle Fish. This is a problem with Congress. Is sometimes I forget these people's names. Michelle Fischbach. Was she the incumbent in Minnesota? No, Colin Peterson was. So Republican just flipped a seat in Minnesota.
Nice. And they already called that one, though, right?
Yep, that's called by New York Times. Michelle Fischbach flipped the seat from Colin Peterson in Minnesota. She won the race 53% to 39%. She won.
Great.
That's a very, very good sign for Trump.
Yeah. That's exciting.
That's a very, very good sign for Trump. She was just called the winner moments ago, and that's really good news.
One thing to think about with Pennsylvania is they were whining that they couldn't start their early ballots, the mail-in stuff, until today, right? So when they say they've got 30% of the vote left to count, there's a good chance that a lot of those were the mail-in early stuff.
Yeah.
Right, which is going to skew Democrat. So that's just worth considering. I'm not trying to rain on anybody's parade, but that may be, what they're thinking is okay. If and they may know, somebody.
What's interesting is Nor and I and Jim. I think we shamed Dave into staying on because he was like, I'm gonna leave, and then he felt like such a wussy.
I'm waiting. I felt like a little bit of a wimp.
Dave called me on at what was it? 5:30 or 6.
I was like, come on.
All right, Fox has a thing up. It says 1.6 million to 500,000 was the advantage for Democrats over Republicans in Pennsylvania early voting. Now I don't know if that was the ballots or if that was actually in-person early voting.
Yeah, so that was early vote, and now that 67% of the total vote has been counted, Trump is in the lead 56 to 42. 56.
So they already overcame a million lead and 1.7 then to get the 700,000 advantage, but we don't know what their 30% left is, to my knowledge.
Exactly. We don't know what that 30% left is. We do know where it is. We just don't know what it is exactly. We know that there's 30% left in Chester County, which is about a 50-50 county, and it's a big county. And we know that in Delaware County, there's about 40% left. That is a Biden county. So you could extrapolate from that. If we're at 60% there, Biden has a 40,000 vote lead there. You add another 40%, you're probably looking at 25,000 gain there for Biden. You go to Montgomery County, 64% of the vote left. You probably pick up 20,000 more votes for Biden there. And in Philadelphia County, same thing, probably about maybe 100, 200,000 votes there. And you're not close to 700,000 making it up.
Hey, I just got somebody in another text message just said the Dems spent $100 million to try and unseat Lindsey Graham.
Yeah,
that was a lot of $100 bills to burn. You
and Mitch McConnell too.
Yeah.
And that's. I want to see this real quick. Parnell's race. I meant to check in on his race. Sean Parnell. So I'll look at his race real quick and give you guys an update on that because that's a race I thought was very winnable. And we are. Let's see where we're at. Where are you, Pennsylvania?
I'm looking up a good guy in Wisconsin, former Navy SEAL, Derek Van Orden. See if he won.
All right, Sean Parnell is in the lead with 51% of the vote. He has 127,000 votes, so he's 55%. Connor Lamb is at 44%. Yeah, so that's a good sign for Sean. Very good sign.
Great.
For Sean. Alaska. Let me see what we got for Alaska. Somebody's asking about Alaska. We will see. Alaska. Where are you, Alaska? Still nothing. The polls only closed about 45 minutes ago, though, in Alaska. I think they're the last ones to close. So
in one of the counties in Georgia, DeKalb County, they're saying that due to technology limitations, they're going to resume counting tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Yeah. Amazing. Nor, is it easier for you to see more truth of what is going on here or no? Somebody asked that. Olinti asked that.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
This person asked, is it easier for you to see the truth of what's going on here? I don't know what they mean by that.
In Europe, no, absolutely not. The fake news in Europe is even worse than in the US, if that's even possible. We only get 99% of our news here is based on your fake news in the US. So you really need to find your own sources online and follow people like you and different less non-mainstream outlets. That's why Europeans are so anti-Trump. They have no idea. It goes, support for the president barely reaches double digits in some countries. I think Switzerland were at 18% of support for the president. It's really terrible.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, it's daylight, full-blown daylight over here.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
looking
almost
for
2 here.
something.
When's Trump going to talk? What is he doing?
Yeah, he needs to get on now. I don't know what he's waiting for. If anything, it may add to the credibility, though, that he waited till now to talk because he wanted to be sure, Somebody said that, he's going to address in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. This guy, Kansas Guy 9, said Biden's 100,000 votes may get subtracted in Virginia. I'm going to look into that real quick. That's interesting. If that's the case, then Virginia goes very different direction. All right, I'll be right back. Jim, you're the leader right now.
Why did I get nominated?
You're the leader.
How do you lose 100,000 votes? That would be interesting. You tired, David? I'm beat.
Man, I am
50
so
more
You're
minutes.
winning. Every time I want to say I'm whiny and tired, I'm like, wait a minute, it's not dawn here.
I slept 1 hour. Like I stayed up, but I fell asleep for 1 hour, and I woke up just quickly took Twitter to see what was going on, what I had missed.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for something.
Well, we stayed up last time, 2016, until the final minutes to hear the victory. So, I mean, it's not going to happen tonight, but I don't think they can cheat it. I just don't smell it. Something would have gone wrong in one of the states by a big amount if Biden had what he thinks he has. So,
I'm seeing a lot of tweets. Let's see. I'm seeing a lot of tweets with the electoral votes, the electoral vote numbers, and Biden ahead. I think they're just kind of putting that out there to solidify in people's minds that Biden is early.
Yeah. Well, it's smart. I mean, they're doing now. The playbook says we're ahead in the electoral college, and we're going to win these states that we're supposed to win. The polls said we're going to win, right? They're not going to mention the fact that Trump overperformed the polls every place that is finished counting. So, if you do the math on that, well, why would any of these other states be different? They're not going to be different, And that's what happened is in all the states, more people came out this time. The vote totals, we're already at 130 million. So I think we're going to see a much larger percentage of people came out in a lot of states where they were going to be tight and where the Dems were supposed to win. So it's going to be tighter where they expected to win. It's going to be better where we were expected to win. And if Trump's overperforming at even 3%, when it's more likely 5 to 6, how's he going to lose? It would take professional shenanigans. Now, I'm not saying they can't do that, right? They've got capabilities, but I just don't think they're that good.
It says Fox News says not to expect a call from them tonight on Nevada, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina. So we can go to sleep.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, the whole thing. Okay, and the Dems who control the states pulled a smart move. They didn't have to keep counting. They're like, oh, why count tonight? We can wait till tomorrow. And it gives them basically 8 hours to plan. Both messaging, shenanigans, and their delegitimization strategy. Any lawsuits they can file, they're going to do voter suppression, right? We know that. They're going to get voter suppression claims and a bunch of other stuff tomorrow. And any place Trump won, that's going to be the excuse. Well, he won because of voter suppression. Well, no. He won because more people voted for him. That's the way that works. So we'll see.
So they're correct. Virginia is striking 100,000 votes for Biden.
Any explanation?
Yes. So Fairfax County accidentally added 100,000 to his vote total.
Who among us hasn't gotten it wrong by 100,000?
It's a very clean, even number.
They are so pissed they got caught. They're so pissed they got caught.
That actually sounds like a mistake.
It does. 100,000 is pretty even. Like it's like typing 4 instead of a 3.
Exactly.
So that's gonna change things there because right now they're at 1,754,000 for. Sorry, I'm on the Senate races. Hold on, let me switch back to president. They're at 1,724,000 for Biden right now, 1,716,000 for Trump, and you subtract 100,000, Trump wins Virginia.
Holy sheep shit! Oh, I would love to live in a red state again.
That's interesting.
That would be so cool.
All right, Chris Buskirk says Trump is up by about 700,000 votes in Pennsylvania. Biden has to win the remaining vote by around 2-1 to win the state. That's going to be tough. That's why they shut down Philly early tonight, just in case a few extra are needed. There were about 700,000 votes total in Philadelphia in 2016. Wow. So they're going to try to make it up in Philly. Trump has almost met the number of votes he received in Philadelphia in 2016, and only 46% of the votes have been counted. There aren't enough votes in Philly to close the gap.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they're not going to be able to slip a truckload in.
What's crazy is Trump could win without Pennsylvania and Arizona.
Especially if he gets Virginia, right? I don't know how many electoral votes we got, but it's a couple.
Oh, we won the Montana Senate race.
Okay.
Yep, we won the Montana Senate race. That's an important one.
That's a fat guy?
Steve Daines.
Oh, no, not him.
I don't know anything about him.
Good. I'll go good. I'll throw a good in.
Yep, that's a good one. That's an important one, actually.
Oh, look at this. 2 Georgia counties with issues. In Fulton County, a water pipe burst tonight in the room with the ballots.
Yeah, of course it did. These people are shameless, David.
No, I mean this is what we knew they would do, and I don't know what I don't know what you do to prevent shit like this.
Richard Grinnell, pausing vote counting is suspicious, very suspicious.
Yep.
Pull an all-nighter, get it together.
Yep.
We're still up, for God's sakes. I'd count some votes. Send some over here. I'll be closer than 100,000 off. How about that? I can promise out of every million, I will be no more than 100,000 off.
Hey, do any of you guys know who represented Virginia's 5th district?
No.
I don't even know what district I live in. How about that? It doesn't. I just vote straight Republican. I don't even look at the names.
Let me see who it was. Let's see. Okay, so their rep was Denver Riggleman. He's gone. He's a Republican, but a new Republican just got elected there. Yeah, I was just seeing if that was a flip or not, because I thought for some reason that may have been one, but it's not. Biden won 1 electoral vote in Nebraska.
Oh, he won the freebie?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't Trump win the state?
Yeah.
And at least we got Ben Sass reelected, because I know David was worried about that.
Oh, God.
New York Times, election turns into nail biter that may extend for days.
Yeah, no. We're not extending it for days.
No thanks.
Minnesota has Biden up 8? Jeez.
Minnesota's the one I said earlier today. If there's one of those 3 states that's going to go, it's going to be Minnesota.
He's not anywhere near. 90% of the votes are counted.
Minnesota's kind of a stupid state anyway. I got to say, as a guy from Wisconsin, never liked Minnesota.
I'm more of a Michigan, Wisconsin person.
And don't make me remind everybody that the Upper Peninsula of Michigan is still part of Wisconsin. I went on that rant much earlier tonight.
Look, Wisconsin, Wisconsin has 78% reporting, and Trump is up by 4. Can totally happen.
But that's that's only 90,000 votes. If you're looking at raw votes, not percentages, he's up 90,000 votes is all.
You take that back about the Upper Peninsula because literally every county's red.
And that's why we need it in Wisconsin. Well, I guess for electrical purposes is one thing. But it's part of the state.
Can we split it in half?
No. There's a bridge. The land ends at the water, and then there's a bridge, and then there's another state. But they're like, no, we own that part too.
I'm just saying for electoral purposes, stick half of it in Wisconsin, half in Michigan, and we might be good.
If we get back to gerrymandering the country like you were suggesting earlier, we can work on that, which is fine.
Good.
But in that case, then everything from Milwaukee south to Chicago becomes part of Illinois because that's all Democrat.
I'm eating frozen raspberries, by the way.
Nice.
What's happening with North Carolina?
It's
They're
done.
giving
They
it-
just
Trump
don't want
is
to
ahead.
call it.
Yeah.
Trump is ahead about
but they're
100,000
just
votes.
refusing. But they're refusing to call it.
Yeah, there's a lot. That's why.
I'm looking at the cucks, and the cucks gave it to Trump. Look, if Arizona and Nevada both go to Biden, he's got it.
What?
Dave, that one's for you. From Paul Joseph Watson. Seeing tweets from Americans who are going to bed because they're tired. I'm 6 hours ahead of you all, and I'm still going. I care more about your country than you do. Disgrace.
Yep. Accurate.
Are you looking at me?
Accurate.
I'm just relaying the message.
Hey, good news. Good news. In Nevada right now, okay, so we're at 78% of the vote. Biden's leading by 3%, but there's 2 counties with 0% vote in. They're both Trump counties.
Let's hope there's more than like 10 people living in each one of them and a couple of tumbleweeds.
They're pretty big counties.
All right.
Yeah, they're not gigantic, but they're pretty big. And the ones that are underreported, like Eureka County, is only at 30%. Let's see. That's not a big county, but that's one that's at, it's not a 0, it's at 30. So that still has a ways to go, and it matters,
Hey, I got Fox on right now, and they got Trump's podium showing. Right behind his podium, he has quite possibly the most American flags I've ever seen in one place that tightly packed in my entire life. I can't even count them. It looks like there's 3 rows. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. There's like 3 or 4 dozen flags in tight formation directly behind the podium. He's going all out. I can't wait. This could be entertaining.
It should be entertaining.
I mean, what's he got to lose?
Nothing.
He thinks he won. He knows he won at this point. He's pretty sure he won, and they're going to try and steal it from him. And you know how much he hates that. He loves bitching about them stealing and cheating all the time. It's actually his favorite thing to do. His 2 favorite things to do are entertain people at campaign rallies and bitch about people cheating.
Yep.
This is going to be a combination of both.
This doesn't even look good. It's too many flags.
I know. It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. It's comical.
At some point, you got to say no. That maybe 10 flags is enough.
This is it. No, seriously, it's too much.
I kind of like it.
It's so excessive.
The cinematic auteur has spoken.
Dave, you're in the clear. Paul added, this doesn't apply to all my fantastic American followers who I love without recourse.
Aww.
That doesn't apply to Dave. Paul told me.
Yes, doesn't Dave follow Paul Joseph Watson?
No, Paul told me that Dave's don't apply. He texted me.
Dave's not here, man.
No, it applies for Dave.
No, I don't know.
Oh, I just saw the image of the podium.
That's a couple too many flags, I think. I'm throwing a flag on the flags.
No.
Flag on the play.
No, I love it. I'm all in.
No way. Nor's with me.
I can't even count that many. My eyes defocus when I try to count them because the stars all meld together.
All right, when I turn this on, you guys better be quiet.
As I look behind me and I see this really comfortable couch.
Dude, no. You sit in your chair.
Better watch
Do
it.
finger exercises for bass playing.
Okay, but after President Trump's remarks, I'm going to log off too.
Yeah, I think we can call it an end. That's a great end.
That's a good way to end it. It's only been 6 hours.
When is there a stream for the speaking?
Mm-hmm. I'm going to hold it like this sideways, and it'll be loud volume for all of you. I'll turn the volume up.
Camera, thank you. We wanted to see how closely people are sitting together and whether or not they are masked.
Oh my goodness.
Fuck you.
Let's just see how close they are to see if they're masked.
In fact, his campaign. Again, we will put those numbers back up because it's an important part of the way that we way we communicate information on nights like this. But
let me just say, I don't think that I think he thinks he's winning. And I think he thought before the polls started closing that he was strongly positioned. They saw this race tightening in the final days. And I think he is going out because he thinks he's still in this. And I think if you look at all that's still uncalled, that is not, I don't think he's reached the defiant stage of any of this yet. I think he feels good about where he is. I think it exceeds their expectations.
Yeah, certainly.
Like
Everyone's
weekend. Yeah.
But at this moment, Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, Maine, Hawaii, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, they all remain to be called. So any effort by the president to convey some sort of finality about the results, let alone a triumph here, should be viewed as tactics and not truth. And is, in fact, as a dangerous usurping or effort to usurp and undermine the democratic process while it is still...
Blow it out your ass.
Again, he could surprise us and be quite responsible here, but I think we've seen
highly doubtful.
Yeah, highly doubtful.
These people are awful.
Political campaign event within the confines of the White House. And also, as you've probably caught on to by now, there are big screen televisions carrying not just television, but Fox News on either side of the...
I'm going to put it on a stand so it's not shaky.
Wow. High-tech shit.
Oh, shit.
The sound is great.
It was great until I did that. Here it comes.
When we saw them waving and all that, they realized that Fox News had...
I need to plug my iPad. Hold on.
But teleprompter set up and the like. We should probably just one more time warn people going into this because the president has telegraphed his intentions on Twitter. Millions of votes have yet to be counted in case the president falsely claims victory here in our country. Presidents don't declare the victors. The voters get to decide that. This may be an even longer and more drawn out and fraught process that we've already been through, but that's our sometimes messy democracy. And we'll have to see what he intends to say here at 2:05 a.m. Eastern Time.
I think it should also be noted, too, that the president has not just telegraphed the potential premature and false declaration of victory, but this idea that counting the ballots after tonight is somehow wrong or improper or an effort to steal the election. In states all over the country, including deep red states, it is a long-standing and totally normal process, not only to continue to count ballots after Election Day, but to continue to receive ballots that were postmarked ahead of Election Day that may arrive in the mail some number of days thereafter. Republican, Democratic, swing states all regularly accept ballots and count them after Election Day if they were postmarked and put in the mail before polls closed on Election Day.
Including military ballots. Let's just remember that those are some of the ballots that every single election come in after Election Day. So to repudiate ballots that came in after Election Day, it would repudiate military ballots.
While we are waiting for the president.
Thanks, Robby.
Do you have new information on Wisconsin?
Yeah, just a little bit, some numbers here as we wait for this absentee vote to be reported out from the city of Milwaukee. Donald Trump's lead here in the statewide count is sitting at 109,000. I keep mentioning in 2018, we had a somewhat similar situation. We were waiting for that absentee vote from Milwaukee County. When that came in 2018, late at night, it flipped the race. It lifted the Democrat Tony Evers to victory. He got 84% of the vote in that vote. Tony Evers, the Democrat, did. We've been told there are about 170,000 absentee ballots that are going to be released, the totals from which are going to be released in the next couple of hours from Milwaukee. If it broke anything like that, I did the math, 84% of that would basically erase the 109,000 and essentially put this race in a tie. So that's the potential with Trump leading by 109,000 and that many absentee votes sitting in that Democratic of a city. That's the potential there. It's not the only place where you've got absentee votes that are going to be tallied up here. There are some Republican, some Democratic as well. That is by far the biggest single source of them, though. And that's the potential it has in terms of what the effect it could have statewide here. Trump leading, that's 4 points, 110,000 votes. But if Democrats get a monster number there, they could really erode that dramatically.
Steve, I have seen some reports, and forgive me if you've already characterized it this way, but I've seen some reports that those ballots from Milwaukee will likely be reported all in one bolus, all in one group. It's not like we'll get them trickling in over the course of whenever they start to whenever they're finished. We'll get them all in one fell swoop.
That's exactly right. You know, they route them. The city puts all the absentee in one location, and they work on the absentee there, and then they're going to report them out. And they say they're going to have that, it sounds like, in the next couple hours.
Okay, and to underscore what you just said there, if Biden wins those ballots from that location in the same proportion that Tony Evers did when he won the governor's race, that would essentially make the state a tie. That would presumably mean that if Biden comes in lower than Evers' proportion, then Trump will maintain his lead.
Yeah, it depends. There are some other places where we're getting voted here and there. Nothing on the scale of Milwaukee. So, let's see what happens in the other places. But basically, this has the potential to become extremely close. I think that's what I'm saying.
And do you have an expectation in terms of when Milwaukee will convey their number?
We're hearing next couple of hours. Might be 3, might be 4 a.m.
Oh, I was hoping you were going to say in the next few minutes.
What time is it now? Actually, well, it's 2:10.
I was just going to say, talking about 3 or 4 in the morning, we're closing in.
And I just say anecdotally with the Biden campaign is hearing about Milwaukee anecdotally or from many indications they have on their side. They feel very good about that state still. They're not going wobbly in terms of their view of how Wisconsin will come in.
That's interesting. We got another. The president obviously blew through the previous warning that we had in terms of when he was going to start speaking. We are now told it will be within the next couple of minutes, and so we will keep eyes on that. But again, we are waiting on millions of ballots remain to be tallied. Maine, Hawaii, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, none of those states are called, at least now, by NBC News. Most of them have no characterization in terms of who might be leading in any of those states. And so there's a lot still to come in tonight and a lot of interesting reporting to be done on the ground in terms of when votes will come in from which of those states. I will stop joking around that the night is young because we know it's not. But this election is young in terms of us getting close to figuring out who's going to win it.
Yeah, one of the things that has been interesting is, I'm texting back and forth with Democrats who are swirling around the campaign, and the calm is actually remarkable. Democrats on the campaign and around the campaign are remarkably calm about these states. I think that the people who are watching in the audience are not calm, but they are not panicked. Even with Florida, the people around the campaign were pretty sanguine about it. They weren't panicky, and they weren't expecting to, as you said, it wasn't something that they already thought they had in the bag. But they are remarkably calm. I literally just got a text back about Wisconsin, and there is no panic. They're calm.
Well,
they're not guaranteeing it.
What's happening now was the plan. I mean, this is what they were prepared for. This is why Bob Bauer was
the
on a very
plan?
public way, not just last night, but for the last couple of weeks, talking about all these legal challenges being faceless. And people should make no mistake. Donald Trump is about to come out and it was reported that he wanted to settle with Mueller. I mean, there isn't a two-sided legal argument here. There's the law, which is that legally counted votes should be counted, and then there's whatever Trump's about to do.
Yeah. Well, it should. I mean, right now, the other thing we sort of keep on the horizon, we keep our eyes on in nights like this, is the popular vote. Biden's lead in the popular vote right now is roughly around 1.4 million in terms of the popular vote lead. Obviously, that's not how we picked the president. The popular vote is not how we did it. Otherwise, we would have had a lot more Democratic presidents in recent decades. But for that to be outstanding while so many potentially determinative states are also outstanding just shows that we are still absolutely in the middle of this.
Yeah, and I think it gives. There's nothing you can really do to comfort people who are watching this happen, because I do think that for a lot of Americans and looking at the polls, the idea that there isn't a definitive repudiation, as I've said it before, of Donald Trump, and that he's got to be going in he cannot possibly feel chastened looking at the result, because obviously there is a substantial, percentage of the American public that does not look upon the 230,000 dead and the economic collapse, et cetera, as a reason not to let him keep the job. And so I think without that repudiation, one might expect that he'll be even more fired up right now to try to claim that he's got a mandate, at least based on what he's seen so far. But I think the caution that we have to keep giving people is that this is not the end of the race, that this is, we're in the third quarter here, and the fourth quarter might be tomorrow night. And that is not abnormal. It's nothing to panic about. It's not satisfying emotionally, but that is just the way elections work. And that there really isn't a definitive end here. So Trump should not feel that he is vindicated by what's happened, because it hasn't all happened yet. So we still just need to keep calm and let it all happen.
Rachel, Adam Kinzinger, the Illinois Republican congressman, military veteran, current member of the National Guard, has tweeted tonight to and at the president, presumably, stop, full stop. The votes will be counted and you will either win or lose, and America will accept that. Patience is a virtue. Interesting. He was handily reelected tonight to his seat, Illinois 16th. But this will get interesting, too. It's a point Nicole and I always talk about, and that is the few, the proud, the brave, the Republicans who will be vocal.
I think we're down to 2, right?
Yeah.
That's about it.
Yeah.
I will say, one of the things that's been interesting tonight is how many incumbents of all kinds have been reelected. And this has not been a night where, incumbent senators have been turfed out and incumbent members of the House. Still, the most likely way you're going to lose your
Okay, so I'm watching Fox. I'm going to talk over Robby's thing here. Can you hear me, Noor?
United States of America.
Okay, I'm watching Fox, and they were talking about what happens if it goes to litigation, all this, and who is it? Martha?
Senate races up and down. I mean, you're just not. I mean, on either side, you're not seeing.
Yeah, but that voice of this racial woman is.
Did you just say the voice of these racial women?
No, of this Rachel woman.
If that happens, that'll be
Rachel.
That too.
Oh, you guys are watching MSNBC. I'm watching Fox though. So on Fox, Martha McCallum was saying if it goes to litigation, that'll be the Sunday on top, or the cherry on top of the Sunday that is 2020. And she just really wanted to say the cherry on top of the shit Sunday that is 2020. You could see it in her eyes. She had to hold it down. All right.
Voters.
I had to share that.
Can we mute this Rachel person?
Trumpism going on based on this, because each of these senators that was reelected were reelected.
Until
Fox
Trump
is actually
comes on.
not nauseating right now.
Beautifully.
So
Yeah, no, I
Robby
really
changes its
can't.
Fox, that might not be the worst thing.
That's right. I think we have to wait.
Oh, she's gone.
Thank you so much.
You just can't see my face until then, though. So when Trump comes on, we'll turn it back up. But
That's a good idea.
I think it was actually smart of him to wait and see how, if he could pull something else out. Oh, we have a new flip. New Mexico, Yvette Herrell has won the congressional seat in New Mexico, flipped it from a Democrat seat.
Cutting into Nancy Pelosi's lead.
Yep. There we go. That's another flip. You know what I haven't taken a look at, though, is California, how California's races are looking in Congress, because that's a place I thought we may be able to see some flips. Let's take a look. You guys have to tell me if Trump walks on, because I can't see the camera real quick while I look at California's congressional races real quick.
Sure, go ahead.
One thing I was just talking, my wife came down to watch Trump with us, but I was talking with her about the fact that and Fox is going on about what if this goes into litigation? Now it looks like we're going to start lawsuits from the Dems, lawsuits from the Republicans. Where can we count? Where can we do this? I'll go back to my original thought that I think Trump's leads in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are more than the amount of ballots that would be in dispute by either being postmarked or not postmarked and arriving after Election Day, or the number that are not going to be matched and disqualified or not disqualified because the signatures don't match. I think that number, which would be the only things you're really going to have lawsuits about, are going to be smaller than the number that Trump has as a lead. So once those are all counted and then Trump's still ahead, there's no reason for the Republicans to do any lawsuits.
Yep.
I think he's just going to win outright on those, and those will be disputed and wrong, and they may still want to change the rules or file a lawsuit later. But I think tomorrow, once the counting's done, Trump wins, and the Democrats have to figure out, do they have a way to rat fuck that? And I'm not sure they do, because they have to hope that there's enough ballots that come late, which includes any they get in by shenanigans, and enough ballots in some places that get thrown out for unmatched signatures and other things to do a lawsuit on that. I'm not convinced there's enough of those for the states that Trump already has a lead that he can win with, that when they get the counting done, it's just not an outright victory. So that's my 2 cents.
I think you're right. I think Buzzkirk was saying the same thing on Twitter. God, I hope so.
That would be great. It's done tomorrow.
There's a couple races we could win in California in the House. Young Kim is about even right now with Gil Cisneros. They're off by about 100 votes. And that's with 83% reporting. She, I think, could close the gap. Michelle Steele versus Harley Ruda in District 48. I want to say that's where Huntington Beach is, isn't it? Anyways, that race is completely 50-50. They are even 50%, 50% in that race. And Michelle Steele's in a good position to possibly flip that race too. So we may actually get more House flips than I thought we would.
Great.
Which is fun, because anything that makes Nancy Pelosi's life more difficult is good for America.
Yep. And she'll be facing a little bit more pressure from, I think the left and the center. And I think that pressure is going to make her job a lot harder.
From the batshit crazy wing.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like Lauren Boebert is going to win in Colorado.
Is that
a pickup? Really?
Not a pickup. Old, but she's one of us. She's super.
Here come Don Jr.
They're
and the
coming.
kids just walked in.
Yeah, they're coming.
Oh shit. Now I'm nervous.
Let the bombs get dropped.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, please, Sid. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it to support our incredible movement. We won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight. He said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount. We're up 600. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 600. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With the 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, so we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. And he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. And I tell you what, nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many. We had such a big night. you just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight. And then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 460. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Oh yeah, he said it.
So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment. And we will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you.
We are reluctant to step in, but duty-bound to point out when he says we did win this election, we've already won, that is not based in the facts at all.
Let me translate. Wham. He just said wham.
Select our victors. Steve Kornacki's at the board. Steve, we heard a lot there. We always allow a lot on election night, hyperbole, but when it veers into falsehood, we have not called the states he claimed for victories. We've not called Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
Didn't he call that he was in a war zone that he wasn't
some
in?
of the blanks on the truth.
Yeah, well, let's take a look here at Pennsylvania. And again, you're seeing the
balls it takes for Brian Williams to say Trump's talking about falsehood is just incredible. And last time I checked, the New York Times had to delete their tweet because they're not the deciders either. Trump can claim victory because he won enough votes that any other year this election would have been called.
Received until tomorrow. So there are some places in Pennsylvania that haven't counted a single mail-in ballot. There are plenty of counties like that in Pennsylvania. There are many other counties in Pennsylvania that have only counted a small fraction of their mail-in ballots. Now, why this late on election night are we saying they haven't counted many or any of their mail-in ballots? It's because they weren't allowed by state law in Pennsylvania to open the mail-in ballots until this morning. So there's been a long, some counties have been able to churn through some of the mail-in ballots, but you've got hundreds of thousands of these in some counties. They're just beginning to get to them. So, for example, if you take a look in the largest city in Pennsylvania, if you take a look in Philadelphia, we're expecting when all is said and done, over 800.
Is there a reason we need to listen to this ass clown lie to us, or can we start talking
fuck
smack?
this guy.
Kill him, Robby.
He's dead.
Trump said he won, and I think he's right.
I think he is too.
I don't see any way they can pull this out, and I don't think he said a single thing that wasn't wrong. And you know what impressed me? The first 2/3 of what he said, he had no notes out, and he had no prompter. he had those facts at hand. 2:30 in the fucking morning, that guy was able to stand up there, rattle that off, be coherent, be right, and Joe Biden is drooling on his pillow and has been for 2 hours.
Yeah, he's
which he does even when he's awake.
I really love this man. Jim, you're great. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I love me too.
All right. Obviously, everybody's basically said tonight is that's it. So I guess we conclude tomorrow. We come back tomorrow.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's text around and talk. I have a feeling we're going to get to a lot more numbers tomorrow because all they're talking about is they get mail-in ballots to count. There's not that many.
Yeah.
Right? Everybody else, like you said, Robbie, how come they got their shit counted yesterday?
Yeah.
So we're going to get down to all the things are counted. We'll have a certain number to disputed. If Trump's number is bigger than the number that's disputed, guess what? He's going to declare victory and Biden screwed because he lost.
He declared victory already because they've seen the numbers. I've been looking at the numbers all night. You're not going to make up these votes in the states that are important. The only way you're going to make them up is by making votes appear, period. Yep. If you look at the percentages that are out there, you look at the counties that are out there, you look at all this stuff, are there close races? Yeah, but everything is nothing's favoring Biden at this point, with the exception of possibly Arizona, could go either way. And then, Minnesota, like I said earlier, I'm happy to say, you know what, that's probably going to be Biden's, but Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, those look a hell of a lot like Trump country.
The only thing favoring Biden is the media.
Exactly. They'll cover him the whole way, but it's what they did in 2016. They waited. I mean, we just flipped a congressional seat in New Mexico. Come on. In New Mexico.
Yep. All right, I'm done.
Me too.
I'm
right,
exhausted.
Hey, thanks to everybody who listened to us and thought it was worth listening to.
Thank you.
Because this was fun. It was a long ass haul.
It was.
But it was fun.
Yes, somebody said thanks to all the Cubans in Florida. Amen.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a good note to leave it on. Cubans are pretty rad. We're good people. I'll tell you what. If we have to save America every single time, we'll try to be there.
Please do.
And I'll just say thanks for having me on. I felt I was a bit a part of it from over here, which is nice because I was a bit sad to miss out from what was going on in the US being in Europe. So thanks for including me. Thanks, Dave, for bringing me on.
Absolutely.
Thank you for joining us. It was
I'm going to bring you back on for people to compliment you more than me, but
I told you just get a onesie, Robbie. Just get the onesie.
All right. I'll get the onesie.
Good night,
See you guys tomorrow.
All right.
Bye,
See you guys tomorrow.
Bye.